80% of the people in the city will become slaves. Only a few nobles enjoy the treatment of the rulers. In order to root out the dark forces behind the scenes, I personally disguise myself as a slave to blend in. Because my hair color and eyes are quite rare, I was quickly noticed by the auctioneer, and I had a special invitation in hand, so I would not only be sold for a good price, but even the buyers are among the top 10 wealthy tycoons. Soon, the slave auction officially began. The first to take the stage was an A-class magical beast with 19 hearts, the Hell Rhino. Whether it's skin, bones, or horns, all are top-quality materials. So, the auctioneer set the starting price at 100 million. The nobles, seeing such a rare item, all raised their paddles to bid more. In the end, the transaction price for the Hell Rhino was set at 250 million. With multiple successful transactions, the auctioneer decided to bring out a product that had been in stock for 2.5 years. A combat-type barbarian girl from the Crimson Black Land. As long as she can be completely tamed, she would be an extremely reliable bodyguard. The starting price was set at 5 million. Even though it was dozens of times cheaper than the Hell Rhino, the nobles present were not interested in bidding. This Manchu girl, after all, her innate wildness is hard to tame. If not handled properly, it could even cost the lives of her entire family. Seeing this, the auctioneer had no choice but to serve another round of soul-soothing talk. He set the starting price at 1 million. Seeing that the nobles were completely ignoring him, he could only helplessly signal to temporarily take the barbarian girl down. Suddenly, it seemed like the chance to escape was extinguished, and the barbarian girl became agitated. She let out a chilling growl at the nobles on stage. Seeing this, the muscular man delivered a swift punch to her abdomen, knocking the barbarian girl unconscious. After dealing with this unwanted to stabilize the noble's willingness to continue spending, and to express his apologies, the auctioneer promised that the next items would be rare goods never seen this year. So he decisively sent me on stage. With my stunning looks and the allure of my rare eye color, the nobles on stage began to stir. Before the auctioneer could finish his introduction, the bidding price was already raised to 600 million by a noblewoman. But compared to the 6 billion of item 99 next door, the difference was like heaven and earth. The auctioneer was instantly stunned upon hearing this. As a result, the final transaction price was basically determined. Everyone dared not continue raising the price, fearing that he was a plant sent by the organizers. As long as someone dared to continue bidding, he would immediately stop, in order to obtain a higher selling price. However, when he saw the true identity of the bidder for item 99, he discovered that it was actually Baron Bino, the head of the granary district. It is rumored that he recently acquired several underground projects, absorbing a large amount of capital. Now, his net worth has squeezed into the top 10 of the wealthy rankings. 600 million is nothing for him, considering the rarity of this item. If resold, it could definitely double or more. At this moment, an assistant beside him advised him to be cautious, as a misstep could lead to huge losses. After all, the auctioneer wouldn't make a losing deal. Seeing this, Baron Bino immediately scolded him. But he didn't listen to his assistant. It would be a mistake he would regret for a lifetime. As the gavel struck 3 times, finally, I was taken by Baron Bino at the exorbitant price of 6 billion. I don't even know if he's a bit twisted. Just looking at me made him breathe heavily and drool. He even said he had already thought of many ways to play with me, but I didn't pay him any mind. Instead, I raised my hand. Baron Bino thought I wanted to ask him to help me unlock the chains. But the next second, as I suddenly exerted force, the chains instantly shattered with a sound. Immediately, stomped my foot on the floor, and magic poured out. The seat exploded on the spot. Baron Bino was also affected by the impact, was knocked away, looking at the struggling fat vampire on the ground. To prevent him from continuing to harm the poor, I directly grabbed his back with one hand. And with the infusion of magic, the blood vessels couldn't withstand the pressure and exploded. After dealing with Baron Bino, I took off my wig. Then I said to the people below, "The circus really suits today's occasion. As for what comes next, none of you present will leave here alive." The auction incident was, the new governor initially had a wild heart, but it ruined his business. Today, even if it costs me my life, I must take him down with me. But they still underestimated my strength. This time, I can finally enjoy the thrill of killing to the fullest. At this moment, no one can stop me. Even the strongest muscle man here was instantly killed by me. The auctioneer knew that if this continued, there was no chance of winning. So he remembered I was brought by Go, and immediately grabbed the opponent, threatening me to stop immediately. Otherwise, don't force him to be ruthless. I was indifferent to this. Emotions can't threaten me at all. But what happened next made me burst into laughter. Waiki actually wanted to risk his life to ensure my escape. It seems his loyalty is indeed 100%. Then I instructed him not to act too aggressively. Long before coming here, I had made a whistle with my father. Then I blew with all my might. The deafening sound nearly echoed around the entire earth. But 1 minute after the sound ended, aside from being quiet, nothing else happened at all. However, just when the auctioneer thought I was bluffing, the next second, his neck sprayed watermelon juice. A mysterious person wearing a hat appeared here. And there was more than one. They all picked up their weapons, waiting for my command. And the newcomers were indeed the Baskerville family's pit bull knights. With a single command from me, the pit bulls began to deal with the riffraff present. At this moment, one of them approached the back of Baron Bino's assistant, but just as he was about to deliver a fatal blow, I immediately ran over to stop him, and indicated that this person should not be killed. He can be kept alive, as I would need his assistance for many things in the future. Standing next to me at this time was my uncle, who is also the head of the Pit Bull Knights. He arrived just in time to help me, the knight, also with ulterior motives. That is, after I was sent to the battlefield, they wanted me to join their Pit Bull Knights, but I had no intention of doing so. So I casually found an excuse to leave first. Then I arrived at the underground warehouse of the circus, preparing to raid the vault here. But just then, the sound of breathing beside me caught my attention. After I lifted the green cloth on the cage, inside was, surprisingly, the barbarian woman, who was called up to be auctioned in front of me. At this moment, her body was extremely weak. If not treated in time, she would soon kick her legs and leave this world. I can only say that she must have accumulated enough virtue in her past life to have encountered me. I have a way to save her. Then I took out a bottle of red potion from my waist. This is because I demonstrated outstanding performance in the graduation assessment, showing exceptional results. The advanced healing potion awarded to me by the instructor. So, I immediately poured it into the barbarian girl's mouth. I saw that her previously battered body, after the potion took effect, was instantly healed. At the same time, the barbarian girl, feeling her strength return, also woke up at that moment. But upon seeing me, a human, she was still frightened and curled up in the corner. It seems that this barbarian girl has indeed suffered severe abuse here. It was no small matter. But upon realizing that I was the one who saved her, her originally terrified expression turned into confusion. After all, and barbarians have a hostile relationship. But I, as a human, ended up saving her. And I also relied on a few phrases of their language that I learned from my previous life while contending with the barbarians, to explain to her everything that just happened here. And I hope that she won't hold it against me when she goes back, and that she can still be allowed to leave here now. After hearing this, the barbarian girl was very excited, and blurted out several phrases in a dialect of Manchu. Although I can indeed speak a little, This listening test was still difficult for me. As the girl was about to leave here, she glanced back at me, seeming a bit reluctant to part with me. But even if she accepted me, her own family might see her as a traitor. In the end, after she thanked me very much in Manchu, she left this place. Now, next, I will begin my true purpose for coming here. I lifted a piece of cloth, and what appeared before my eyes was exactly at the auction that captured a class magical beast, the Hell Rhino. Time is of the essence. I must do this before the Pitbull Night Brigade searches here. Complete the devouring as soon as possible. Leave this place of right and wrong. As for what happened that night, it quickly reached the ears of the common people. Anyone who participated in the slave trade had their limbs and 3 fingers chopped off, and several businesses were burned to ashes overnight. But the controllers of the 7 indigenous families were dissatisfied with the single judgment, and all wrote a 10,000-word letter of protest, because every day 2:30 a.m., the 7 heads appearing under the goddess were actually their only beloved kin. But I clearly warned the 7 indigenous families. The royal family hates slave trading the most. Their sons were also the instigators of the head. So those who violate this decree must accept the sanctions of the decree without objection. As for all the letters of protest, I also tore them up and threw them in the trash. In the end, I also told them I would report all of this to the royal family and have them intervene in the investigation. In the days that followed, the 7 indigenous families no longer protested. Instead, they knelt at the door every day asking for my great mercy, hoping I could give them 5 years to have another son to carry on the family line. But the decree is a sacred treaty. I decisively refused them. As for all the decrees they had previously violated, they were all clarified within these few days. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the 7 gradually turned to terror. After all, they never expected to fall to such a state. In the end, I confiscated all their existing assets and executed their 3 generations for treason. Thus, a saying spread among the people: the new governor is also a demon, and also an angel. The demon refers to my extremely cruel punishment of the initiators. The angel is because of my appearance. The nobles no longer dared to openly exploit the common people, and due to the suppression of noble exploitation, the quality of life of the common people has greatly improved. Even the employment rate has reached that of first-tier cities, although this barely met my expected results. But in fact, the prosperity of the city is merely an illusion on the surface. If new laws are not implemented, the nobles I have trampled underfoot will definitely find every possible way to rise again. In the time to come, I immersed myself in studying the laws every day. And when Vicky saw the principles I wrote, he was also greatly shocked. He really didn't expect that a mere 15-year-old child could come up with dozens of rigorous laws. In this way, as long as I serve as governor here for a day, the probability of violating the laws could really drop to 99%. And furthermore, this city will also become one of the most prosperous cities. The scene shifts. I arrived at the underground prison where the criminals were held. And at this moment, before my eyes, was Wendy, the assistant beside Baron Bino. But he was very confused. Why, that night, everyone except him was executed. I immediately explained. The reason is simple. Because I want to get some clues from your mouth. But Wendy, who had undergone strict training, refused to yield. They are not surprised by such things. So I proposed a condition. That is, if he could answer my questions, he could eliminate all his crimes and leave here. But if he couldn't answer, today will be a day he regrets for the rest of his life. Long before capturing Wendy, I had already investigated his background. He has a business acumen that ordinary people do not possess. If applied to compliant and reasonable transactions, he would definitely become an unmatched financial expert in the future. Moreover, He might even influence the direction of the world's economy in one fell swoop. I saw Wendy biting his lip, lost in thought. In this difficult situation, no matter which side he chooses, it's death. But anyway, it's a dead end either way. Then he would rather believe in the justice of the governor this time than to engage in actions that violate the law. And my first question is whether my coercive governance is correct. Wendy affirmed my answer. At this moment, I showed a wicked smile, and then lifted her chin and said, "Then please tell me the reasons you deem correct." The first thing the boy does when he gets up is to gargle with concentrated sulfuric acid. Then he uses foot-soaking water from 82 for skincare. Finally, he quietly lies on the ground to be crushed by a cart. This is not because the boy has a tendency for abuse, but because all the nobles in the city want to kill him. So he indulges in gluttony. After absorbing the body of the hellish rhinoceros, I unexpectedly acquired the skill of his level resilient life. Combined with my own iron body, ordinary attacks cannot harm me at all. Once I eliminate the heirs of the 7 indigenous tribes, I will begin to enact new laws. Then, based on the strongest evidence, I will sentence everyone in the indigenous families. After that, I questioned Wendy, who once served beside Baron Bennett, because only I know his identity, born into the wealthiest merchant family, and his future revenge against me will play an important role. But even though he affirmed my law enforcement methods, he pointed out the shortcomings. He felt that although I used the harshest means to capture the criminals of the greatest power, to establish authority, if I think long term, I will incur the hatred and anger of the common people. Once I gain power in this urban area, stronger than Baskerville, the common people will no longer welcome me as they do now. The consequence I will ultimately face is being hated by them. Moreover, in Baskerville, will see me as a target of betrayal. I am more aware of this situation than anyone else, so I asked him what measures to take, how I should continue from now on. Wendy solemnly said, to give all your current powers, and the honors created here, selflessly to the chief of Baskerville, and to avoid attracting the attention of the common people. You must also hide your identity and strength. Go to the Imperial Azena Central Academy, because the people there are about your age. That identity will be easily forgotten. Later, you just have to wait for the right moment. The leader of Baskerville will become your scapegoat. Upon hearing this, my expression instantly darkened. I then shouted loudly for him to shut up. But I did not dislike his idea, but completely agreed. This is exactly the same as my plan. As a hound that will inevitably take revenge on the family, this will also be the only way to eliminate hatred. I told Wendy, I will remember. Then I took the key out of my pocket. I will keep my promise to release him without charge. At this moment, Wendy looked very confused. He really didn't expect it. I am not interrogating a criminal, but seeking help. Just as Wendy was about to leave, he kindly reminded me not to regret it. Let him leave here today. As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes showed emptiness. Then he tightly clenched his fists. Because I told him the story of the indigenous family. In fact, there should be 8 of them, as the 8th in line of the Dello family, and also the wealthiest merchant family. Before they were exterminated, the youngest son of the Dello family, at his own birthday party, showed off his new swordsmanship he had just learned for 2.5 days. But the elders fell into a panic upon seeing it, because the swordsmanship was actually Baskerville's. Soon, this matter was leaked out, and reached Hugo's ears. With their family secret exposed, he immediately released the hounds to start cleaning up the mess, but no one knew that the one who framed the Dello family was actually related to the offspring of the other 7 families. They stole the secrets of Baskerville's swordsmanship and deliberately taught it to the young Dello child. That said, Wendy held back her sorrow, stating that this matter had nothing to do with her. then I can only unveil his veil. Because he is the one who was secretly abducted by the Key family's offspring at that time. The only person with the Dello surname. Even suffered humiliation for a full 2.5 years. At this moment, Wendy was filled with anger. He didn't want to recall the tragic memories of his childhood. He insisted on leaving this place of conflict right now. Seeing this, I asked him if he knew the continuation of this story. It's not that I'm deliberately imposing crimes on the 7 descendants, but the destruction of the Dello family is indeed related to them. And it's a crime they themselves admitted to. Before they died, those who wanted to survive would naturally reveal all the unspeakable secrets, including the crime of framing the Dello family. After hearing this, Wendy suddenly turned around and scolded me. This kind of thing is absolutely impossible. Although his family is indeed at the bottom of the ranking, they have always been cherished by other families. If you dare to deceive me, I will make sure to tear you apart even in death. So I lit a flare, to let him confirm everything with his own eyes. And just in the next second, Wendy covered his mouth and began to cry out loud. He had suppressed his hatred for 10 years, only to discover that the true mastermind behind the destruction of the Dello family was actually the closest person to him. Then I comforted him not to be sad anymore. The dead will not come back to life. The only means is to take revenge on Baskerville. As for my lack of investigation, killing the innocent indiscriminately, feel free to blame Baskerville for me. This is also your mission to survive. But Wendy looked confused. Why, as a fellow Baskerville, would I choose to help and spare myself? I could see the killing intent in my eyes, muttering that I think you know better than I do. This is a very foolish question. After hearing this, Wendy instantly understood my intention, and stated that he would definitely repay today's kindness, and even added that if he ever needed money, he could just find him. In the end, my goal was achieved. One more member against Baskerville. When the next day arrived, Vicky had found me early on, but just as I opened the door, he was stunned by the scene before him. At this moment, in my room, was a scene of bloody chaos, and even a soldier was split in half, lying on the floor in a daze. After I was woken up, he hurriedly asked me what had happened. I replied that there have been quite a few FLIs lately. Killing 1 or 2 is not excessive at all. As soon as I finished speaking, 2 sharp swords came at my chest. Vicky immediately understood the hidden truth. I told him this was just the mildest ambush tactic. I was poisoned while drinking water, splashed with concentrated sulfuric acid while bathing, run over by a carriage while walking. These accidents have happened no less than 30 times. If I hadn't had the blessing of the river Styx, I would have probably been framed and killed long ago. But in fact, what protects me is not just steel, but also the A-class skill of the Hell Rhino resilient life. Just then, a carriage bearing the Baskerville flag arrived here. And when Vicky saw the person getting off, fear had already filled his face, and it was John, the butler beside Hugo, who is also Baskerville's most outstanding chief butler, having served for 4 consecutive generations. And he has extremely strict requirements for his subordinates. If someone makes even a tiny mistake, then their life would already be over. But John's inexplicable appearance still surprised me. So I asked him what his intention was in coming here. It turned out it was because my recent performance was extremely remarkable, and my father ordered him to come and take me back, to receive a reward. Hearing this, my mind was suddenly blocked. Such a scenario shouldn't happen logically. To increase my authority, Hugo does not take action against me, but instead is happy for me. When we arrived at my father's room, I saw him holding a headline newspaper, which prominently featured various evaluations about me. The reason he was happy for me was because Baskerville in history has always had a label that I don't use my brain, and am just an ignorant person who only knows how to swing a sword. Now, there are various positive evaluations of my governance, Then this label is no longer aimed at Baskerville? To reward my excellent performance, my father has included me in this year's Oscar Academy list. It is the highest institution in the empire, and also a place where various elites gather in the empire. However, the academy has a strict rule that anyone who comes here to study must live in the dormitory here and cannot go out lightly. But this happens to be what I was looking forward to. If I can successfully enter the Oscar Academy, then I can escape my father's watchful eye and accelerate my path to becoming stronger. Then my father asked if I had a good relationship with those siblings. He decided to choose a few to accompany me. I unhesitatingly chose the three brothers with the silly hair, although I still deeply despise them inside. Training them as living punching bags is also a good choice. Then my father asked me if I still remembered the secret plan from when I was 8 years old. Of course, I won't forget. To lease some territories with ruby mines to the Mog family and use them to eliminate the barbarians, to expand Baskerville's territory. I saw my father chuckling to himself. It turns out this plan worked and was very successful. But the only difference is, the head of the Mog family, Adolf, suggested a joint attack on them, which was indeed too modest. So my father decided to investigate the territories leased to the Mog family before I enter the Oscar Academy and observe the newly established laws to see if they are violating or supporting them. I respectfully accepted this assigned task. It seems I have to participate in the joint attack this time. After that, I arrived at the city gate. After saying goodbye to Vicky, I rode off to the leased territory. But I know well, after this inspection returns, it is likely to be the day I part ways with Go. By then I must explain everything clearly to him regarding the governance of the weak city. I could see my expression suddenly become serious. You can come out now. In an instant, dozens of cloaked assassins suddenly appeared, and they were indeed the biters who assisted me in clearing the slave auction, led by the captain, staff. After confirming the assembly was complete, they began this escort operation. But the next second, what he said left me speechless. Because my uncle Boston still has not given up on including me in their nightly orders plan. As my thoughts shifted, we safely arrived at the territory leased to the Mog family. At the moment, everything seems normal to me. There were no violations of the law. Then I told staff, the campaign against the barbarians is viewed by the Mog family as very important for this operation. They have also dispatched a significant military force. However, our inspection this time is not the main intention. As for the true intention, it is to meet with the Mog family to form a joint attack. At this moment, the city appearing ahead is where the Mog's military forces are gathering, and the many skeletons appearing around unavoidably reminded me of the past life of Kamu. Their mages have a habit of killing a portion of the enemy outside the city first, to give the other side a serious warning. Suddenly above our heads, 3 figures appeared to see us. After arriving, they brazenly claimed that without their permission, the city gate could not be opened, and they are the triplet tyrants of the Mog family. I immediately declared my identity. Unexpectedly, not only was I not given respect, but I was even told to wait outside slowly for now. They would report my request to open the city gate to their superiors, but could not guarantee how long it would take. After hearing this, my emotions began to fluctuate gradually. Immediately, I looked up and glared at the 3. If you don't open the city gate for me, then the lease will end early, starting today. The 3 were so frightened by my words that they broke out in a cold sweat. However, they still gritted their teeth and endured. Then one of them began to gather magic power in his hand. Their fear was nothing compared to their hatred for Baskerville. Seeing that they really intended to fight, I also stopped holding back. But Staff, who was beside me, was just about to draw his sword to teach the 3 a lesson. But I immediately stopped him. This matter arose because of me. so I would take on 3 by myself. Just as I finished speaking, from behind me, 3 voices suddenly shouted in unison. I turned my head to take a look, and sure enough, it was no mistake. They were my human punching bags, the 3 brothers. I saw the eldest brother pointing at me and saying, "The people behind us are the strongest support of our peers. Fighting you is like a small witch facing a big witch. Let us 3 be your opponents." The 3 sisters were enraged upon hearing this. This time, they must teach a good lesson to this group of clueless huskies. But they didn't know. At this moment, I was feeling so awkward from their cringeworthy language. This is a world where everyone can use magic, but there is one family that has no magical talent at all. Thus, the empire was divided into 2 major factions. The Mog family, which uses magic as a means of attack, and the Baskerville family, known for their swordsmanship. But who can truly be called the strongest, sword or magic? For 500 years, no victor has been determined. And as I was heading to the territory leased to the Mog family, I was blocked by the 3 sisters, the flower of the oppressor. They even shamelessly claimed this was their territory, and that Baskerville people were not allowed inside. Clearly, such behavior has already violated the lease agreement. I absolutely would not let this go. But just as I was preparing to dismount and fight, the Trident of Baskerville suddenly appeared from behind. They immediately stood at the front of the line, saying that they would handle the flower of the oppressor. The reason the 3 of them came to assist me is because I recommended them to my father. We all went to attend Oscar Academy together. Fortunately, they did not know my true intentions, according to memories from my past life. Although the Trident's head is indeed not very bright, but at least the things they are tasked with, they will go to any lengths to complete. It seems that in the future, if I want to call them to be my punching bags, I can do so with justification. Suddenly, the 3 sisters on the rooftop shouted in unison, "3 stupid idiots. If you have the ability, stop pretending." But the 3 brothers are completely unrestrained. Then they made an international gesture towards them. This really angered the 3 sisters. I saw them instantly gather magic in their hands. Seeing them like this, I couldn't help but think of my past life. The poop used grass magic, the pee used earth magic, while the urine used water magic. Although in the Mog family, this is not high-level magic, but as long as the 3 sisters can cooperate, the power they display will greatly increase. And as they recited their spells, a small seedling suddenly sprouted from the ground. In less than 2.5 seconds, it suddenly grew into a man-eating giant tree. Big Mao was not afraid at all. Seeing his eyes filled with killing intent, a swift slash easily cut a huge vine. The fluid operation made staff unable to help but praise. On the other hand, I had a serious expression, because the flower of the Overlord hadn't even used its full strength. Then in the next second, Big Mao was successfully ambushed by a vine from the side. Even though he reacted quickly to barely block it, the powerful impact still forced him to temporarily avoid the attack. At this moment, the Trident's disheveled appearance immediately made the 3 sisters mock them, calling them useless who only know how to use swords. Hearing this, the 3 brothers were furious, because this was not only a humiliation to them, but also concerned the entire Baskerville family. Suji and the others instantly flashed into the air, started to act separately, unleashing their offensive. And the 3 sisters were not to be underestimated. Facing the Trident's strong attack, they could respond to every move. Seeing the 2 sets of triplets unable to determine a winner, waiting around would only waste my time. I had been quite busy with recent matters, so I decided to personally teach a lesson to the unruly outside tenants. At that moment, a huge fireball suddenly appeared. After a loud bang, excitement instantly spread across my face. With this move, that annoying guy would probably be burned to ashes. But what I didn't expect was, the Trident was only slightly singed. and was not seriously harmed. At the same time, they were also puzzled how the three sisters had mastered fire magic. However, when the smoke cleared, they discovered that the large fireball was not created by them at all, but by the person standing on the rooftop. He is Tam, the future strongest warrior of the Mog family. He disdainfully said to the people below, "Dare to cause trouble in my jurisdiction, whether from the Mog family or outsiders, none can be forgiven." After saying that, he leaped down from the rooftop. The three sisters wanted to take the opportunity to explain that they did not intend to cause trouble, but he was met with Kamu's curse. Then he pointed at the enemy, suspended in mid-air by branches, and angrily scolded them that if they didn't want to end up like this, they should shut their mouths. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Kamu noticed me, and soon his fierce expression vanished in an instant, and he greeted me with a long time no see. It seems that since we last met, 7 years have already passed. Just like in my previous life, the grown-up Kamu is not only charming, but even his two assets are surprisingly large. The Dog Knight Brigade behind him only took a glance, and they all developed the thought of marrying him in this life. Back to the point. Then I recounted everything that had just happened. To my surprise, Kamu immediately yelled at me, after not seeing me for so long. "Is this all you want to say?" Stafford instantly sensed something was wrong. It seems that after the battle just ended, now it's time for the two families' geniuses to fight. Even seeing Kamu furious, I still didn't understand what he meant. In desperation, he pointed at me and said, "I am your future wife. How can you treat me like this?" Upon hearing this, the two sets of triplets were instantly dumbfounded. Even I was somewhat at a loss for words. It turns out I have a fiancé. I almost forgot. This is a tribe with strange powers. The arrows they shoot are like cannonballs. Ordinary city walls can't withstand them at all. Even the two strongest of the era were both injured by them. No one knows where this power comes from. So, I led the Dog Knight Brigade to investigate. But since many of them are relatively young subordinates, Kamu took the opportunity to tease me. "I don't understand the strength of the barbarians. And you actually think some shrimp soldiers and crab generals can support the front line?" I told him, "Baskerville has been fighting the barbarians for years. The strong hounds have long been assigned to the front lines, lurking in the shadows. It's just that my father entrusted another task, which is to investigate whether the territory rented to Moore is legal and follows the newly established laws, to test whether I am just boasting." Kamu threw another question at me. "That is, among the barbarians, which tribe is more troublesome?" At this moment, I was extremely speechless, but I still answered his question seriously. "There are two troublesome tribes, the Balak, known for their warriors, and the Rock, which uses witchcraft as their main means of attack. However, the most headache-inducing one is still the Balak's archers. It's not even on the same level compared to the Empire. No one knows what principle this comes from." Kamu was very satisfied with my answer, so he gave me a score of 8 based on himself. I was quite puzzled by this. Kamu explained that men don't need to be too smart. In his understanding, men should just be like a little fool. Then he scored me on some other aspects. At least 6 points. Clothing 4 points. Etiquette 1 point. As for appearance, it still remains at the previously acknowledged 99 points. I quickly stopped him. "This is something outside of the plan." Kamu naturally refused, because he must be a bit strict with his future husband. Hearing this, I told him, "The childhood engagement was just a joke with Adolf. There's no need to take it seriously. At that time, I just wanted to test my own strength." The broken sword piercing the water jug above Adolf's head can only be seen as luck. It was not a real victory. At this moment, Kamu's anger suddenly surged. He muttered to himself, although he complained about his uncle using such a low-level testing method to choose a husband for himself. But since he has already made a decision, of course, he still has to be tolerant and patient with his future husband. But my next sentence made Kamu's anger reach its peak. As for the childhood engagement, you can just treat it as a childhood memory. After hearing this, he suddenly threw a piece of clothing at my face and told me, the childhood engagement is the premise of cooperation between two big families. It has already been implemented, and there is absolutely no turning back. He also said he is a genius and will remember any important matter. But speaking of which, the modesty clothing I lent to Kamu back then, it has actually been kept until now. It seems that this childhood engagement cannot be denied. Then, Kamu told me about the recent events. The barbarians occasionally invade this territory, not only plundering crops, but also capturing slaves. And the bullet holes visible on the city wall were caused by arrows during the barbarian invasion. Through long-term observation, the scouts of the Mog family discovered that the barbarians' arrows carry a mysterious aura. So the arrows they shoot can easily penetrate walls to 2-3 meters thick. At that time, Adolf's proud magical shield was also shattered. In addition to the arrow wounds on his body, the severe damage to his self-esteem has made it impossible for him to escape this shadow. Until now, this inevitably reminds me of my father's facial scars. At that time, he had warned me that the current strength of the barbarians is more than 10 times stronger than before. They have even produced many talented descendants. Just then, a subordinate of Mog suddenly reported that 2.5 minutes ago, the search team at the front line captured a suspected barbarian scout. When I saw the face of the other party, I immediately concluded that he belonged to the Rock tribe. However, they are also extremely cruel, actually cursing themselves, which caused Mog's memory-reading magic to be ineffective. Then Kamu scolded, "You despicable group, about the village that was successfully ambushed by you a few days ago. How many people did you actually abduct?" Kamu was so angry, only because among this group was his most beloved sister. However, since all the people who understood Manchu were captured, Kamu had no idea what the other party was saying. Seeing this, I told him, I had studied some basic Manchu in my childhood, so let me interrogate them. But when I relayed Kamu's question to the other party, the barbarians all showed a chilling smile. Then they kept repeating that they were killed by them. Although the result was quite tragic, I still conveyed the exact words to Kamu. As a result, at the moment he heard the word death, Kamu could not suppress the anger in his heart. In an instant, golden light burst forth. And what awaited the barbarians was this heart-piercing attack and the fiery execution on the spot. I saw his eyes filled with the aura of death. He vowed to exterminate the barbarians completely. After doing all this, Kamu turned and walked outside. But when I followed closely behind, I found that Kamu was actually running outside to cry. He didn't want the barbarians to see him like this. I quickly comforted him not to be too sad. But Kamu told me the sister who was killed had played with him since childhood. He had never even been exposed to killing. He shouldn't end his life in such a cruel way. This was not how life should end. At this moment, Kamu suddenly asked me, because he heard the familiar barbarian language. I also decided not to hide it any longer. What the barbarians said at that time was not just about death. They also deliberately mentioned that the captured people were eaten. After hearing this, Kamu shed tears again. This time, he cried out without holding back. My fiancée was taken away by the enemy right in front of me. But I did not take action to save her. Instead, I quietly stood in place, waiting for reinforcements. I knew this because I had memories from my past life. This is a fate that Kamu cannot escape. Only after being imprisoned by the enemy for a while can he fully transform to become the magical queen of the future empire. But before that, Kamu is still suffering and crying over his sister's death. He feels like the most useless brother in the world. However, under my fearless comfort. Kamu quickly adjusted his mindset. He vowed to make a plan right now, to take the initiative to attack the barbarians. But just then, a bell rang out across the miles. Seeing this, Kamu's expression instantly became serious, because he knew this bell signified the barbarians' presence near the city. At the same time, on another corner of the hill, an archer was drawing his bow, ready to shoot, aiming at the city wall several kilometers away. As he released the arrow shot out like a cannonball, directly at the scout soldiers on the wall. By the time they sensed the danger, it was already too late. The arrow not only killed 2 people instantly, but even the city wall was turned to ruins by a single shot. Then the leading woman issued an invasion order, and her subordinates rode giant wolves, madly slaughtering innocent civilians. As for the women, they began to capture the men they desired with ropes, preparing to take them back as breeding machines. Such great turmoil caused me to quickly arrive at the scene. Just then, 2 magically imbued ropes suddenly attacked me, firmly wrapping around my neck. I looked up and saw, in front of me were 2 barbarian women. Listening to their conversation, it seemed they were completing the tribe's task of finding husbands. It seems they were plotting other unknown secrets. But how could I let the 2 of them succeed so easily? Suddenly, I grabbed the ropes and directly threw both of them into the air, smashed hard onto the floor. The 2 barbarian men were stunned at the sight, but they quickly adjusted and took a defensive stance, shooting arrows. At this moment, I had no intention of killing them. I just wanted to block their attacks with my sword. Because before coming here, Hugo had urgently reminded me that before the main forces of Baskerville arrived, I absolutely must not sound the horn of war. However, just as I was pondering this, a ball of raging fire suddenly descended before me, instantly turning the 2 barbarians to ashes. It was obvious who had arrived. It was the now extremely angry Kamu. Seeing that I didn't want to kill the barbarians, he unleashed all his firepower, casting a forbidden magic spell. Even if it burned this place to ashes, he was determined to eliminate the entire barbarian tribe. Then Kamu mocked me, saying I was unworthy of being Baskerville's strongest graduate. But my explanation to him was, the chieftain had given me orders that before the main forces arrived, I could not act on my own. My words hit Kamu hard, like a shot of adrenaline. At this point, you still have to obey the worthless orders of Baskerville. Right, so now just get out of my way. I can eliminate the barbarians by myself. At this moment, excessive anger had already blurred Kamu's consciousness. He began to recklessly attack the enemy, not considering the consequences of his attacks. But what astonished me was that his anger actually enhanced the lethality of his attacks. I originally thought this territory would be burned to ashes, when suddenly an enemy hiding in a blind spot launched a sneak attack. A needle struck Kamu's neck steadily. Fortunately, it was not a poisoned needle, but one that would cause a dazed effect. Just as I was about to prepare for rescue, another barbarian threw a lasso at me from behind. Fortunately, I reacted in time and saw through the enemy's trick. Then I told Kamu that we should retreat after all. Kamu, unable to tolerate this, scolded that we were leaving. What about the farmland and slaves here? Are we just going to give them up like this? Do we really have to wait for Baskerville's main force before you can engage in battle? In any case, I cannot back down today, because I must avenge my sister. But just as I was about to forcibly take Kamu away, a huge wave of power suddenly appeared behind my head. Fortunately, I realized it in time. Bending down, successfully dodged. When I saw the face of the person attacking me, I realized it was the genius girl of the barbarian tribe that Kamu mentioned earlier. At the same time, a barbarian took advantage of my moment of distraction and kidnapped Kamu. At this moment, I didn't know what to do. Things have been developing in a bad direction. Although this is also the fate that Kamu must experience. In his past life, he was also kidnapped by the barbarians and imprisoned in a dungeon. But actually, it won't be long before he will eliminate the barbarians in one fell swoop and return to truly transform into the magical queen of the empire. Suddenly, the genius girl leaped up and launched a sneak attack from the side. Naturally, such a level of technique couldn't hurt me at all. However, just holding a bow could deal such powerful damage, which still made me tense up, and the opponent gave me no chance to recover. She swung her fist at me again, but although I successfully dodged again, I didn't expect that this action was actually a feint. The real attack was the kick to my abdomen that followed. The strong impact forced me back 10 meters. It seems I've encountered a strong opponent, just as I was about to go all out in battle. The barbarian genius. The girl's actions shocked me. For a full 2.5 years, she actually pointed at herself and spoke human words, saying that we would definitely meet again. A low-level magic that could only adjust volume became the winning tool for sneaking into the enemy camp. Just now, my fiancé of 2.5 years was taken away by the enemy right in front of me. But with the memories of my past life, I didn't want to save her, because this is Kamu's fate as the goddess of fire, an inescapable destiny. Suddenly, the genius girl of the barbarian tribe charged at me with a wooden bow. I thought she only had excellent shooting skills, but I didn't expect her melee ability to be so outstanding as well. However, what shocked me the most was, the genius girl actually spoke human language, and she stated that this was our second meeting. In an instant, a memory flashed in my mind. I finally understood that the girl I saved from slave traders, Amy, was actually now the newly emerged genius girl of the barbarian tribe. I then sternly questioned her, "So, is this how you repay your benefactor?" I believe this matter had nothing to do with me at all. It was the Mog family that nearly caused her downfall, becoming a slave. This time, she came with a determination for revenge, to wreak havoc. After saying that, Aya jumped onto her white wolf mount, and he also told me that his revenge mission was already completed. But the Mog tribesman who was captured was not of his own doing. If I want to save Kamu, I must now follow Aya and the others. At the same time, Adolf, who learned the news, led the soldiers to the scene. But it was already too late. Kamu had long been captured by a male barbarian, who fled to the Crimson Land. Seeing the remaining barbarians wanting to leave here, Adolf immediately began to chant a forbidden spell. The moment it touched the ground, a powerful gust of wind instantly blew the ground to pieces. However, even so, the barbarians' mounts were still able to dodge effortlessly. They easily evaded Adolf's attack, successfully escaping over the collapsed city wall. Following the route of their escape, Mog's soldiers reported to Adolf that the route the barbarians were taking was actually the forbidden area existing in the Crimson Black Land. Upon hearing this, Adolf was stunned. That place is filled with all kinds of unknown dangers. Rashly going there would not only lead to total annihilation, but also heavy casualties. At the same time, he began to doubt his own strength. Could it be that my dear niece was captured, and I, Adolf, am truly powerless? Seeing this, I explained that if we chase now, it would actually still be in time. After all, the distance from here to the barbarians' base camp would take at least 2.5 days. And I also told Adolf that I could be the guide. I often went to the forbidden area as a child to grind monsters, but this was actually also thanks to the fact that I am a reborn person. As soon as I finished speaking, Adolf urgently urged me to act quickly. At this time, the soldiers behind me once again advised, with our current troop strength, entering the forbidden area is simply a death wish. But before the words were finished, Adolf stopped them. He then scolded, "Damn it. This is my most beloved niece. If anyone doesn't want to go, feel free, Whether it succeeds or not, I won't blame anyone. Right now, I have no other choice. I can only place my last hope on Kamo's fianc. The scene shifts. We arrived at the boundary of the forbidden area in the Crimson Black Land. Although, this is also within the territory of Baskerville. But as soon as night falls, a large number of bloodthirsty monsters will suddenly appear. At this moment, Adolphe is shocked. For a full 2.5 years, he finally understood the gap between his family and Baskerville. Just in terms of courage, they have already lost completely. Only because of the company. Everyone who went with him was from Baskerville. As for me, I served as the vanguard of the entire team. Seeing that there were monsters obstructing our path, I would draw my sword and eliminate them instantly. Soon, 2.5 hours passed. We finally caught up with the barbarian tribe and pinpointed their temporary resting place. They had set up a makeshift camp. I relied on my past life experience to remind everyone that whenever the barbarians rested, they would scatter dry leaves 8 meters away from the camp to prevent enemy ambushes. So next, we must. But before I could finish, Adolphe cast a spell towards my lower body. Although this was just a low-level spell for him, but it's just right to use it here. It can effectively eliminate noise while walking, and he indicated that the next matters would be handled by him. I don't need to get involved in this. Meanwhile, in the camp ahead, Kamu was shouting insults at the barbarians, reminding them that it would be best not to let him break free. Otherwise, he would definitely burn the entire tribe to the ground. However, no matter how much he shouted, the guards were not in a hurry to pay attention. The reason is simple. Not everyone understands human speech like AI. They can't comprehend what is being said. Seeing that his threats were in vain, Kamu also fell into a low mood. Now, he could only pray that his uncle would come to rescue him. Suddenly, the barbarian Alan, who had captured him earlier, appeared from the side. He began to examine Kamu's body closely, preparing to use him as a breeding tool in the future. He even knew that Kamu's genes were very strong. Seeing this, Kamu directly scolded him not to have any ideas about him. However, Alan also couldn't understand what he was saying. The only thing he could confirm was the look in his eyes, which was one of defiance. Immediately, Alan directly grabbed Kamu's cheek. Then he pulled out another one, a bow and arrow prepared for the future slave, branding him with the punishment for resistance. At that moment, Yi walked over and scolded him to get away from his slave. Naturally, something that was easily obtained was snatched away. Alan was very unhappy. Although Yi, you are my commander, it is clear that this Mog girl was captured by my own hands. Yi immediately questioned. What do you mean by you captured her? Can you recognize your own strength? Without my tranquilizer. Without me holding back that boy with the sword. Do you really think you can escape easily? But Alan still insisted not to give up the slave that was about to be his. Then Yi stopped wasting words with him. He could see his fist starting to emit a blue aura. If you don't acknowledge what I'm saying, then let's have a one-on-one fight. Whoever wins, this slave will belong to them. Under such intimidation, Alan was instantly scared and broke out in a cold sweat. He quickly waved his hands to explain that he didn't want the slave. He shouldn't have talked back to. He would let his commander handle it. Seeing that it seemed Yi had won this standoff, Kamu was about to say something. Was kicked in the chest by Yi. Damn it, I was captured by your Mog family to be a slave. If it weren't for a glimmer of luck, that I received some kindness, I would have never been able to escape the fate of becoming a slave. But you won't have the luck to own it. I will personally train you, making toe licking one of your daily tasks. Just then, a strong explosion suddenly occurred behind Yi. By the time he reacted, his subordinates had already suffered heavy losses, and the one who could kill so many in an instant was Adolphe, the patriarch of the Mog family. You despicable lowly, barbaric tribe. I give you 3 seconds to consider. Quickly release my niece, otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. My neck is being held by someone with a deadly rope tightly locked, but the other party has gone mad. Saying this is to save my life. Only because of the battle just now. Disturbed the guardian boss here. However, it is too late. Suddenly, a huge spike burst out from the ground. It appeared right in front of us. It is the S-class boss of this generation, the octopus giant spider. Just now, Adolf successfully ambushed the temporary encampment of the barbarian tribe and ordered his subordinates to eliminate them all. Seeing 2 enemies riding a giant wolf trying to escape. Seeing this, Adolf shouted loudly, "We absolutely cannot let any barbarian tribe escape today. Flee from here." At the same time, I secretly crept up to the tree that bound Kamu. Then I made a gesture for him not to speak. But when I cut the rope binding Kamu, he surprisingly asked me if I was there to save him. In the end, my stealth operation was still discovered. However, I already knew I would come. So he acknowledged my efforts of trekking thousands of miles without tiring, and risking my life to save my beloved woman. He expressed his approval. By the way, he also gave me a passing label. Upon hearing this, I was completely bewildered. I have no idea what he really means, and what it actually represents. However, Kamu saw through his intentions. The 2 of them locked eyes in an instant. As for me, I was pondering how to hide my strength and fight Aya. Although he could injure his father Hugo and Adolf, but according to my memories from my past life, I have never seen the barbarian tribe give birth to someone like Aya. Don't tell me the scar on Hugo's nose was intentionally inflicted. I originally speculated that he was the genius archer Night Fox I encountered in my past life. But Aya is still quite young. Plus, various technical aspects are still not mature. Could he be a descendant of Nightpot? The bloodline is the same. At that time, a magic pipe hidden in the blind spot was aimed at Kamu. Just as the poisoned needle was about to hit Kamu, I reacted quickly and blocked the sneak attack with my hand. But in fact, I had already realized the opponent's position. Seeing that things were getting more and more out of hand, I told Kamu I would immediately send him to Adolf. Then I turned and quickly retreated into the distance. Meanwhile, Aya scratched his head, feeling completely puzzled. He originally thought I would obediently go back with him. It seems that being soft doesn't work. I can only go hard. At that moment, 2 barbarian archers blocking the way ahead launched an attack on us. But this level of attack couldn't hurt me at all. I simply drew my sword and easily blocked their full force strike. Little did I know that at the moment I let my guard down, Aya, standing still, actually drew his bow. In order to take me back, he had to directly take Kamu away. In the remaining time, in an instant, a terrifyingly powerful arrow suddenly shot out. By the time I sensed something was wrong, the arrows were already within close range. Fortunately, Adolf arrived just in time, using a wide area freezing spell, which allowed Kamu to escape death. And when he learned that his niece was severely poisoned, he immediately used healing magic on Kamu. But since this was a very tricky paralyzing poison, Adolf, who was not born a priest, had no countermeasures. So he decided to take Kamu to the emerging family right away, to find Vas for treatment. But just the next second, Kamu actually pushed his uncle away from the hand that was treating him. Then he jumped up and tightly hugged me, thanking me for saving his life again. Seeing this, Adolf was instantly dumbfounded. With tears in his eyes, he said that he was actually quite serious about Kamu. Hearing this, Kamu immediately scolded his uncle. "How old are you to say such cheesy lines? When we get back, I will definitely tell my mom." At that moment, a lasso suddenly appeared, firmly locking around my neck. It was obvious who had come. But what Aya said next left me completely confused. He told me that there wasn't much time left, and that if I went with him now, I could save my life. As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying loud noise suddenly erupted, and the gray sky was instantly dyed purple. At that moment, Aya was so scared he broke out in a cold sweat. He knew time was already short, but he really didn't expect it to come so quickly. Meanwhile, the gluttonous beast parasitizing my right hand began to sizzle, constantly issuing danger warnings to me. In an instant, a huge spike shot up from the ground. The barbarian tribesman, knowing what it was, exclaimed that a monster had come. But just as Kamu was pondering where this came from, the spike actually split into 8 legs, sticking into the ground. Adolf realized the danger level of this thing was extremely high, and immediately stepped up to protect Kamu. Similarly, the moment I saw the 8 legs, I also took precautions. I really didn't expect to encounter it here. If I remember correctly, the attacking monster is the S-rank boss, the giant spider Aegis. I chose to sacrifice my life in battle with the monster to kill my father. It turns out that I once died at the hands of my father's subordinates. Now, turning to this life with greater power, I must find a way to stay out of my father Hugo's sight. Fortunately, during the rescue of Kamu, an S-rank monster, the 8-legged giant spider, suddenly appeared. This monster is undoubtedly my best choice, because in my previous life, I learned from an old man that the S-rank 8-legged giant spider is capable of destroying a city in 2.5 minutes, and I can rely on the steel body gained from the river of the underworld, and the strongest demon sword, the gluttonous sword, in my right hand, to counter it. At this moment, the elder Adolf immediately stood in front of me and Kamu, but as the giant boar let out a terrifying roar, Kamu was so scared he almost screamed. I quickly covered his mouth, because the giant boar lives in extremely low light, so its vision has basically degraded. In place of that, its sense of touch and hearing are extremely sensitive. However, just as we were thinking about how to escape from here, the giant boar suddenly opened its massive mouth and shot out green venom. I saw thick branches being contaminated and instantly corroded away. I couldn't help but realize its toxicity was extremely high. Seeing this, I relied on my agile movements to dodge. Adolf protected Kamu with a magical barrier, but Alan was just stunned for 2.5 seconds, and his long braid was contaminated by the venom and instantly corroded away. At this moment, he was so angry he gritted his teeth and pounded the ground with his hands, venting his frustration, and immediately received a scolding from Aya. "You're such an idiot, knowing that the giant spider has very sensitive hearing, yet deliberately making such a loud noise." As soon as the words were spoken, the giant spider's body also turned towards Aya, preparing to launch an attack. So Aya immediately ordered her subordinates to mount their steeds, run deeper into the forest. But it was precisely in this detail that caused the giant spider to switch its target to Adolf and the others. Their escape route had very few trees. It was completely open land. Seeing that they could not escape the giant spider's pursuit, a mage from Mord began to gather fire magic in his hands. From years of hunting experience, he knew this was the weakness of insects, as his attack suddenly struck out, while steadily hitting the monster. At the same time, a strong explosion also occurred. Seeing this, the mage and others showed a look of relief. That strike was simply amazing. However, they completely overlooked the level difference. Even if the giant boar's weakness is fire, in the face of such low damage attacks, it simply couldn't inflict fatal damage. In an instant, the two were pierced through the body by the giant boar's claws. Even in the end, tears of regret were left behind. They could not escape the ultimate fate of dying. In desperation, Adolf could only continue to think of a way to stop the giant spider. But Cam's illness was troubling him. Suddenly, I had a flash of inspiration and made a sudden stop to turn around. Stafford immediately asked what I was going to do. I responded seriously. If we keep running away without resistance, everyone will perish under the giant spider's attack. We must have someone step up to temporarily hold back the monster's pursuit and to dispel Stafford's desire to compete. I immediately questioned, "Do you think you have the strength to face an S-class monster? If not, then keep running. And ahead is Baskerville's territory. We absolutely cannot let it step there, even half a step. Otherwise, the consequences will be unbearable. So the only chance to complete this task is that it must be me." At the same time, I also left the decision of whether to run or stay and resist together to Adolf. But due to Cam's worsening condition, Adolf had to personally escort him for treatment. In the end, he also made up his mind. That is, to absolutely not let down the escape time I created for the team. Seeing this, Cam cried heart-wrenchingly. He shouted that he must come back safely. Seeing him say this, I was somewhat speechless. It was just a lie. That surprisingly made everyone believe it was true. After all, even if we brought him to the territory ahead, even if we gathered Baskerville and Mogson, the available forces would not be able to defeat the octopus giant spider. But for me, undoubtedly, this is the only chance to escape Hugo's surveillance. If I can pretend to be dead during this operation, then I can buy time to learn until I break through the 10th sword realm. When I am skilled enough, I will no longer be manipulated by Hugo, or I can further improve my skills to hide my own strength. Then I will return to the Baskerville family. At this moment, the gluttonous beast parasitizing my right hand is already eager. At the same time, the figure of the octopus giant spider also appeared above my head. At this moment, I will use all my strength without reservation, including the steel body granted by the river of the underworld, Baskerville's 5th sword technique, and the strongest and most important demon king, gluttonous sword, immediately transformed into a series of afterimages, directly sweeping above the octopus giant pig. Soon, it also sensed a terrifying demonic power, but I absolutely will not give it a chance. I saw, after my gluttonous sword shot out a terrifying magical power, I suddenly stabbed down towards the top of the octopus giant pig to complete the revenge plan from my previous life. I absolutely cannot let this opportunity slip away. Seeing the claws of the octopus giant spider began to make cracking sounds, I actually surpassed my limits, breaking through its final defense. At this moment, countless blood gushed out from its huge mouth, and my powerful strike also formed a huge red shadow, filling the entire forest. However, seeing this scene, Cam, deep inside, was also heavily impacted, and that powerless cry for help. I was recognized as a genius at the age of 6, entered the assassination organization at 18. By 25, my swordsmanship had broken through to the limit. At 36, I even annihilated the demon race, leading humanity to victory. But the reward for my triumphant return was to be personally sent to the guillotine by my father, to carry out the death sentence. Now, even though I have been reincarnated and walked the path of revenge, this hateful memory always plays out in my mind like a never-ending stream. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself lying in a strange place. I don't even know how many days I have been unconscious. Did I survive that battle? Just then, I suddenly remembered the fight with the octopus giant boar. If during those 2.5 seconds, he hadn't been startled by the blinding light from the explosion, I really would have died because I couldn't defeat him. I misjudged the strength of the octopus giant spider. His attack power is like a nightmare for me now. At this moment, whether it's my muscles, bones, or blood vessels, I feel pain everywhere. However, I still have no idea why this rope is tied around my neck. Could it be that this rope saved my life? But if things continue to develop as they are now, I can implement my original plan to escape Hugo's sight. Naturally, I won't have to worry about my death certificate. Kamu. They will all become the most crucial evidence in court. But when I walked out of the shabby tent, I realized I had arrived at the encampment of the barbarian tribe. It seems I was picked up and brought back by some enemy forces. At the same time, behind me, a barbarian woman was leading 4 slaves briskly, preparing to carry out an execution. I recognized the identity of those 4 slaves. They were from the third-rate Baskerville clan. But regarding my own differential treatment, I was still completely puzzled. Suddenly, someone called out to me from behind. The person was none other than Alan, who wanted to attack Kamu again. After I woke up, he asked, "What does it feel like to watch your fellow countrymen walk towards death? I guess you must feel very desperate and painful, right? After all, with a crippled body, you are completely powerless to resist. But you should still be grateful that your master saved you. Otherwise, you would end up just like those 4 slaves did." But what he said next completely infuriated me. "You, the commander's pet dog." At this moment, I recalled the fate I was subjected to by Hugo in my past life. In this life, no matter the cost, I will not repeat the same mistakes. And the killing intent that I emitted from my anger made Alan feel as if the Grim Reaper had descended. But he quickly reacted. "I am now a useless person." Then he swung his fist and struck me hard in the face. Then he scolded me to quickly follow the rope to find that he was already at his wit's end. After saying that, Alan angrily left the scene. A gentleman takes revenge. It's never too late. When my body recovers, that dog thief's punch that hit me, I will definitely return it. Double. Then I listened to Alan's words and successfully found the end of the rope. What surprised me was, the so-called master was actually the genius girl from the barbarian tribe, Aie. Seeing her still bathing in the river, I didn't know what to say. But just then, Aie suddenly shouted for me to lie down. She also pulled the rope and forced me down. Then an arrow appeared and hit the tree trunk in front of me. Hearing Aie scold that group of barbarian children, I realized I was being used as a target by them. It seems staying here will truly be a torment for a while. After scolding, Aie thanked me for saving her earlier, and she also stated that she saved me twice. Because among the barbarians, it is clearly stipulated that kindness must be returned double. But if it's hatred, it must be tenfold. Hearing this, I asked in confusion, "So this rope is proof that you saved me, right?" "That's right. If it weren't for her, you would have been swallowed whole by the octopus giant boar long ago." Then I asked again, "I am the enemy of the barbarians. Why am I being treated differently? Why not carry out the death penalty?" Aie smiled and said, "That's of course because your status in Baskerville seems to be quite high. So I want to see how much I can trade you for. It seems I am in big trouble. If the barbarians really negotiate with Baskerville about the conditions to redeem me, then my act of playing dead and the subsequent plan will all go down the drain." Just then, Aie suddenly showed a wicked smile. "But unfortunately, I don't want money right now. I just want you to be my slave. So, now, we'll teach you the first step of the slave training manual. That is, from now on, you must call me master whenever you see me." After saying that, she cut the rope that connected me with her sword. However, Aie believes that before taming me into a slave, she must take me to meet someone. This person is the chieftain who governs here. This is a matriarchal tribe. Women have become the main force supporting the race. They go out every day, looking for genetically strong prey, and capture them as slaves, for the purpose of breeding offspring. In contrast, the males from birth are the beggars of the race. They have to go out every day to beg women for food. Even sleeping can only be done on a hammock. AI, you told me. In the barbarian tribe, this is quite common. After all, which strong woman would refuse a genetically strong partner? However, there are exceptions to everything. Over the centuries, the strong ones that have emerged from the males are still very few. The leader's father is one of them. As we chatted, we arrived at the tent located in the center. What I didn't expect was, the moment AIE entered, he actually referred to the leader in front of him as mother. Seeing his daughter brought a slave, and it's a male. He joked, it seems that you finally brought the genetically strong boy you've been thinking about day and night. After hearing this, AIE immediately shouted to stop me from doing that. Mother, please don't joke around. I brought him to see you for a different important matter. It seems everything is going to get much more interesting. That is to say, the woman standing in front of me at this moment is exactly the Yi Hong I knew in my past life. She is also the warrior who left a scar on my father Hugo's nose and made Mog Adolf's mentality explode. So, to test the current strength of the barbarian tribe leader, I compared my past life situation with him. Facing him head-on, the odds of winning are 0. Attacking from behind, the odds of winning are also 0. If it were to escape, though there is a 20%, this probability is not the odds of winning, but the survival rate of being able to escape from him. At this moment, the barbarian tribe leader carefully examined me, seeming not to welcome my arrival. Then, in the next second, he showed a surprised expression. This face, I feel like I've seen it somewhere. However, he didn't say much more. After all, in his perception, most emperors look like this. After my identity was not exposed, I was finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. I almost thought that with his 2.5 years of intuition, he could determine that I am a close blood relative of Baskerville. Then, the barbarian tribe leader wrapped my body in bandages and expressed his doubts. My precious daughter, the slave you brought me, seems no different from the cripple in the tribe. Upon hearing this, AIE smiled and explained to her mother, don't be fooled by his appearance right now. He is a man who can go toe-to-toe with a giant pig. He just needs to receive proper treatment now. So from now on, we'll have him be my personal slave, hunting with me every day. And a mother naturally knows her daughter's little thoughts best. Then he reminded AIE that twice a night would be enough. The most important thing is that the slave's genes must be strong. But one still has to be careful about the other party's identity and background, to avoid getting hurt in the end. After meeting with the leader of the barbarian tribe, AIE decided to take me to do something big. But halfway through, I couldn't help but ask him again about what he said before. What exactly do you want me to stay here for? The rules of Baskerville are very strict. Even if you want to use me to exchange for ransom, they really wouldn't easily agree. AI, Yi immediately showed a face full of blush. He said that he was just joking at that time. What he actually wanted more was for me to be able to stay by his side. But beside this, he told me not to think too wildly like his mother. The topic was considered closed here. Then AI, Yi assigned me the first task of this slave, to build a tent to live in. From now on, that will be my residence in the barbarian tribe. After saying this, AIE couldn't help but chuckle, secretly thinking it was true. For his arrogant nature, plus being a member of the human empire, building a house like this for him would definitely be a pipe dream. At that time, he would surely be shamelessly begging me to give him some pointers. I will use these methods more often to make him evaluate the gap that exists between a master and a slave. As 2.5 minutes passed, AIE returned from his outing with a puzzled expression, because I actually took advantage of this time to have already set up a simple tent. It even looks quite reliable. It seems AI's original plan has completely fallen through. It's a shame he went through so much trouble to gather a bunch of usable tools. Looking at the erected tent, I couldn't help but think of the memories of fighting in my past life. That was during the era of destruction. Most of the Baskerville swordsmen only know how to wield their swords to kill enemies, thus creating an inability to survive outdoors for long. The fatal factor. To solve such problems, Baskerville began to take it seriously. Before every child reaches adulthood, they must undergo tests in extreme environments. So setting up a tent is a small matter for me. At this moment, AIE was seriously examining my various data. Whether it was the sewer or the stability of the tent, everything was perfect. So he asked how I did it. And because AIE saved my life, I shared everything with him without reservation. First, what we need to do is to find lime, soil, and gravel to mix for bricks. Then use animal fat to fire harden them. At the same time, I also told him that while he was talking to the clan leader, I discovered that the barbarian tribe's tents had major issues. If it rained heavily, they would definitely be unstable. So, after days and nights of brickmaking, AIE and I decided to first use them to repair the clan leader's tent. And with my 2.5 years of bricklaying practice, the instability of the tent in bad weather was finally resolved. Seeing this, the clan leader of the barbarian tribe looked incredulous. It seems that the imperial humans still have things they can learn from. Now, even in bad weather, the tribe no longer has to worry about leaking roofs. So my next task was to work with AIE to solve the tribe's tent problem. A few days later, I officially stepped into the miserable life of a slave, having to do laundry, cook, and other miscellaneous tasks every day. AIE could no longer endure it, and asked me if I really wanted to continue like this. Hadn't I thought about becoming a formal member of the barbarian tribe? I responded lightly. Doing odd jobs isn't such a bad thing. That's true. Compared to scheming and plotting, Baskerville is better off. Hearing my answer, AIE knew I must have received professional training. But on the way back, AIE was still insisting on persuading me to integrate into their barbarian group. He would also teach me how to survive and adapt to the environment here. But I wasn't interested in any of that until he mentioned the rope that could free my neck. From now on, I turned back to ask if it was true. Then I asked what I needed to do, and going out to hunt was AIE's answer for me. Because during this time, the barbarian tribe hadn't caught any larger prey for a long time, resulting in the children of the tribe not getting enough nutritional supplements. In other words, as long as you can change the current situation, then naturally, integrating into the barbarian tribe wouldn't be difficult. Moreover, with your skills, being a sparring partner here would definitely be at a top level. So you can trust me, I'm not wrong. In the future, you will definitely appreciate me as the commander of the hunting department. With no other choice, I had to agree for now. After all, you can stand wearing a collar around their neck every day, like a dog. But just as we were preparing to pack our gear to go hunting, a figure suddenly appeared behind us, eavesdropping. This person was Alan, who wanted to put me to death. Disgusting bastard. I will make you pay the price you deserve. Thinking of surviving here is absolutely impossible. In this tribe, to survive, you must wear a dog collar. But they don't want to be like beasts, locked in an iron cage, but rather to stay alive during hunting. Because the part usually attacked by wild beasts is the neck. So if the barbarians want to avoid mistakes and lose their lives, they all wear specially made dog collars. At this moment, I was preparing to head to the hunting location. No, but AI, you told me there was one more thing I had to do, which was to participate in the shaman tribe's prayer ceremony. Legend has it that after killing prey, the Grim Reaper will descend. So to avoid being mistakenly harmed by the Grim Reaper, you must cover your face with charcoal. So the hunters, before going out to hunt, would receive the blessing of charcoal under the guidance of the shaman Ashuman. Although this is a custom of the barbarian tribe, many people do not accept it, feeling extremely annoyed. It seems that nowadays, shamans everywhere are the same. Their status in the tribe does not play a significant role at all. However, as the chief's daughter, Aie still takes the charcoal blessing seriously. Seeing her makeup so extravagant, I was about to hypocritically compliment her. But Aie got angry and smeared the charcoal ash, telling me to shut up. I can't get along with the shaman at all. I really dislike their practices. But soon, Aie's attitude took a complete 180. She even pulled out a strange collar and made me put it around my neck. I felt extremely confused about this. What the heck is this? Why do we need to replace a good rope with a dog collar? Upon hearing this, Aie explained that this thing is very useful. We usually wear it to prevent prey from attacking our necks. After hearing this, I didn't press further. After all, I am in a barbarian tribe now, and it's necessary to follow the customs or habits here. It's still important. Once everything was ready, Aie and I got on the white wolf and prepared to set off. At the same time, he reminded me to hold onto his waist. But because I have a fiancé in the empire, I didn't listen to him. But this also led to me losing my balance. When the white wolf suddenly accelerated, I fell heavily into the mud pit. This made my already broken body even worse. Seeing this, Aie couldn't help but laugh like a pig. I even reminded you that you should hold onto my waist. The white wolf's starting speed is comparable to that of GTA. Just then, Alan suddenly appeared behind us. Aie immediately got off the wolf and asked him what his intentions were. But I didn't even need to think. I just knew he was coming for me. Commander Aie, it seems you and your crippled slave are having a good time. But I must say this up front. This time, we'll definitely catch a bigger prey than you, and use my grandfather's name as a guarantee to replace you as commander. In the 2 sentences before and after, Aie didn't want to pay any attention. But regarding the guarantee issue, he still raised a question. Your grandfather only understands the shaman's teachings. The status of the barbarians is simply not worth mentioning. During their conversation, I was finally able to stand up after resting for a moment. Little did I know that this action of mine, Alan swung his foot and delivered a heavy blow to my face. Useless bastard. The master is talking. Do you have the right to stand up? At the same time, he also questioned Aie. You put a special dog collar on this crippled slave. Do you want him to fight alongside you during the hunt? Are you kidding? He is purely a burden. Upon hearing this, Aie not only did not get angry, but instead smiled. He said, "It's fine as long as I am willing. Moreover, your insight is simply garbage. You didn't even realize that something was stolen from your belt. You still don't know." As Alan lowered his head, he instantly showed a shocked expression. Where did my bow and arrows go? I spat out a mouthful of old blood, mocking that he couldn't even protect his weapon. You are not worthy of having a weapon at all, let alone wanting to protect your loved one. Upon hearing this, Alan's face gradually became awkward. Then he clenched his fists and charged at me. But just as the attack was about to hit, Aie down to stop his unreasonable behavior. Damn you. Don't you see whose slave this is? What right do you have to teach him a lesson? Alan immediately retorted. He is just a slave. But he was humiliated and angry. The barbarian warrior must be punished. Commander Aie, you went to great lengths to help him. Do you actually like this crippled slave? Seeing things develop to this extent, Aie had no choice but to cooperate with Alan. Fine, fine. Slave is just a slave. If he did something wrong, he should indeed be punished. But I still want to make it clear to you. He is my slave. You have no right to touch a single hair on him. After Ai finished speaking, he raised his fist and gave me a hard punch. The blood that spurted from my mouth also stained the grass by the roadside. As for Alan, who witnessed this scene, he did not disappoint expectations. He was shocked by Ai's actions for a full 2.5 years. After the punishment ended, Ai angrily said, "So are you happy now? But I know why you hate him so much. It's simply because the girl you caught earlier was rescued. At the same time, I want to make it clear in advance. If I find out next time you dare to punish my slave on your own, the consequences will definitely be unbearable. If you understand, get the hell out of here right now." But why am I so unlucky? Getting kicked for no reason is one thing. Now, I've also been rewarded with a big fight. As we continued on, the white wolf, Ai reflected on his earlier actions, apologized, and asked if my face still hurt. Seeing that I was slow to respond, he anxiously explained that Alan is a petty and stubborn person who holds grudges, so hitting you was definitely necessary. But regarding Ai's continuous words, I still did not respond. Just then, Ai suddenly did a big backflip. "Did that punch hurt your mouth? Is your injury life-threatening?" In desperation, I could only respond that what you said is simply too hurtful, and I had experienced this many times before. As soon as the words fell, Ai leaned closer to me and used her tongue to lick my injured spot. After finishing, she shyly said to me, "If you have any requests next, I will do my best to help you." Hearing this, I was extremely surprised. Really? My current status is that of a slave. Seeing this, Ai guaranteed it with his reputation. A warrior of the barbarian tribe would never go back on their word. So I lowered my head and fell into deep thought. This couldn't help but make Ai think wildly. She wondered if we really were going to make babies. But when I stated my request, Ai's heart instantly felt cold. It would be best if every request could be fulfilled, of course. However, everything has its order. You should first teach me how to shoot. Ai awkwardly smiled. Then starting tomorrow, we will begin some special training. This is a forest tribe that goes against the laws of survival. Their mate selection method often does not choose the so-called winners, but rather the losers that appear during the courtship process. The only two conditions that need to be met are that the tadpole's genes must be strong, and that injuries cause temporary weakness in the body. However, this also made me understand one thing. Why Ai would not treat me as a slave, even if he teaches me the unique swordsmanship of the barbarian tribe. He promised to teach me everything without reservation. From this, it is really not hard to see. Ai is likely entangled with my body and genes. Moreover, he is originally the illegitimate daughter of the barbarian tribe leader. One side's genes are already excessively strong. If his plan succeeds, and we have offspring, then the genes would surely be enough to dominate this world. Therefore, I must protect my body. Well, however, his way of teaching shooting is indeed not well-intentioned. While mocking me for having no talent in this area, he also used his inappropriate hands to wrap around my waist, carefully guiding me. He purely wants to pull me towards the wedding night. Although Ai tried hard to explain that this is the best way, due to my injured waist not having healed yet, he also deliberately twisted and fixed my body for a long time. Let me be fully convinced of this. Fortunately, at this moment, White Wolf Brook suddenly emerged from the bushes, causing Ai to stop tormenting my waist. As a result, I hadn't rested for even 2.5 minutes. When Ai urged me to get up quickly, Brook had already located the target's position. At this moment, I couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. If I have to face a large prey again this time, I'm afraid my survival would truly be in jeopardy. Then, following Brook's guidance, we found a place filled with sharp rocks and very ordinary mountain stream water. But Ai said seriously. Don't be deceived by its appearance. This stream is a place where the ocean converges. The prey we want will come here to feed and occupy this area. And the food is the salmon that dreams of crossing the mountains. My grandmother once told me a legend. Salmon always believe that as long as they successfully swim up the waterfall, they will evolve into powerful and fierce beasts. However, most salmon fall midway due to exhaustion, causing them to drop from the waterfall. Although some lucky ones can try again, if pierced by sharp rocks, they will also face nature's punishment, becoming a meal in the belly of a forest horned bear. Upon seeing it for the first time, I was filled with doubts, because from what I had learned, horned bears do not look like this. Hearing this, Ai explained that this is not a common horned bear. It has gone through countless life and death battles, a pure blood type. From its numerous permanent scars, it's not hard to see. So I asked again, then our prey today, is it? Isn't that right? But unexpectedly, Ai actually gave a negative answer. I didn't have Brooke look for a female horned bear for me, because their level of brutality can be dozens of times higher than that of males. So our target today is the male horned bear coming to court the female horned bear. And in the moment their eyes confront each other, that female horned bear actually started throwing punches. Soon, 2.5 minutes passed. Those more than a dozen male horned bears were beaten into a retreat. The scene truly shattered my worldview. It completely doesn't follow the usual rules. In my understanding, the animal kingdom should have males engage in one-on-one battles until a winner is selected to gain the favor of the females. Ai mocked. This is a flawed logic, because the animals here almost all go against the laws of survival. The powerful females often choose the weakest mates. Hearing this, I was extremely surprised. It really is just as Ai said. On the female side, they really do seek out males they can dominate. Then Ai explained the reason behind it. Because powerful males, during mating, once overly excited, they may end up killing the females themselves. Even their barbaric tribe is no exception. Then Ai continued to ask, do you know which males are the most popular in the tribe? It must be those with strong DNA. If they are weakened due to injuries, that would be even better. Hearing this, I was very puzzled. This indicates that what the barbaric tribe wants is simply genes. As for the males, appearance and other aspects do not matter. At this moment, I was even more determined to quickly recover my body. Otherwise, I would definitely not escape this damn fate. As for what we should do next, we just need to wait. Because during the mating process, the female horned bear will exhaust all the strength of the male horned bear. And as the indescribable sounds echoed through the mountains, I knew that the battle had officially begun. However, to ensure that the female horned bear can successfully conceive, for the next 2.5 days, I will follow Ai's instructions, personally bringing them food. And at our makeshift campsite, Ai patiently explained to me the principles involved. I saw him holding a pink fruit. As long as the male eats one, it can increase their combat power by 10 times. But it is also a harmful type of fruit. So this is why females often choose the weakest ones. Because once the males know, they will stop at nothing to eat the females. However, just as I picked up the food cooked by Ai, and at the moment I drank it, Ai asked me how many times I could do it in one night, and even mocked the males of the empire. It seems to end in just a few seconds. This is also something he heard from his grandmother. At this moment, I am speechless. Who the hell wants to mate with you? Once I can tolerate it until I recover, I will definitely turn the tables. Meanwhile, Ai's pupils suddenly constricted. He quickly grabbed his bow and arrow. So I hurriedly got up and started to act. Because at this moment, the female horned bear let out an angry roar. This means she is already pregnant. Next, she will drive away the male horned bear, who has exhausted all his strength. Seeing the male side really run out of the cave in despair, Auntie explained the situation to me. Because after mating is completed, the male horned bear is no different from other animals invading the territory. So the female horned bear often warns that he should not come back. But this is irrelevant to us. What we need to do now is to closely follow the horned bear that just mated. After 2.5 days of continuous fighting, he must want to find a hidden place. The moment he falls into a deep sleep will be the best time for us to act. The scene shifts. Ai and I arrived in a place of ice and snow. The cold wind here is biting. Not a blade of grass grows. Compared to the forest, this is definitely a better place to hide. It seems the horned bear's intelligence is quite good. But in such low temperatures, my body quickly began to feel uncomfortable. At this time, Ai also noticed something was wrong. He hurriedly asked if I was feeling cold. If so, I'd get a little closer to him. Otherwise, if my body temperature drops, it could lead to stiffness, which would affect our hunting action. Hearing this, I pondered for a moment, deciding to trust that Ai had no other bad intentions. I decisively chose to wrap my arms around his waist to save my life. In an instant, Ai's cheek suddenly flushed, just as he was about to go further. Brooks' reaction. But it pulled his mind back to reality. Originally, they had followed the horned bear's footprints here. However, at this moment, there was a break. That is to say, before Ai could finish speaking, in a gap beside him, a pair of crimson eyes were staring at him intently, and the exhausted horned bear, realizing its location was exposed, also decided to take countermeasures. Suddenly charging forward was the powerful claw of the horned bear. This is a barbaric tribe with a matriarchal society. The women here have become the main force supporting the race. They go out every day, looking for genetically strong prey, and capture them as slaves for breeding. In contrast, the males, born as the lowest tier of the race, not only do they have to go out every day to beg for food, but even when sleeping, they can only sleep on the streets. So, Alan, in order to change the situation, on this hunting trip, he decided to let the entire tribe know that, as a male, he too can hunt large prey. And with Alan's efforts, he successfully brought back a spiked wild boar that was 3 meters tall to the tribe. The tribe members praised him continuously upon seeing it. Moreover, Alan acted alone, which made the tribe unanimously believe that in the next election for the hunting group leader, absolutely no one else but him. Alan was extremely excited upon hearing this. Everything he did was to replace Annie. At this moment, he was also lost in the praise of the tribe, gradually losing himself, and mocking Aya for bringing a disabled slave. I'm afraid that when he returns, he won't even catch a decent rabbit. But the reality is not as Alan said. Aya had long set his hunting target on the horned bear to allow me to achieve great merit and join their barbaric tribe. Aya spent a total of 2.5 days thoroughly studying the habits of the horned bear and all its fatal weaknesses. At this moment, we followed the trail of the horned bear and arrived at a place of ice and snow. For the male horned bear that had just been drained by the female, this is definitely the best hiding place. Just when we thought everything would go according to the original plan, an unexpected event quietly struck. Next to Aya, a pair of crimson eyes suddenly appeared. The male horned bear, upon realizing its whereabouts were exposed, decided to take the initiative to attack. It swung its giant claws and charged forward, wanting to eliminate the enemy. Aya, sensing the crisis, although he reacted in time, but due to the instinct of fear, he was left at a loss, frozen in place. Fortunately, I timely wrapped my arms around Aya's waist, forcibly tilting him backward, which avoided a tragic injury. However, the center of gravity was severely disrupted, causing us to fall heavily to the ground. Brook saw his master being bullied, and also opened his bloody mouth to attack the horned bear, even though Brook successfully bit the horned bear's arm. In the face of the absolute difference in levels, its biting attack had no effect at all. Seeing this, I reminded Aya to avoid facing the horned bear head-on. At that time, we should encircle from the sides. Cooperate to attack the weakest point of the horned bear. As soon as I finished speaking, Aya ordered me to find a place to hide behind. He would protect my life and safety. However, this was actually Aya wanting to demonstrate his authority as the master. Thinking about the punishment for disobeying orders, I found a large rock. That was enough to conceal my figure. But I still felt puzzled. Logically, a slave should be at the front lines, not hiding away. I really couldn't understand the bizarre rules of the barbarian tribe. Meanwhile, Aya rode Brook, jumping back and forth in the rugged mountains. They planned to launch an aerial attack, rendering the bulky horned bear powerless to resist. After being hit by multiple arrows, the horned bear hurriedly hid behind the rocks, trying to avoid the shots, but he completely underestimated the opponent's strength. In the face of Ai's magically enhanced swordsmanship, obstacles were completely ineffective for evasion. Merely a decoration, even a city wall, would be pierced and collapse in place after he exerted his full strength. However, what surprised me this time was, the arrows shot by Aya did not pierce the rock, but instead used the impact with the rock to create shockwaves, attacking the horned bear hiding behind, even accurately hitting its weakest defensive point, the abdomen. Such superb swordsmanship left me in awe, turning shooting into an art form and flawlessly grasping the prey's weakness. Only the descendants of the Nightpot could achieve this. If we only look at talent, Ai's strength in the future could very well surpass the future Magic Queen Cam. At this moment, the horned bear, after being hit with a fatal blow, was continuously bleeding from its mouth. Probably knowing its time was short, it decided not to continue fleeing, but instead turned around, charging fiercely at the enemy, attacking it. Seeing this, Aya showed no signs of panic, still continuously pulling back, continuously shooting at the prey's head. Seeing that the horned bear was in a precarious state, Aya once again infused magic into the arrows, preparing to deliver a full-powered finishing move, to send the horned bear before him away. As the magic-infused arrow was shot out, the surrounding air was affected by the shockwave, even causing a slight tremor. This move could be said to pierce through 2.5 cities without exaggeration. Originally thought, the horned bear would completely fall after the brutal charge, but unexpectedly, at the critical moment, it actually emitted a fierce light from its eyes, cleverly dodging the attack using its own intelligence. Although its right foot could not escape unscathed, it successfully knocked away the enemy that posed a threat to it, and the attacked Aya rolled out over 100 meters. At this moment, he finally understood why that female horned bear would choose this male horned bear, because among the entire horned bear population, he was more than 10 times smarter than the other males. However, Aya also overlooked what his mother had warned him before. When a ferocious beast is on the brink of death, they will unleash an unprecedented wildness and attacking power until they kill the enemy threatening their life. Aya looked at the horned bear that had appeared before him. His instinctive fear once again paralyzed him in place. He knew his life was about to end here. But just as the horned bear opened its mouth wide, I could no longer watch. You should have already shown your might, right? Now, it's my turn. I saw my eyes emit a fierce light. Then, I summoned the sword of gluttony that was parasitic on my right hand, directly striking into the mouth of the charging horned bear. In an instant, a powerful flame suddenly erupted. The little bear was completely defeated after being hit. However, just as I was about to mock Aya for being overconfident, forcibly leaning on my injured body. I used the power of the demon. But suddenly my heart stopped, and I fell to the ground. I just ate the long intestines of the bull bear's body. The next day, all the women who fell lined up in front of the elder's tent, dressing up to prepare for me to marry them. But I, who was kept in the dark, still didn't know the seriousness of the situation. Because the biggest contributor to this hunting operation, from now on, must marry any woman from the tribe. Just then, the people in line showed panic on their faces. Because Aya had returned after hunting, I saw him angrily scolding this group of ignorant guys. Damn, I worked hard yesterday to distribute food to you all. And today, you boldly come to take away what belongs to me. After hearing Aya's words, the crowd also began to show discontent. Clearly, the elders haven't made a decision yet. How can you say that slave belongs only to you? Aya felt that. If you think the men of the empire are good, then go out and use your own strength to catch them with a rope. But those people still thought, I really don't seem to have anything to do with the empire, but rather I am the strongest human granted by heaven to them. Seeing that they were still not giving up, Aya immediately got angry and prepared to kill. If you think there are no decent men in the empire, then how about I send you to hell to find them? With that harsh remark, the unmarried women of the tribe were immediately scared and fled in panic. At this moment, Aya was extremely troubled, saying that before my body had recovered, those guys had already started to scramble madly. If I had known it would be like this, I shouldn't have publicly shown the bull bear's lifeline yesterday and let them eat it. Then I began to look around for my slave, but Aya didn't notice at all. I was standing right behind him, and after hearing all his words, I was completely speechless. In other words, what I ate yesterday was that disgusting thing. No wonder Aya's face was not only as red as a monkey's butt, also kept repeating that you can replenish what you eat. Even several women from the tribe deliberately came to shout loudly, Captain Aya, I advise you not to have improper thoughts about slaves. Even though Aya vehemently denied it, it seems they all knew what that long cow bear's innards really were. In helplessness, I could only accept the fact that I was being tricked. But what intrigues me is, the barbarian tribe's bizarre traditions are quite numerous. First is the matriarchy and the subjugation of men. Then, before going out to hunt, everyone must apply soot on their faces and wear dog collars around their necks. As a result, now, as long as the meat is divided a little less, one can still enhance their reputation in the barbarian tribe. Although Aya had told me, if I wanted to succeed as an imperial person and join the big family of the barbarians, that higher reputation is naturally one of the most important factors, even though hunting the cow bear has already accumulated quite a bit of reputation to prevent any unexpected situations. So, the step of eating less meat must still be done properly. But fortunately, after eating the strong cow bear meat, my physical injuries have also recovered a lot. I estimate that in another 2.5 days, I will be able to move freely. Moreover, there is something even better here with me. The reward is that after defeating the cow bear, I successfully plundered its A-level skill, Thousand Roots Hill. As long as I hold my breath, I can temporarily boost my weight to a terrifying 600 kilograms. For someone like me, who can hold their breath in the river of Hades for up to 30 minutes, this skill is simply like having a cheat. When night falls, I arrived in front of a giant linden tree. I saw that around the tree, there were traces of being corroded by venom. It seems that what Aya said was indeed correct. The 8-clawed giant pig will really be summoned to eat. At that time, he took the prey captured by all the tribe members and removed the most tender parts. He placed everything on this linden tree. At first, I was quite confused, so I asked, is this how the barbarian tribe stores food? Upon hearing this, Aya focused intently on the distant sky. He told me, All this food is a sacrifice to the eight-clawed giant pig. If this is not done, then the barbarian tribe will not be allowed to live on this land of crimson. It was then that I realized, when encountering the palm-sized giant pig, Aya and the others clearly showed a more fearful expression. It seems my reckless behavior almost destroyed the entire barbarian tribe. The time came to the next morning. Aya hurriedly found me, because in 2.5 minutes, there will be a ceremony to claim credit. At that time, I will become the most honored hunter of the tribe, and I will also be able to make requests to the tribe leader, which will be fulfilled. As for what I should do next, Aya has already planned everything for me. Soon, we arrived at the tribe's conference hall to hold the event. Festive red cloth was hung up here, and under the leadership of the tribe leader, and in front of the observation of the elders and tribe members, I put on the outfit of the most honored hunter in the tribe. However, what surprised me the most was the usually cold and ruthless Aquila actually made me feel a tenderness I had never experienced before. At this moment, Aquila smiled and said, "In light of the reward for your hunting yesterday, I will exempt you from your status as a lowly slave in the tribe. From now on, you will officially become a member of our big family." As soon as the words fell, the shaman elder Ashuman coughed. It seemed that he did not approve of the tribe leader's exemption decision for the enemy of the empire. And before the ceremony was held, Aya had actually already told me, Ashuman is Alan's grandfather, so his discontent is naturally the greatest. Meanwhile, Aquila slowly stood up, then asked me what kind of wish I wanted to fulfill. If I wanted to marry and have children with any woman in the tribe, he could arrange it for me. If I wanted one or more slaves. Upon hearing this, I pretended to close my eyes and began to think about the question. This part was actually also a step in I's plan. After 2.5 minutes, I showed a determined expression. The tribe leader is willing. I want to soak my body in the fountain of heroes. But as soon as I finished speaking, both the tribesmen and the council were stunned in place for a full 2.5 years. As for Aquila, he had a serious expression as he chose the fountain of heroes. Do you know what that means? I merely eat the long intestines of the horned bear. The next day, all the women who had fallen in line formed a queue in front of the council's tent, all dressed up, ready for me to choose at will. But for someone like me, who was unfamiliar with customs, I still didn't understand the seriousness of the situation. Because the greatest contributor to this hunting operation, besides being able to make a wish to the leader of the barbarian tribe, could also choose a woman from the tribe to marry, and they also took advantage of the fact that most men are lecherous, firmly believing that I would definitely choose to have children with them. Little did they know, my tolerance for women had already been honed to perfection in my past life. So I decisively made a request to the tribe leader, which was to allow me to enter the tribe's fountain of heroes. Aquila showed a sharp expression, questioning whether I knew what the fountain of heroes meant. Just as I was about to answer, the shaman elder sitting next to me, Ashuman, angrily scolded. "Nonsense! Who do you think you are, outsider, to be so arrogant? You should know that only those who can enter the fountain of heroes in the tribe must at least have proud achievements to be qualified." After hearing Ashuman's words, Alan, sitting diagonally, also echoed, Yeah. To enter the fountain of heroes, you must prove your strength. Not just anyone can casually say they want to go in. But Aya seemed unwilling. Because in this hunting operation, not only did I catch prey, which was the extremely powerful horned bear, but it also allowed the entire tribe to feast for 2.5 months. Immediately after, Aquila asked again about the fountain of heroes. "How much do you really know?" And I firmly replied, "Its greatest function is healing. As long as you soak in it for 2.5 minutes, Any internal or external injury can be instantly healed. However, the spring water inside needs to be fully gathered, which takes a very long time. So its value of use is definitely very high. If you want to get in, you must be one of the strongest in the barbarian tribe. After carefully considering my explanation, Aquila couldn't help but admire me a bit more. He then fell into deep thought. Seeing this scene, the other elders of the tribe also expressed their opinions. Some believed that the lowly outsiders should not be allowed to use the hero's fist. Others felt that my talent was extraordinary and that I could be cultivated in the future, definitely becoming a powerful warrior. Seeing this, Ashuman also took the opportunity to mock, asking when our precious hero's fist had turned into a small spring that could accommodate countless people. In contrast, Aquila felt it was quite a pity. Regarding this request, he could fulfill it, but the opposition from most people, as well as the shaman elder's strong obstruction, made it difficult for him to respond at that moment. Just then, the sound of the announcement bell suddenly rang out from outside. So I asked in confusion, could it be that the sentry post discovered invading enemies? Aya explained. This time, it is not enemies, but guests. It seems that the visitors this time are of great significance to the barbarian tribe. Aquila quickly instructed the people here to go out and welcome them. As for the Fountain of Heroes, he told me to discuss it thoroughly after the matter was settled. This is naturally a good omen for me. But Ashuman saw that his various arguments could not convince the tribe leader, and his eyes instantly filled with a sense of hatred. When Aya and I arrived at the sound, many people from the tribes had already gathered here. The whole scene was surprisingly shocking to me. After 2.5 years, I saw countless merchants bringing goods, arriving at the barbarian tribe. Then Aya told me that these people had come to exchange goods, and in return, they would receive rare goods that can only be bought from the empire. I feel extremely puzzled about this, because the flag on the visitor's carriage belongs to a capitalist from one of the 7 great families. But to get here, you have to pass through the guards of Mog and Baskerville territory. Naturally, such behavior from merchants would not be allowed at all. So they can only come in another way. That is, to smuggle. As the merchants displayed various imperial goods, the tribespeople offered all kinds of leather and fur as exchange items. However, the best-selling item is still the glass beads known as Dreamy Sleep. However, I immediately concluded that this group of merchants was committing fraud. They wanted to exploit the information gap of the barbarian tribe to exchange items of extremely low value for items of extremely high value. Just then, he suddenly scolded the trading merchant, the reason being he used a diamond to exchange for a single ear of corn. But I thought he had seen the unfairness of the trade. Unexpectedly, what he said next left me speechless. 1 ear is not enough. At least 2 ears would be necessary. And upon seeing Ai's actions, the other tribespeople also responded. In the end, they also received double the exchange items. Seeing this, I immediately turned to leave, fearing that I would be recognized. Meanwhile, a little girl approached the merchant, indicating that she wanted to exchange for a glass bead. But when the merchant saw the item the little girl brought, a look of disgust immediately appeared on his face. He then snatched the bug from her hand and turned to leave, leaving the little girl kneeling alone on the spot to observe the bug's injuries. Originally, this was the business of the barbarian tribe. I really didn't want to get involved and cause trouble until the merchant said something. He wanted to take that little girl and sell her as a slave. I then decided to expose this scam that had been going on for who knows how long. I first told him not to rush to leave. Then I firmly said to him, "This is an unfair trade." He seemed to notice something unusual. He didn't understand why I suddenly wanted to color my body. Seeing a barbarian who understood the language of the empire, the merchant also pretended to be a good person and greeted me. But I still told him not to change the subject, because this is an unfair trade that involves fraud. Unexpectedly, the other party insisted that I stop messing around. He believed he had already done everything he could. And this is a transaction permitted by the elder shaman on behalf of the forest god. Allowed transaction. So I seized the opportunity, pointing at the vegetables in front of me, and said, "The corn you brought is worth at most 100 gold coins each, but the diamonds you exchanged for are worth at least 2 million gold coins each. Is this what you call being fair and just?" After hearing what I said, the merchant was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. As for what comes next, I will expose how they have tarnished the sacred word. I then took out a glass bead called dreamy sleep. This kind of thing is the main source of income for the empire's underground organizations. Once inhaled, it becomes an illegal drug that causes hallucinations. Even excessive use can turn strong and healthy people into lifeless, useless beings. After saying that, I suddenly crushed it into bits. Seeing that there was someone knowledgeable among the barbarians, the merchant immediately signaled with his eyes to flee. And since he understood some imperial language, he seemed to hear that the glass bead could harm health, and raised a question. I gave an affirmative answer. In an instant, he felt extremely angry. He then immediately drew his weapon and shot an arrow at the merchant, who was still pretending. At this point, everyone present knew the dangers of the glass bead. They decided to confront people for an explanation. Seeing the situation was not good, they abandoned the goods they brought and rode away from here. For this, I asked Ai why he didn't chase after them. But the experienced him told me, the other party is a merchant. Once they suffer a loss, they won't easily let it go. Next, they will definitely find help to return for revenge. Meanwhile, the merchants arrived at a camp where a group of armed thugs had gathered. It seems that a fierce battle is destined to happen tonight. When night fell, Ai's Silver came to report the situation. He decided to take the initiative to completely slaughter that group of cunning merchants. This hot spring can only condense a drop every 3 years. It is revered by the barbarians as the Spring of Heroes. Only the strong, who are respected by the entire tribe, are qualified to possess it. Because as long as one soaks in the spring water, any terminal cancer can be instantly cured. Getting an 8-pack abs and a defined waistline is just a matter of soaking for 2.5 days. If one can absorb all the magic within, one could even have a body impervious to blades and bullets. So, when I, an outsider, expressed my desire to soak in it, many talents from various tribes would strongly oppose. However, the actions I take next will make the entire tribe completely regard me as the most powerful warrior. At this moment, Ai and I stood on the highest cliff of the Crimson Land. When I saw that group of merchants had found help, the Dark Knight decided to take the initiative to launch an extermination operation. At the same time, the merchants had also devised a strategy to prepare for a secret infiltration into the weakest area of the barbarian guards to launch a fire attack. But on the way, the one-eyed leader of the mercenaries mocked his employer. He had long thought the barbarians were despicable and shameless, and that cooperating with those savages was simply unrealistic. It would be better to exterminate their entire clan, or sell them as slaves for money. The merchants endured the verbal humiliation from the other side, but still kindly reminded the mercenaries. In his understanding, the barbarian tribe is one of the strongest groups. Relying solely on their few dozen people, winning is not an easy task. However, the one-eyed dragon still looked disdainful. Since the day he was born, there has been no task he couldn't complete. He even claimed that he is undefeated in the entire mercenary industry. He is already a standout. So, the one-eyed dragon forcibly set a commission for this task. making 50% of the total revenue from this deal. But at this point, the merchants didn't care whether they could make a lot of money. They just hoped that, as the mercenaries said, they could wipe out the entire barbarian tribe. Just then, two people had a bit of a conflict over lighting a cigarette. It turned out that one of the mercenaries was a newly joined intern. He didn't know that lighting a fire continuously on the battlefield is a taboo. Ignoring the advice, he directly snatched the match. He lit a cigarette. He thought it was just a superstition as rumored. As a result, he hadn't been arrogant for even 2.5 minutes when an arrow pierced through his forehead. This also led to the deaths of his fellow teammates. Seeing this, the merchants immediately shouted for defense. The alert was likely due to the barbarian tribe's preemptive strike. Not far away, the appearance of the mugwort also confirmed that the merchants' suspicions were not wrong. But at this point, it was already too late. Tonight, Mugwort will never let anyone who dares to harm the tribe escape from this forest. As for me standing aside, I was shocked by the strength of the barbarian tribe. I never expected that every archer of the barbarian tribe could actually shoot at their desired target by relying on a tiny bit of light from afar. At the same time, a group of people carrying barrels appeared behind me. This was exactly the key step I needed to achieve merit. To win the admiration of the entire tribe, I immediately ordered them to tie the barrels with ropes and then shoot arrows at the enemy's location. As the barrels were secured between the tree trunks, a net was immediately formed above the enemies. Seeing this, the mercenaries were instantly stunned. They didn't know what kind of trick the barbarians were playing. Then, in the next second, the barrels above exploded after being hit by the flaming arrows. Suddenly, an explosion occurred, and the chain reaction from the explosion instantly plunged that group of mercenaries and merchants into a sea of fire. Some people were even directly consumed by the flames. Then I took the opportunity to infiltrate the enemy camp and found the merchant who had been shot by Mugwort earlier. At this moment, my eyes were filled with fierce light. From my own standpoint, I would absolutely not let go of any outlaw. At this time, the merchant realized his life was in danger, and he also forced himself to shout recklessly despite his inner fear. He even took out the so-called Baskerville governor's inspection permit. If you dare to kill me, you will definitely not escape the punishment of imperial law. Hearing this, I no longer pretended. I remembered that I had never given anyone a permit. At this moment, the merchant finally recalled that the person in front of him was indeed the governor he had mentioned. Unexpectedly, before he could kneel and beg for mercy, his forehead and heart were pierced by my arrows. Those who dare to forge Baskerville legal documents will definitely kill without mercy. Suddenly, AI, you found me riding Brook. There's no time to lose. They must escape quickly. Otherwise, it will definitely be a mutual destruction later. On the other side, the defending mercenaries also sensed something was wrong. What should have been a rain of swords was unexpectedly decreasing. Some thought it was because the barbarians were not good at close combat and were probably fleeing. Upon hearing this, they immediately gained confidence and wanted to directly launch a counterattack towards the barbarian stronghold, blowing the horn of counterattack. Little did they know, at that moment behind them, the giant 8-legged spider had been summoned by the explosion that just occurred. In just a moment of landing, it instantly killed that group of people. Seeing this scene, AI, ye couldn't help but praise me. He didn't expect that I would actually think to borrow the power of the giant 8-legged spider, confident that after this task is completed, I would definitely become the strongest and the wisest warrior of the barbarians. But when I saw the giant 8-legged spider again, I fell into deep thought, wondering what kind of power would be enough to defeat them. The scene shifted. Aquila once again held a ceremony to commend me. He also agreed to let me enjoy the Spring of Heroes, and no one present had any objections. Only the shaman Ashuman remained. At that moment, his lips were turning purple with anger. But the minority must obey the majority. He could no longer interfere. Then Aquila ordered Ai to take me to the location of the Spring of Heroes, to recover from my injuries. And before we left, Ai couldn't help but mock Ashuman. It turned out he had once uttered a curse. He seriously told the whole tribe that if they couldn't buy the glass beads called Dreamy Sleep from the merchants, they would all be subjected to the death curse of the forest god. Naturally, some believed and some did not. But from now on, Ashuman's words would probably no longer hold any credibility. Hearing this, I couldn't help but glance over. It seems the so-called shaman is just a junkie. This transaction between the barbarians and the merchants is just a capital scam. As night fell, I finally immersed my battered body in the legendary Spring of Heroes, although it was far away. But fortunately, its effects were indeed as Ai said. However, the Spring of Heroes is essentially the so-called river of the underworld water. There is no age limit for Baskerville here. But what I find extremely unpleasant is, Ai actually soaked with me. So I questioned, don't you know that if two people soak together, the effect will be halved? Upon hearing this, Ai angrily told me not to be so petty, since I have officially joined this big family of the barbarians. I should be selflessly dedicated. Moreover, Ai thinks I should properly thank the person who discovered this hot spring. Although looking at him now, he is already quite old. But you must know, he is the strongest warrior in the tribe, who can hold his own against the palm-sized giant boar. After hearing this, I teased, if this story is true, I will definitely respect that strongest warrior. Ai instantly became angry, believe it or not. Anyway, I believe it. But just after soaking for 2.5 hours, Ai suddenly turned red. He suddenly remembered what his mother had said. If his slave could recover from injuries by the Spring of Heroes, then being a husband in the future wouldn't be bad. Yeah, you belong to me alone. So the plot has reached this point. Do you want me to be with Ai, or with Kamu? Here it comes. Ai is going to express his feelings. He doesn't want me to live as a slave in the barbarian tribe. Nor does he want me to return to the Baskerville Empire. But just as he was about to say those 4 words, an unexpected event quietly struck. And just 10 minutes ago, Ai and I were soaking in the legendary Spring of Heroes to recover from injuries as quickly as possible and launch a revenge plan. I spend 25 hours a day soaking in it. Although, there's always a shameless guy competing with me for resources. But fortunately, this Spring of Heroes has not been used for 2.5 years. Even if both of us soak at the same time, the blessing power of the spring would be divided. It wouldn't have much impact on my recovery. Just then, Ai suddenly told me he had known all along that those merchants were unscrupulous traders. Making huge profits is just their usual practice. But he wouldn't stop such behavior, because Ai believes the diamonds dug up by the barbarian tribe are basically useless. They can't be eaten or used. They're just pretty decorations. Hearing this, I mocked him for lacking insight. Then I asked, do you know how many ears of corn a diamond can be exchanged for in the empire? To my surprise, Ai confidently replied, at most, 2 or 3 dozen. It seems he completely misunderstands the prices in the empire. I couldn't help but smile and said, is a diamond really that worthless in your eyes? That thing is the most expensive gem in the world. Just take the goods that merchant brought that day. One alone could easily replace everything. Upon hearing this, Ai was so shocked his jaw nearly dropped. Since he was born, the value of food has always been paramount. But at this moment, Ai still treated me like a slave, which made me very angry. I then solemnly reminded him I am now a member of the barbarian tribe. In the future, please address me by my full name. As soon as I finished speaking, Ai's voice suddenly became deep, and he lifted my chin with his hand. I don't want you to be my slave. Nor do I want to call you Jill. What I want is your power. But unexpectedly, before he could express his affection, 4 little kids suddenly appeared behind us. At that moment, Ai was mortified. Before he could collect himself, the kids rushed over, asking for hugs and playtime, leaving me standing there in a daze. With my high emotional intelligence of 180, I really couldn't figure out what Ai wanted me to do. But seeing the kids playing around in the Spring of Heroes, Ai immediately scolded angrily, "If you want to play, go play on the shore." This is a gift from the team leader to Virgil. Once the effect is halved, his recovery time will be longer. Hearing this, I immediately laughed at Ai. Didn't you say that Zhao Qi wouldn't appear in the barbarian tribe? Why are you now being so petty with the kids? Soon, Alan brought over 2 little girls, and told me and Ai that this was a new order from the team leader, because these children had eaten glass beads sold by merchants. The team leader wanted the Spring of Heroes to detoxify them. Ai was immediately furious, baring his teeth. You should know that this entire plan he had prepared for a full 2.5 months, so he resolutely decided he must go back and settle the score with his mother. But what I never expected was, Alan actually took the initiative to apologize to me. It turned out his sister was also a victim of the glass beads. If I hadn't uncovered the merchant's scheme, he might have lost his beloved sister. For this, I just replied with an, "Oh." After all, this was what I was supposed to do. However, Alan still confidently reminded me that apologizing did not mean he was admitting defeat. He even set a challenge for 2 years later. Hearing this, I showed a look of disdain. If you have the ability, then give it a try. But by then, don't be more useless than you are now. And Ai, seeing Alan like this, was finally able to release his previous unease. As for that sentence, let's wait to talk about it later. After all, we are both only 15 years old now. There is still plenty of time ahead. In the blink of an eye, 2 years passed. The challenge agreement between Alan and me was fulfilled. But before we could even fight a round, he was defeated by me. However, while Alan and the others were shocked, I was no exception. I never expected that after gaining the power of the hero's fist, my strength had improved so much. Seeing that Alan could no longer continue the duel with me, I decided to do something even more important. At this moment, Alan's little brother suddenly said, "I heard that kid's swordsmanship is already on par with Captain Dark Knight. If you ask me, he's a monster." Now, but another little brother completely disagreed. If it were him fighting, Alan's nose would also bleed. Hearing this, Alan corrected his misunderstanding. Because it wasn't a fist that hurt his nose, but the wind from the punch. At the same time, I arrived in front of a huge stone wall and left 6 enormous dents on it. Clearly, my strength has already broken through to the 6th sword technique, although there is still a long way to go to reach the most complete and strongest 10th sword technique. Achieving this at 17 years old has never happened since the establishment of the empire. At the same time, my devouring sword has also increased to absorb and replicate 6 skills. You could say, my strength is now infinitely close to Hugo, plus the assassination techniques I learned in my past life, and the newly learned barbarian archery. The plan for revenge will be advanced sooner. The scene shifts. I and Ai are chasing a large snake. From the traces it left behind, the size of the prey is enough to feed the entire tribe 3 meals. But the usually cautious Annie seemed troubled this time. However, when Ai saw that I seemed to be observing him, his cheeks immediately flushed. He hurriedly turned around to pat Brooke to ease the awkwardness. But in the end, he couldn't hide it anymore. I saw him pull out a dagger from behind and tell me, "This was found on the captured imperial person. Although one managed to escape by chance from the snake pattern on it, I am very sure this is from one of the 7 great families of the empire, the Levi's family exclusive." But when AI saw my serious expression, he suddenly asked me about Virgil. "Do you want to go back to Baskerville?" Hearing this, I was instantly speechless, not knowing how to respond. However, what AI said next made me realize that it was not safe to stay here. Because in these 2 years, the woman I once captured has been out in the wild, saying she wants to find an imperial person. I think her target must be you, Virgil. Those who often fake their deaths know that the best way to disguise oneself is to hide one's power. But my fiancée Kamu just doesn't believe in such things. Although the danger level of the giant octopus spider is considered epic, she still thinks that with my strength, I couldn't possibly be defeated so easily. So during the time I was faking my death, Kamu was going crazy, conducting a thorough search in the flood forest where the incident occurred. Even if she couldn't find a single trace, she never gave up. And just 2.5 minutes ago, AI suddenly launched a soul interrogation at me. He asked me if I wanted to return to the Baskerville Empire, but I was actually pretending to be dead for revenge. I took this opportunity to fake my death. How could I possibly go back so easily? However, what AI said next left me utterly shocked. He gently expressed that the woman I once captured has been appearing in the flood forest. According to reliable information from the barbarian sentinels, she is looking for an imperial person. I think her target must be you, Virgil. Moreover, AI also told me that he has been to the flood forest more than once or twice, after the incident where both sides were attacked by the giant pig. That woman has been with his search team, conducting a thorough search. Then AI reluctantly asked again, "Do you want to go back with her? I feel like he really cares about you." After listening to AI's series of statements, I wore a serious expression and began to contemplate the various decisions I would need to make next. However, regarding whether I would return to Baskerville or not, there has always been only one answer in my heart. That is impossible. Although I feel a bit guilty about Kamu's persistence towards me, for the sake of annihilating Baskerville, I have to hide and break through to the 10th Sword Realm. As for AI, he was surprised to hear that I didn't want to return to the Empire. He was silent for a while, and then finally showed me a happy expression. It turns out, he always thought I had lost contact with the Empire, and that was why I stayed with the barbarians. Now, he can finally be at ease. From now on, I can be with him in Brook, hunting various powerful prey. On the other hand, I also breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that the people of the Empire still cannot confirm whether I am alive, and after being able to perfectly hide my power, I will absolutely not let Hugo easily discover any trace of me. But speaking of which, Kamo has been constantly looking for me, which is likely also a task in the diplomacy between the 2 clans. I just remember that the relationship between the 2 clan leaders was not very friendly at first. Could it be that due to my death, this diplomatic bond has become even stronger? Looking at it this way, I will have to sneak out of the flood sooner or later to investigate what is happening outside. At this moment, irregular bubbles suddenly began to rise from the pond, and then a giant fish, 8 meters long, leapt out from it. AI was not surprised by this, because the fact that this fish dares to jump from the water to land means that the rainy season is preparing to bring floods to the forest. And judging by its size, this rainy season should be very long. It's just that my focus is not on how big the fish is, but rather, why there is a long spear in its belly. After I cut it open with my sword, what appeared before our eyes was a corpse that had been corroded by stomach acid, leaving only white bones and tattered clothing. From the necklace he was wearing, Ai dared to conclude that the person eaten by the fish was from the same barbaric tribe, the Rococo tribe. It is impossible for this type of fish to actively attack humans. They are too foolish to hunt anything but already dead creatures. So, to investigate further, we decided to head to Rococo's encampment, because it was very likely that they had encountered some kind of disaster. Soon, Aie and I arrived at our destination before nightfall. But the scene before us made us hesitate. Fear deepened. This 5-year-old child was hailed as a cursed being destined to die, because all 250 people in the village had died unnatural deaths, leaving only him alone, safe and sound. When I learned of his identity and background, I realized that a great disaster had arrived. The barbaric tribe was just now. Aie and I were in the belly of a fish. A gruesome skeleton was discovered. From the special necklace worn by this person, Aie concluded that he belonged to the same barbaric tribe, the Rococo tribe. And there were also significant doubts raised, because this type of fish has an IQ as low as -2.5, and usually feeds on dead, rotting corpses. Moreover, humans are the creatures they fear the most. How could they possibly take the initiative to attack humans? To investigate what was really going on, I decided to take Aie to find out, because it was very likely that a serious disaster had already occurred there. Sure enough, as soon as Aie and I arrived, the horrific scene before us made us hesitate. All the Rococo warriors stationed at the entrance of the tribe are completely dead. They all have strange red spots on their bodies. But I, who had been outside for many years in my past life, had already experienced and witnessed various injuries and red spots, along with symptoms of diarrhea and vomiting. This is clearly that terrible infectious disease, Red Death. The appearance of red spots will lead to continuous vomiting and diarrhea, extreme weakness, and intense pain throughout the body, ultimately tormenting a person's mind and body to death. In my past life, due to its large-scale outbreak and uncontrollability, it nearly wiped out all the barbaric tribes. At the same time, Aie also noticed something unusual. It should have been the time for the tribe to eat, but there was not a single wisp of smoke from the Rococo's encampment, so we decisively infiltrated without hesitation. However, there were no signs of villagers' activities here at all, and at this time, it is impossible that everyone is asleep. But upon seeing the overgrown weeds on the ground, it meant that the Rococo people had not tended to this place for a long time. At this moment, Aie lifted the nearby tent, and suddenly, countless FLIs rushed out quickly. As for the scene inside, it made Aie feel suffocated. She hurriedly covered her mouth and shouted to me, "Virgil, there are many already dead, bodies half decomposed by insects." But it was no different on my side of the investigation. It seems they have been tortured to death by the infectious disease. Very likely, those warriors at the entrance were trying to escape the disaster. Some of the stronger warriors, with their strong physical condition, managed to run a few more kilometers. At this moment, Aie suddenly shouted, "Virgil, we need to leave the Rococo village quickly. This place has already been cursed in a terrifying way." Hearing this, I told her not to act so panicked. From the symptoms of the dead, this is just an infectious disease. Moreover, it is a type that is very difficult to transmit to others. Aie immediately angrily accused me. "If both you and I are infected, it is very likely that more people will be affected. Listen to me, hurry and run." But I completely ignored what Aie said. Then I told her, the Rococo tribe seems not to have been completely wiped out. From the number of dead, there is a high possibility that the remaining people abandoned the patients and the dying, and fled to other places. Then I decided to go and gather some useful things. As a result, I had just walked a short distance, when behind Aie, a faint sound of breathing suddenly came. When I heard her piercing scream, Aie had already been so scared that her legs went weak and she fell to the ground. I saw her pointing at the entrance of the tent ahead, where a child, who looked only about 5 years old, was standing. So I told Aie to go first. As for what happens next, I can handle it alone. But this person actually started to act unreasonable, lying that he had twisted his leg and couldn't walk at all. Seeing this, I turned and walked away and came in front of the child. I asked, "Are you a child of the Rococo tribe?" I heard him tremble and say 3 words, "Rococo slave kitchen maid." It seems this child is a slave captured by the Rococo from the empire. But why is he the only one left alive here? So I asked repeatedly, but this child answered my questions with irrelevant replies, telling me his name is Pamelian, and his father is Labaskerville. Upon hearing this, my heart couldn't help but tremble. Could it be that he has come? The true identity of the little girl has finally been revealed. She is not only a direct descendant of the Baskerville family, but also a mixed breed born from a barbarian male. It turns out, the Baskerville family has 3 middle names, which are Half Thunder and La. The owner of the half middle name is a collateral branch of the Baskerville family. The character Thunder refers to a male in the direct line. As for La, it refers to a female in the direct line. And the little girl's name is Pamelian Labaskerville, along with her red eyes, and the pocket watch with the hunting dog emblem on it. This confirms that Baskerville blood flows within her. However, at first, I thought he was a child kidnapped by the barbarians from the empire, until I saw the old photo inside the pocket watch. I didn't realize the seriousness of the situation, because the man standing on the left side of the photo was actually my father, Hugo, and the woman sitting on the right is Hugo's first wife, Roxana. So I immediately questioned Pamelian, "Who are the people in this photo, and what is your relation to them?" But my stern expression and ruthless tone scared Pamelian so much that he trembled all over. He began to panic and retreat continuously backwards. I was left speechless at the sight. After all, Pamelian is still quite young to be asked such fierce questions. If it were any other child, they would instinctively flinch in fear. Upon hearing this, my instinctive reaction was my eagerness to get an answer. But this is also due to the memories of my past life, which made my emotions easily uncontrollable. Then I forced a smile and asked Pamelian again, "Can you tell me who the people in the photo are to you?" Although Aya was still dissatisfied with my performance, it was good that Pamelian finally spoke up. I saw him point to the people in the photo one by one and say, "This is my grandfather, my mother, and my grandmother." In an instant, my memory goes back to when I was summoned by Hugo to become the governor. At that time, the butler John had said that my father was always a sentimental person towards the family, even though many people do not agree with this assessment of him. But in John's eyes, it is so. Is the has to start from before First Lady Roxana passed away. Among Hugo's 3,000 beauties, his most beloved wife is Roxana. The two also gave birth to a love child that belongs only to them, Penelope. But the good times didn't last long. Penelope, in an accident, was captured by the barbarians. After Hugo learned of this tragic news, he resolutely insisted that the empire assign him to the border. In the days that followed, he began an endless frenzy of slaughtering the barbarians. But in the end, not a trace of Penelope was found at all. It was only in those years later that Hugo became so cold and heartless now. Having children is no longer for the sake of love's fruit, only to raise more heartless killing machines. At this moment, I stare blankly at Pamelian. Although I was still skeptical when Butler John first said these words, I still held a skeptical attitude. But now, there is solid evidence in front of us. It's impossible not to believe it. It's Hugo. His hatred for the barbarians has reached its peak. If he knew that his granddaughter is a bloodline born from his enemies, I'm afraid he would sentence Pamelian to death on the spot. But that's all for later. Right now, the most important thing is to settle Pamelian. Looking at him like this, in the Rococo barbarians, he would definitely be treated as a slave. But just then, Pamelian suddenly pointed at me and said, "Your eyes are just like Mom's. Mom once told me, if one day you meet someone with red eyes, you must let that person take you away from here." After saying that, Pamelian stared blankly at the pile of stones behind him. It seems this is definitely Penelope's grave. And this memory also became Baskerville, the unexpected encounter of two stray dogs. In the days that followed, no matter what I was doing or where I went, Pamelian would always stay by my side. The loneliness that only one person can experience is probably deeply engraved in his heart. But even if Pamelian only recognizes me as his only companion, I still feel that he shouldn't always stay with me in the barbarian tribe. At the very least, he should be sent to a more developed area of the empire to receive an education. Then, I brought him to the barbarian tribe's conference room. To prevent the spread of the plague, Aquila called for an emergency preparation to gather reliable suggestions from the tribe. And there will also be a long rainy season ahead, which, for the plague, undoubtedly provides the best environment for spreading. Suddenly, the shaman Axiom proposed a solution, because he always felt that, if this plague is to be lifted, a large-scale sacrificial ceremony must be held. But since I had previously told AIE, this plague has nothing to do with the curse at all, but is an infectious disease known as the Red Death. So AIE immediately rejected Axiom's suggestion. He felt that they should evacuate their current location as soon as possible and find a new place to settle. But as soon as he finished speaking, AIE quickly faced unanimous criticism from the Council of Elders. Education for them. This land is a precious land that has been lived on for over 100 generations. How could it possibly be so easily abandoned? Fortunately, most people are rational. They are more in favor of AIE's suggestion. If the plague really spreads here, for children with weaker immunity, it is undoubtedly a deadly poison. At this moment, the Council of Elders and the villagers have split into two major factions, arguing fiercely in the meeting room as for which suggestion to implement next. The decision-making power is firmly in Aquila's hands, but they all do not know the severity of this plague is already comparable to the Black Death that once occurred in the Empire, and the spread will only accelerate. Although the Empire was indeed threatened by death back then, it was fortunate to have Camus' fire magic, and the Saintis sent by the Covatus family, both of them exerting their power at the same time, was able to resist the spread of the plague. But it was only limited to the Empire. The barbarian tribes and most neighboring countries have perished. This should be great news for the Empire. It should be a tremendous good news. However, everyone was wrong. In the days without the barbarian tribes, the food chain in the flooded forest became disordered, and soon the monsters began to overflow. All the attacks were directed at the Empire. Fortunately, the Baskerville forces were strong at that time, and a great talent barely resisted the threat of the beast tide. And this also became an opportunity for Aquila to expand territory. So, in order to prevent history from repeating itself, I decided to help the barbarian tribes. I raised my hand to tell Aquila, I have the best solution to stop the spread of the plague. I just heated the river water to 120 degrees, which shocked everyone present, because this is actually the most effective method for dealing with plague infections. However, to ensure the happiness of all the barbarian tribes, I decided to conduct a human infection experiment. So I immediately instructed Aya to catch a few goblins that no one wanted, even at 9 pieces for 9. And then soaked them halfway in a tank filled with river water. The experimental results quickly emerged. Those goblins that were soaked in water all became infected with the Red Death. Then, I immediately threw them all into the fire to burn them on the spot, to curb the spread of the plague. Next, I boiled the water in the tank, and after cooling it down, conducted a control experiment. Finally, after soaking the remaining goblins, those soaked in boiling water, indeed, showed no signs of the plague's red spots. Seeing this, the tribe's people finally relaxed their worried hearts. They had finally found a way to overcome the Red Death. For this reason, Aquila decided to hold a ceremony to commend me, to congratulate me for saving the entire tribe once again. Upon hearing this, I told him not to let his guard down, because boiling water is just a small part of preventing plague infections. Next, we must also. But before I could finish my sentence, Axioman, who had just been mocked by Aya, suddenly spoke up. Stop dreaming. Boiling water won't last long at all. In a few days, the rainy season will arrive. At that time, the river water will flow into the forest. The mist in the air will also have the potential for plague infection. After Axioman said this, the tribe's people were momentarily stunned and began to realize that boiling water has significant limitations. But before Axioman could gloat for 2.5 seconds, his expression turned anxious. It turns out I informed those present that I had already anticipated these future troubles and found the most effective solution, which is to change the tribe's settlement location. However, this does not mean abandoning the ancestral land, but rather relocating the village higher up based on the original site. Once this was said, the tribe's people began to discuss in confusion. This fanciful design truly touched their knowledge blind spot. As time passed, a grand rainy season arrived. In the land of the red-black, many areas that were once plains were all washed into swamps by the river water. The flood forest where the barbarian tribe lived was no exception. As far as the eye could see, there was hardly a place to stand. According to the elders of the council, this rainy season is the most devastating in history, but now they can still sit in their tents discussing the rise and fall of the world. Thanks to my fanciful relocation plan, moving the tribe's tents onto tall, sturdy tree trunks, in pairs, and using simple ladders to come and go freely. Little did they know that right after the settlement was set up, uninvited guests would come to visit. Suddenly, in the river below, a dark shadow emerged, followed by a brutal monster fish with hundreds of sharp teeth, suddenly leaped out of the water and began indiscriminately crashing into the tents on the tree trunks. Seeing that dinner was served, the monster fish also opened its massive bloody mouth, preparing to swallow both men whole. Fortunately, at that moment, Aie quickly drew her weapon, a magic-enhanced arrow, that hit the monster fish right in its vital spot. So hurry up and get lost, you despicable and shameless fish scum. Meanwhile, I asked Aie in confusion, what exactly is the background of this monster fish? Upon hearing this, Aie explained, he is the dominant dragon fish king in the area, and the monster that loves to attack humans the most. As for why he is called fish scum, it's because he relies on backstabbing to maintain his position of dominance, but no matter what, wantonly destroying the hard work of others should be punished accordingly. After saying that, I jumped towards the position of the dragon fish king, then awakened the long sleeping sword of gluttony, just in time for it to have a good meal. If I'm lucky, I might also obtain some useful hidden secrets. As I swung countless sword strikes at the dragon fish king, it, under attack, let out a hysterical roar. But what I didn't expect was, my full force strike could not even cut through its skin. Before I could attack again, the dragon fish king flipped over and rushed into the river. fleeing in a panic towards the distance. Although I didn't execute him on the spot, my fierce battle against the enemy still received unanimous cheers from the tribe. Everyone shouted that Virgil is the hero of the barbarian tribe. Only a Schumann was left, clenching his fists in anger. Because, if this continues, my position will eventually overshadow his shaman position. As for AI, she excitedly gave a thumbs up, secretly thinking that this Virgil is definitely a good man worth entrusting a lifetime to. After calming the storm, I returned to the tent to prepare dinner. But this was clearly made for my niece, Pamelian. Why did AI come back again, so shamelessly? But seeing the two of them immersed in the delicious food I made, I really couldn't bear to chase away the freeloading guy. But no matter what, paying for the meal is only right. Upon hearing this, AI started saying I'm his slave again. The master doesn't have to pay for the slave's food. At that moment, our argument was watched by Pamelian. Unexpectedly, the next second, what he said struck like lightning. Uncle AI, sister, you two seem like a couple. This is naturally what AI loves to hear the most. He hugged Pamelian and started showing off wildly. As for me, I was speechless. I already have a fiancé in the empire. But just then, the tent's door curtain was suddenly pulled open. When I turned to look, with the thunder's support, the person's figure was like a walking corpse. AI immediately questioned, "What are you doing here, you guy? Coming to Virgil's tent in the middle of the night? What's your intention?" When I finally saw the person's face, I realized it was Alan, whose eyes were already wet with tears. "Virgil, I'm begging you. Please, you must save my sister." At the same time, at Alan's place, his sister's body was constantly breaking out in terrifying red spots. At the same time, she also had a high fever of 102 degrees. This is an infectious disease that even the divine Dr. Huatuo would be wary of. But the man handed his sick sister to someone who doesn't understand even a bit of medicine. As for the causes and preventive measures of infectious diseases, I know better than anyone in the tribe. Although Alan's grandfather, Schumann, always believed that the Red Death is a curse, and a large-scale ritual must be held to fully lift it. Looking at his sister, who already had a fever of 102 degrees, he still decided to abandon superstition, choosing to trust science for treatment. However, the only way to obtain the antidote but was met with strong opposition from AI. Just now, AI and I arrived at Alan's place, and at this moment, sleeping under the blanket, is his sister, Azu, who is suffering from the Red Death. Seeing her spots spreading at a visible speed, I asked Alan. When his sister showed symptoms, Alan replied, "It was yesterday," vaguely remembering that Azu had followed him to the swamp to look for materials for building. At the same time, AI also looked anxious, wanting to know if I had found a treatment method. But just as I was about to share the specific plan, a heavy stomp interrupted our conversation. Turning around, walking into Alan's tent was his grandfather, a Schumann. "So I have been repeatedly emphasizing to you all not to listen to the words of the elders, or you'll suffer the consequences. Now look at this. Azu is probably on the brink of death. You all can continue to believe in that imperial person." Upon hearing this, Alan politely asked a Schumann not to speak so harshly. After all, I am now a member of the barbarian tribe. Just as the words were spoken, a Schumann gave Alan a hard slap. "What a useless guy this is. You're just as cowardly as your parents." After the lesson, a Schumann opened the umbrella, but before leaving, he reminded again, "This Red Death, it is not the infectious disease mentioned by the imperial population, but a ritual that requires holding a sacrifice, a curse that can only be lifted." Now, the situation has escalated to this extent. He has also decided to find the team leader to quickly gather the items needed for the sacrifice. Upon hearing this, Aye gritted his teeth in anger. He really didn't expect that his own mother actually believed Schumann's nonsense. As for Alan, he was silently shedding tears, really afraid that Azu's life would be taken by the disease. At that moment, my words reignited Alan's hope for a break. I have a way to cure the Red Death disease. But before that, I seriously reminded Alan to disinfect any items used by Azu at high temperatures, and also to burn mugwort on the bonfire to drive away the surrounding mosquitoes and bats, because those are the most likely carriers of infectious disease pathogens. Only by doing all this well can we create a sanitary environment to alleviate Azu's condition. Upon hearing this, Alan immediately wiped away his tears and regained his spirits, and promised me that he would definitely do these things perfectly. And Aye, who was observing nearby, also believed that I could help Azu recover. But just as I was about to speak about the next treatment plan, Aye's expression suddenly became dazed. If the clan leader finds out about this, he would definitely face severe punishment. I still emphasized the importance of this action repeatedly. The only way to obtain the medicine to treat Azu now is to leave the flood area and head to the Empire. After hearing this, Aye immediately became agitated. Virgil, you need to understand. You are now a member of the barbarian tribe. Going out for action must be approved by the clan leader. But my mother has very high principles. She would absolutely not agree to use the Empire's methods to treat the tribesmen. Upon hearing this, I remained calm and composed, because I believed that as long as I was secretly taken out of the flood forest and returned unnoticed, no one would definitely find out. At this moment, my gaze became exceptionally firm. Although Aye's feelings were extremely complicated, in order to save Azu, he still agreed to come down. So, after learning the specific route to leave the flood forest, I immediately took Pamelian and set off on the journey back to the Empire. But just at that moment, I suddenly realized that someone was following me from behind. So I immediately stopped in my tracks, only to find that it was Aye who was following me. Did you not agree to let me go to the Empire to find the medicine for treatment? Why are you still following me? Are you afraid I might run away? Upon hearing this, Aye had a serious expression and requested that I take him with me to the Empire, or at least tell him where I was going. Naturally, both of these matters were confidential to me. Even Aye could not speak of them. In the end, I rejected his requests one by one. So Aye asked again, then why are you taking Pamelian with you? Is it because you don't trust the barbarian tribe enough? But do you know why I trust Virgil so much? When we first met, it was you who rescued me from the slave auction. This kindness is a memory I can never erase in my lifetime. And from the very first day, you became my slave. You must obey any command I give unconditionally. Although after spending time together, we have become like family, and our feelings have grown closer, I still have questions about your background and that mysterious sword in your hand. I still didn't ask too many questions. For you, I would give everything I have. Even if it means resisting my entire family for you, I would be willing to do so. This all stems from my deep affection for Virgil. And during those times of hunting, they are the most cherished memories hidden in my mind. That was the beginning of our mutual support, the time when we got along the best. When I was in danger, you disregarded your injuries and saved me from the attack of the corner bear. After that, we soaked in the hot springs together for a long time. It was also the first time I gathered the courage to express my feelings for you. I'm really, really afraid of losing you. And there is always a knot in my heart. That is, as long as I get the answer from your mouth, you will completely disappear from my sight. So for all of this, I chose to bury it in my heart. After saying this, Aye slowly lowered his head But my one sentence filled his heart with a renewed sense of happiness. I will definitely come back. Please make sure to wait for me. Meanwhile, in the city where I once governed, Vitch was mindlessly staying up late organizing documents. But suddenly, he walked to the window, staring blankly at the bright moonlight in the sky. It turned out Vitch was reminiscing about the time spent with me. Although it was tough back then, it also felt very fulfilling. The meaning of his life was also rediscovered during that time. It was just hard for Vitch to accept that the farewell when I went to the border was actually our last meeting. But just in the next second, the expression on Vitch's face instantly changed from sadness to astonishment. When he saw me appearing in front of him upside down, the first thing he thought of was that he had encountered a ghost. Vitch, long time no see. How have you been all these years? I killed my own father. Actually chose to sacrifice his life in the battle against the monsters. It turns out, in my past life, I died under my father's tyranny. Now, in this new life, I possess even greater power. Not only have I absorbed all the blessings of the river of the underworld, but I have also obtained the devouring sword that can consume skills. And I have even learned the violent sword techniques of the barbarian tribe. But before I could fully master the 10th sword technique of Baskerville, I had to find a way to escape my father Hugo's gaze. So I decided to use the power of the giant octopus spider to pretend that I had already died on the battlefield. But today, I suddenly returned to the Baskerville Empire, although I have only just learned the 6th sword technique now. To free the barbarian tribe from the threat of the Red Death, I must take this risk. And my next plan is to go to the city where I once ruled. But just when I appeared before him, upside down, he was almost scared out of his wits. Fortunately, I explained in time that I was still alive, and his emotions gradually stabilized. But unexpectedly, the next second, he couldn't hold back and started crying loudly. He really didn't expect to see me again in this life. Seeing Vitch still loyal to me, I felt at ease leaving Pamelian in his care. At first, however, Vitch thought Pamelian was the offspring I had with the barbarian tribe. Hearing this, I immediately denied his guess. After all, I had only been faking my death for 2.5 years. No matter how you look at it, Pamelian couldn't possibly be this small. Then my reply to Vitch was, a direct descendant of Baskerville. Not much different in appearance. However, during our subsequent conversation, Vitch was puzzled by one thing. That is, why I wanted to save the barbarian tribe. If they could go extinct in the epidemic, it would undoubtedly be a good thing for the empire. Upon hearing this, I patiently explained to Vitch, I owe the barbarian tribe a big favor. If they hadn't saved me from the giant octopus spider back then, I would have surely met my end. Although half of what I said was improvised on the spot, Vitch believed it all without resistance. But upon learning that with his abilities, he couldn't manage everything in the city, well, I told him to find someone. That person was the criminal Wendy, whom I had previously let go. The method sounded good, but Wayne didn't know where Wendy lived at all. Finding him would naturally not be difficult for me. Then I asked Wayne again, do you still remember the little girl who once took away the reward of 10 billion gold coins? If my guess is correct, Wendy has a 99% chance of being there. If Wendy refuses to cooperate and join the management of the city, at least it will let him know that I am still alive. Once everything is explained, I must quickly execute the next plan, to find the magical holy water that can cure the Red Death. And this all stems from the agreement I have with Aya, which I must adhere to. Meanwhile, at the Kovadas family, a merchant is preparing to undergo a search by the city gate guards. Seeing this, he took out his goods, documentation, and said that he was also a frequent visitor to the Kovada city area. The guards naturally understood that the merchant wanted to save time, but still told him that at least one random check had to be done. But just at the moment the guard chose, the merchant's expression immediately became panicked. It turned out that among all the oil barrels, the one selected by the guard was the only one with something hidden inside. The merchant thought to himself that he would definitely have to play along now. As a result, when it was opened, the guard did not find anything unusual. When told there was no problem, and he could pass through, the merchant finally relaxed and let out a long breath. And what appeared next in front of him was the holy cellar of the Kovadis family area. As for the merchant, he arrived at a deserted alley, and then said to the oil barrel with something hidden, "There are no guards patrolling nearby. You can come out now." The next second, a masked person stood up from the oil barrel. "This person is me, Virgil. Because the magical holy water I'm looking for is here. That's why I resorted to this tactic. Having the merchant who frequently enters and exits the holy cellar secretly transport me to, and after the deed is done, I would give him the corresponding reward. This item is the horn from the top of a horned bear's head. Its value goes without saying. However, this is also to keep the merchant quiet to the greatest extent possible, to prevent my whereabouts from being exposed." The merchant who could receive a reward still looked like someone who had never seen the world, because I actually held my breath in the oil barrel for 2.5 hours. In his eyes, I didn't look like a human at all. After that, I arrived at the most bustling center area, hiding in the bell tower of the holy megalopolis. Although this is not the safest place, I knew from my past life that in Kovadis, due to religious influence, as soon as the bell tower rings, they will all stop in their tracks, close their eyes, and perform a strange ritual in place. And at this moment, it is 2 seconds before the bell tower rings. Soon, when the time comes, the bell tower began to ring. When people heard it, they immediately clasped their hands and prayed in place. Even though I swaggered through the crowd, they did not notice my presence. In the dead of night, I found a well. Immediately after that, I opened a bottle containing a pink liquid potion, preparing to pour it all into the well water. But what I was pouring was not some kind of laxative. Instead, it was the Red Death infection bacteria, extracted from the bodies of the deceased. Although this method is indeed excessive, this is the only way to obtain holy water. Just then, 3 children suddenly appeared behind me, watching me sneakily, not knowing what to do in front of the well. They instinctively wanted to run away. But how could I let them go so easily? I suddenly turned around and told them, "This well is cursed. Anyone who drinks the water inside will surely meet a terrible death. If you want to live, you must remember what I said." As soon as I finished speaking, the 3 children were so scared they ran away. Seeing this scene, I finally felt relieved. Such a terrifying warning would probably keep the children from approaching the well. Then I drove a dagger into the ground, the one bearing the emblem of the Levis family. You must know, the Kovadis family is their enemy. As long as they mistake it for the work of the Levis, there will surely be a commotion due to the conflict. At this point, the plan has been perfectly executed. Next, I need to find the Saintess Dolores of the Kovadis. I knelt down. My 800-pound knees finally bowed. I knelt in front of the palace for a full 2.5 days, just to pay homage to a simple statue of a water basin. But as soon as I took out a water pouch, the palace guards suddenly surrounded me. And just a few minutes ago, even in the dead of night, the palace was still crowded. These people were mostly noble officials of wealth and power in the city. As soon as they arrived, they began to boast about their honors and achievements. Some came to propose to the statue, some came to seek healing from the statue, and some even came to ask the statue to kill. After a while, a hollow woman's voice echoed from the palace. This person was the saintess they were looking for. The statue was merely a tool for her swordsman to speak. Please do not linger here any longer. It is already very late. I will not open the door to see you all." Upon hearing this, the crowd also took the hint and left. But only I know. The true intention of the saintess's rejection is not because it is too late, but because none of their requests receive her approval. It turns out that before my rebirth, I was right at the front line of the battlefield. I saw countless saintesses who worked to heal the wounded. The white holy garments they wore, often stained with blood. But as time slowly passed, the saintesses began to develop a great aversion to money and power. They believed that without these things, there would be no large-scale wars between nations, resulting in casualties. Just then, the saintess suddenly questioned me. Why? I was still reluctant to leave. Upon hearing this, I immediately knelt down. Then, with a tearful voice, I spoke to the saintess in the palace. "I am a lost soul. I cannot find the meaning of my life." Unexpectedly, in the next moment, the saintess, who did not wish to see anyone, actually opened the door for me. But all of this was just an act on my part to gain her initial approval. However, when I entered the palace, the saintess met me in the form of a statue. But this was completely understandable. After all, how could she possibly meet a stranger dressed in such peculiar attire? And when the saintess saw me, she resolutely inquired what was the matter. That had led me astray, losing my direction in life. Hearing this, I silently took out a water pouch and placed it by the water basin. Then I spoke to the saintess. "I'm here to report that someone has released a plague virus into the well water of the slums. If you truly are the saintess, you would naturally sense that it contains a very fierce disaster." But I thought the plan would proceed smoothly, only to find the saintess actually claimed that everything I said was a lie. Before I could refute, the sound of clattering armor came from the second floor, and then a vigilant guard team appeared above my head. The leader sternly questioned, "Who are you? What is your intention in coming to this holy place?" As for me, I immediately recognized the identity of the leader. His name is Bedler, the most righteous person I acknowledged in my past life, even to erase all injustice in the world. His methods can be compared to demons torturing humans, is 100 times more cruel. The torture of the 7th young master in the dungeon was all learned from his methods. Now that we meet again, I don't want to reminisce too much, but rather tell Bedler that I have made things clear. But just as I turned to leave the palace, an attack infused with magic suddenly swept past me. Looking at the paper stuck in the wall, I couldn't help but chuckle. This time, Bedler hasn't changed at all, still so fond of using strange things as weapons. In contrast, Bedler angrily scolded, "Do you think I would let a suspicious person like you leave?" Then he leaped down from the second floor. "The water bag you brought does indeed have an evil aura. But if it really contains the plague virus, you can't escape being suspected as the spreader." After hearing this, I calmly responded, "If I were really the spreader, reporting it would be equivalent to walking into a trap, right?" But before I could finish my sentence, Bedler began to chant a spell, shooting dozens of magically infused papers at me. But this level of attack posed no threat to me at all. I could even withstand it without being harmed in the slightest. However, right now, I cannot use any skills related to bass. Otherwise, I would definitely expose my identity. Naturally, Hugo would soon receive the news that I am not dead. It seems the only thing I can rely on now is using the skills of the gluttonous sword. I executed a move called the hanging hook, striking directly at Bedler's crown. Although this move didn't hit immediately, with the skill-heavy drop obtained from the corner bear, even the battle-hardened Bedler couldn't easily take it. And at the moment I landed, I quickly dodged and approached Bedler, launching a punch that was almost imperceptible. But the result was unexpected for me. It was Bedler's book. It was surprisingly tough enough to withstand my full power attack. Seeing this, I directly used the finishing move from Queer, the one obtained by Burroughs. No matter how tough that book is, I will definitely break it, and it won't even turn to ashes. The unquenchable hellfire. As for Bedler, he is fortunate to have the healing of holy water. Otherwise, his hand would probably be ruined. In the next second, I saw Bedler condensing defensive magic in his hand, and then he quickly swung both fists at me. Seeing this, I didn't dodge at all. Dodging was simply using my toes to lift the still burning book. Afraid of being tainted by hellfire, Demian immediately countered the attack and switched to defense. Little did he know that this very action would be my best opportunity to take him down in an instant. And after being hit head-on by my powerful punch, Bedler, driven by inertia, directly smashed the statue to pieces. He then spat out old blood, temporarily losing consciousness. The soldiers upstairs turned pale with fear upon seeing this. They really didn't expect the undefeated General Bedler to be defeated by a mysterious person. However, to protect the palace's safety, they still had to risk their lives to guard this place. But just as I was about to eliminate the soldiers blocking my way, a blonde girl suddenly appeared upstairs. You all stop right there. Upon closer inspection, this person was indeed the Saint Dolores I was looking for. Then, she asked me, "Are you the lost one? Right? But looking at the destruction you've caused to the palace, I feel you resemble a wounded hunting dog. Come with me. Let's sit down and have a good talk." At this moment, I felt something was off. Could Dolores have already guessed who I am? The girl shed just a single tear and saved the people tormented and frozen by the plague. It turns out, she is the current saint with divine power, Dolores. But she has a unique quirk, which is that she only treats real diseases. Previously, those nobles and merchants blocking the city gate day and night. The reason Dolores continuously rejected them is because the ailments they requested treatment for were all trivial issues, like marital problems, athlete's foot, bad breath, and so on. Hearing this, I felt quite sympathetic. After all, using divine power on such matters is simply a waste. But for every saint, I admire them greatly. Because in my past life, every time in the struggle against monsters, the saintess, who had no offensive power, was always able to rush to the front lines to heal the seriously injured. The number of people she saved is countless. They can be said to be the benchmark representatives of goodness in the world. But just then, Dolores suddenly started telling me about her daily trivial matters. She said, the pressure she has been under lately has been suffocating. Originally, she took a break to go home, just to relax for a few days. But instead, she is harassed by that group of people every day. Hearing this, I quickly changed the subject. If this continues, I'm afraid the infection will spiral out of control. I can understand that you're feeling anxious, but the most important thing right now should be to address the plague in the slums. At this moment, Dolores once again began to interrogate me. Are you sure you really saw clearly? Did someone poison the well? Or did you draw the water yourself? Or was it brought to you by the villagers? After hearing this, I didn't know how to respond. But it's normal for her to have doubts about me. It seems I can only be forced to execute the next plan. Unexpectedly, my hand just moved slightly in my pocket. Bedler, who was standing nearby, instantly became alert. He immediately dodged and protected Dolores in front of him. He questioned me, asking what I was trying to do. In the next second, I saw a brilliant holy power suddenly surround the outside of my palm. This left Dolores looking completely stunned. But since I could use this power, Dolores felt that I must be of a similar character to him. Then I patted my chest and abdomen, speaking generously. I really don't want my hometown to be destroyed. So can you believe what I'm saying now? Dolores gave an affirmative answer, but he still didn't understand. Who would do such a despicable thing? Upon hearing this, I took out a map. Then I stated, the culprit is likely trying to bring the Saint Mai family to complete ruin and profit from it. Next, I pointed to the location of the Levis family, since what they often do is research and produce poisons. They are most likely to gain the most profit. Moreover, if Covatus were to weaken, they would undoubtedly benefit from their old enemies. And the Levis family is a financial conglomerate. The death of the bourgeois workers would directly lead to the bankruptcy of the landlords. This way, they could acquire high-quality goods at a very low price. But I can articulate these precise speculations. We should also thank the merchant who deceived the barbarians last time. So I told Dolores, the Levis family is likely involved with this disease situation, is closely related. Of course, this is just my hypothesis. As a result, Dolores was surprisingly shocked after hearing this. He really didn't expect that I could be so accurate in predicting the future direction. This also made him more eager to know who I really am. In the end, what I can tell him is just the pseudonym of the night dog that represents my identity. But through his own eyes, he saw countless emotional whirlpools hidden in my heart, with violence, hatred, and resentment, the bloody scent of beasts, and so on. The most serious, still, the extreme sadness that is hard to grasp. Then Dolores instructed Bedler that they must first go to the slums, and then investigate the actual situation of the plague, before reporting to their superiors. When they arrived at the slums, the atmosphere here was indeed quite oppressive. The local believers, upon seeing the saint arrive with the guard, immediately prayed for him to heal those who were tormented by the plague at this moment. It was then that Dolores realized the seriousness of the situation. This also made him completely trust what I said. As for me, I patiently surveyed the patients lying on the ground. It seems that the way I scared the children that day really worked. All the infected with the plague are adults. But for this, I still have to apologize to them. Although the initial symptoms of the plague are not fatal, the torment to the body and mind is still extremely severe. As for what comes next, it's time for Dolores to take action. I saw him clench his fists and make a gesture of prayer. Then he began to recite the magical incantation of the holy image. As his tears fell to the ground, Dolores was suddenly surrounded by a golden light. It could even turn the pitch-black night into day. And under the illumination of the holy light, the patients infected with the plague were immediately healed. At this moment, both the crowd and the believers were shedding tears of gratitude. Now that the holy water has appeared, what I need to do next is to find a way to send it to the barbarian tribe. The patients are covered in red spots, on the brink of death. But the attending physician is not in a hurry to treat him. Instead, he crazily feeds him food. Even after the patient is full, he takes a knife to his heart and makes a huge incision. Those present began to suspect I was a quack doctor. Little did they know that only 2.5 minutes had passed. They were all left speechless by the patient's condition. This included the saintess, Dolores. But aside from surprise, he felt more admiration, because I was able to combine the holy power with medical skills so wonderfully. Just a few minutes ago, Dolores was still troubled by a difficult problem, neglecting sleep and food. Looking at the newly added infected areas on the map, he knew well that the holy power's suppression of the plague is only temporary, and it cannot stop new patients from appearing. Moreover, the body fluids extracted from the patients, the incubation period of the plague is very short. Although the patients do not die quickly, they must suffer from the dual torment of body and mind. So in order to completely eliminate the plague, Dolores needs to concentrate all her energy to purify the poisoned well with the purest holy water. As for the dilemma, it also arises here. If she wants to fully curb the growth of the plague, she will have to give up treating some patients. Just then, Dolores suddenly felt darkness before her eyes, and then collapsed to the ground weakly. Clearly, the excessive use of holy power had already exhausted her body, but even so, she still gritted her teeth and persevered. She felt that using a bit more strength could alleviate the suffering of the afflicted people. So even if it meant exhausting herself, she would continue to treat them. Just as she stepped out of the door, Dolores's expression appeared particularly dazed. It turned out that at this moment, outside the door, stood the three noble youths who had sought redemption earlier. Still saying, they had brought 3 carts of emergency supplies, and they all expressed it was to relieve the saintess's burden. However, what followed revealed their ugly faces, which made Dolores feel extreme disgust. This dirty and damp slum is not a place for a noble saintess to come. If these lowly people received the emergency supplies, would they lose their original independence? Upon hearing this, Dolores turned and left. But the 3 still persisted. They decided to swear to be the saintess's support. Upon hearing this, Dolores also thought of a clever plan, and then turned back, kindly replying that the distribution of supplies would be entirely entrusted to them. Don't let me be disappointed, okay? With these words, the hearts of the 3 instantly became fluttered. However, when they arrived at the place to treat the patients, they immediately regretted agreeing to assist the saintess. Everything here made them feel nauseous. Naturally, this is what Dolores wanted to see. For her, offering flattery without reason must be either treachery or theft, a malicious kind of help. It is an ugly act of blasphemy. At the same time, the priest here had just treated some patients with mild symptoms. Seeing this, Dolores did not feel relieved. Now, he must go to a more dangerous place. There, the slums are gathered, the patients most severely infected by the plague. Even where he goes, there is the purification of divine power, but relying solely on his own strength, it ultimately cannot be easily resolved. But in the next second, Dolores's expression instantly changed from serious to dazed, because at that moment, I was taking his place, treating the critically ill patients. I saw my hand rise and fall, cutting open the skin at the rash. Immediately, I used divine power, restoring the rash along with the wound to a healthy state, and this scene also gave the newly arrived priest hope for saving critically ill patients. They all recognized it, directly injecting divine power into the treatment method in the infection zone. As for Dolores, he felt very impressed. He really didn't expect that I could actually combine medical skills and divine power to such an extent. However, Dolores's reaction was also understandable. After all, being able to maximize divine power, he is the only one here. And the reason I can use divine power is all because my soul has the karmic debts accumulated from my past life. As long as I kill monsters for humanity, I can also have a chance to gain the recognition of the divine, to use its power, and it may even be a higher level of divine power. Normally, the piety of those who believe in the divine will depend on the amount of power received. This is what is called one-to-one. But the advanced ones are not like this. They can break the original equation, changing the previous 1 to 1 to 110. Even my current 1 to 100. Just then, a little girl suddenly started crying. Seeing this, I immediately turned around to comfort her. Your mom will be fine soon. Then, I took out a coin and handed it to the little girl, to let her buy some food to nourish her body, for her mom to eat. Unexpectedly, my action was quickly stopped by the priest, who stated that, in the slums here, material assistance is strictly prohibited. At the same time, the people here caring for their sick family members also saw this, and they all showed greedy expressions. This is exactly what the priest was worried about. On the other hand, I appeared calm and composed. After all, I only have that 1 bag of money, though it is quite limited. But I will give it to the patients who truly need it. However, given the situation, I still have to say I'm sorry. Upon hearing this, Dolores was completely puzzled. He couldn't figure out why I was apologizing. Everything done here is also to save the patients. Is it that he is facing the same dilemma? That is, way to do everything possible to save more plague victims. And it seems that because of our previous shared interests, combined with the fact that we are now facing the same difficulties, Dolores's heart unexpectedly started to beat rapidly. Could this be what they call love? This is 3 bottles of tears worth billions of gold coins, created by a girl chosen by the gods. Just 1 drop is enough to cure the life-threatening disease area, achieve purification. But the process to create it is extremely difficult. Not only does the saintess need to abandon all emotions, but also to fast and kneel in the temple for 7 days and 8 nights. At this moment, Dolores found me. Seeing this, I quickly asked, "Is it that a large number of infected people have appeared in the slums again?" Dolores gave a negative response. The purpose of his visit this time is to express gratitude to me for helping to cure the critically ill patients. Thank you. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid the death rate in the slums will not be 0. I will do what I can. There is no need to remember to respond to him. But unexpectedly, the next second, Dolores actually choked up. He told me he actually hates the gods. The title of saintess bestowed upon him. Many times he feels powerless, just like this sudden outbreak of the Red Death. If I hadn't stepped in to help, many families would definitely suffer the pain of separation. He feels he shouldn't have this title of saintess. The gods should give it to someone like me, who is strong in faith and spirit in every aspect. That would be right. Seeing Dolores continue to belittle himself, I immediately told him, actually, the reason the gods chose you among billions of humans is certainly because you have the kindest heart and what the world needs. It is a light that can penetrate the source of all evil. At the same time, only someone as pure as you is qualified to shine. After hearing what I said, Dolores finally stabilized his emotions. He then told me, with tears streaming down his face, she has found the meaning of her existence. The scene shifts. At this moment, it has been 7 days and 8 nights since I met Dolores. It has already been 7 days and 8 nights. At this moment, a beam of golden light suddenly shot up into the sky from the slum houses. It turns out that during the days we were apart, Dolores had been gathering the concentrated holy water capable of purifying the plague. And just in case, he also created 2 extra drops, which he stored in a bottle. Then Dolores entrusted the prepared holy water to Federer and asked him in the name of his father to place it in the underground vault of the holy cellar. Seeing that it was still early, Dolores decided to do another thing. When he arrived in front of a statue of a goddess, the one praying below at that moment was the person Dolores wanted to find. This person was his father, Hubert, the cardinal of the holy megatemple. "Dear father, I have come to report to you about the plague incident that recently occurred in the slums." Seeing this, Hubert immediately put down his prayers and turned to praise Dolores. "You have accomplished something remarkable, just as I expected of you." After hearing this, Dolores bowed his head and replied, "For someone with the title of saintess, this achievement is still far from enough." Then, Dolores began to outline the plan to resolve this plague. One by one, I have decided to go to the slums, to use a bottle of concentrated holy water, to drop it into the well infected by the plague. It is most likely the source of infection, because there, someone discovered the glass bottle used by the culprit to poison. Moreover, according to Bedler's search information, they also found items suspected to belong to the culprit. What came into view was indeed the sword of the Levis family. Seeing this, Hubert was instantly furious, and then countless golden lights erupted from his chronic illness, and even under his pressure, The rubble on the ground began to float. It seems Hubert is really angry. Damn the Levis family. How dare they bully us? The Kovadis family. From now on, the crusade officially begins. And we will also capture the guy who claims to be the Night Hound. Regarding the spread of the plague, he can't escape being a suspect. Once his identity is captured, I will make him confess everything before the divine. As soon as the words were spoken, Dolores immediately angrily accused himself. The Night Hound could not possibly be the poisoner, because when the number of infected reaches a terrifying level, it is his utmost effort, so that no one in the slums was harmed. I guarantee it with my title as a saintess. The Night Hound absolutely cannot be a bad person. But no matter how Dolores explained it, Hubert still insisted on not changing his mind. And this all stemmed from something he saw. Dear daughter, I will personally interrogate that guy. You don't need to worry about what comes next. After saying that, he gathered holy power in his hand, and then shot it into the sky, calling upon all the paladins in Saint Cellar. In the name of the Scarlet Bishop, I command you to go immediately, to capture the unidentified man who claims to be the Night Hound. In an instant, the paladins sprang into action, and the number was so great that they quickly locked onto the house where I lived. But when the paladins kicked open the tightly locked door, their expressions instantly became stiff. At a glance, this place was already deserted. Meanwhile, over at the temple, a panicked believer rushed over to report an emergency. Seeing this, Hubert immediately asked what had happened. The believer was out of breath and said that one of the 3 bottles of holy water stored in the underground vault had been stolen by someone. Upon hearing this, Dolores suddenly realized, could it be that your purpose for coming here was just to get it? 80% of the people in this city will become slaves. Only a few nobles will enjoy the treatment of rulers. So, in order to root out the dark forces behind the scenes, I disguised myself as a slave and mixed in. And after I successfully dismantled the slave auction, I also saved a girl from a barbaric tribe. This was my first meeting with AIE. Although he escaped becoming a noble and the fate of a lifetime as a slave, the memory of being captured and taken for auction became his eternal inner demon. It turned out that AIE had unfortunately gone missing at a very young age. At that time, he was following his clan, hunting in the Crimson Black Land, Cerberus, to train AIE to become like his mother, a powerful night fox. The final blow to crush Cerberus was left to him. Little did AIE realize that he had been pushed to the edge of a cliff, and the fear hidden in his heart caused him to keep retreating. Ultimately, the loose stones beneath his feet could not bear his weight, leading to their collapse, causing AIE to fall from a height of 60 meters. The clan members knew there was no hope of rescue. After all, destroying a human body is sufficient from a height of 20 meters, let alone 60 meters. But perhaps it was heaven's intention not to let down the birth and fall of a strong warrior. AIE was miraculously saved by multiple branches that caught him. When he regained consciousness and opened his eyes, what appeared before him were 2 merchants from the Empire. This also meant that AIE would once again fall into a life-threatening crisis, because these merchants who dared to escape to the Forbidden Zone are quite a terrifying presence in the Empire. Although the merchants helped AIE heal his fractures and other injuries, healed as he was, he had no choice but to fight for the merchants in the arena, even though at that time he, in the barbarian tribe, has already demonstrated considerable strength. But when facing a fierce opponent, AIE still couldn't remain calm. He could have delivered a lethal strike, but he actually misstruck at the opponent's shoulder. Even after seeing the opponent bleed, he momentarily became overly compassionate. This also happened to give the opponent an opportunity. The opponent suddenly grabbed AIE's right foot, restricting his movement. Then with a punch, he sent him flying, and this powerful impact made him spit blood instantly. Seeing such a disparity in strength, the nobles in the audience burst into laughter. The opponent also recklessly let out a roar of impending victory. In contrast, at this moment, Ai felt despair inside. His kind heart had caused him to miss too much. But just as he faced death, all the warriors that existed in the barbarian tribe suddenly appeared in his mind, including his mother, Yi Hu. In the end, with the encouragement of family and the mockery of villains, he chose to stand up again. And what Ai did next made the opponent start to panic. He wiped the blood, he spat on his face, but even though Ai now had the determination to win, he was only winning a match until he was completely drained. The merchants planned to sell him for the entertainment of high officials and nobles. At this moment, his hollow gaze symbolized his loss of the desire to survive. Little did he know that when Ai came to his senses, his body had actually healed to a healthy state, and the one who saved him was me. Upon hearing that I could actually speak the language of the barbarians, Ai was even more shocked. But in the next second, Ai woke up from the dream in tears, and this memory has already become his long-standing inner demon. Aquila quickly reassured him that it was okay. You just had a false nightmare. At this moment, Ai was also infected with the terrible disease, Red Death. His fever had even reached 103 degrees. Plus, my sudden departure made Ai endure not only the pain brought by the illness, but also left his heart feeling parched. Under this double torment, Ai even felt that he was not far from the brink of death. Upon hearing this, Aquila told him a story. A long time ago, I was with your father. A seed was buried in the field. Your father was responsible for plowing the land. I was responsible for watering it every day. Soon the seed sprouted. After a few months, the seedling grew into a healthy and beautiful flower. Then your father and I cut the flower and extracted its juice to smoke. And after we spent a year together, I became pregnant with you. I think this might help you and Virgil's future a little bit. After hearing Aquila's words, Ai's tears flowed uncontrollably. He told his mother that there was no need to comfort him deliberately, because since the day we parted, Ai had already sensed that I would absolutely not return to the barbarian tribe to be an ordinary person. Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, the sentry stationed outside suddenly shouted, "Virgil has returned with the special medicine to treat the plague." Aquila was both surprised and delighted to hear this. But just as he wanted to boast to his daughter about his prediction, Ai had already jumped up and ran outside. Seeing this, Aquila couldn't help but feel a bit jealous. Clearly, he had just fallen ill and was very weak. Yet now, he was able to run swiftly. At the same time, Ai remembered the night I rescued him. At that time, he vowed to follow me for the rest of his life. Even if it cost him his life, he would not hesitate. So when I was preparing to fight the giant spider to the death, Ai's heart was filled with fear, but he still quietly hid to the side. And when he saw me injured and falling to the ground, he still resolutely chose to save me from the powerful monster. At this moment, Ai had already run to the entrance of the barbarian tribe. Looking at that familiar figure and listening to the gentle voice of Data, Ai could no longer suppress the excitement in his heart. He took a step and flew directly towards me, and then tightly embraced me. Fortunately, I used my magic in time. Otherwise, this fall would have been disastrous. I will definitely have to lie in bed for 2.5 months. And just now I learned from my clansman, Ai has also contracted the Red Death. Just as I was about to ask how he was doing, Ai actually started crying in my arms. Weiger, you really didn't lie to me. Why are you crying? I already said I would come back. The old man merely glanced at his reflection in the river. He was immediately scared into a cold sweat. The fear deepened. It was only because he saw, in the reflected image, many vibrant goldfish. His unusual behavior was also noticed by the entire clan. As soon as I rushed back to the barbarian tribe with the holy water, I immediately went to the tent where Alan was, looking at a zoo whose condition has reached a life-threatening level. I opened the bag containing the holy water, accompanied by bursts of golden light shining from the bottle. The people around also began to cheer in victory. It turned out that after Azu came into contact with the light, the red spots all over his body actually began to fade at a visibly rapid pace, until he was completely healed. Of course, the happiest among them was Alan. Since the day of Kantian, he has been looking forward to the day when his sister Azu would recover. At the same time, I asked Aiyi how many infected individuals there are currently in the barbarian tribe. Although Aiyi has not conducted an investigation, he is very sure that there are at least several tens of thousands. Upon hearing this, I immediately instructed Aiyi to gather all the infected individuals from the barbarian tribe by the riverbank. As soon as they heard it was to go to the riverbank, Aiyi was also in a difficult position, because there was the dragon fish king, whom they did not dare to provoke easily. Clearly Aiyi's worries were unnecessary, because that fish was a disgrace. Long before I returned to the empire, had already been easily cut in half by me. As soon as these words were spoken, the people around also turned to expressions of shock. Seeing that they still wanted to discuss further, I reminded them again to quickly gather all the infected individuals by the riverbank. As time passed, under the call of Ai, Yi, and others, all the infected individuals in the red-black land finally gathered together. Then, under the watchful eyes of all the tribe members, I directly poured that bottle of holy water into the river. And at the moment, the holy water merged with the river water. The water surface within 100 miles immediately erupted into water columns several meters high. The river water that had previously been contaminated by Red Death. It was only 2.5 seconds later that everything was purified. Seeing that the timing was ripe, I turned back to tell the leaders of the tribes, the rest is up to you. But please make sure that everyone drinks a bowl of the purified river water. With my help, the infected individuals, one by one, finally returned to a healthy state. For this, Aklu was the first to give praise, and decided to let me take a seat among the elders. Hearing this, I declined such kindness. But just then, a team leader behind me suddenly stomped the ground, looking at the other party with a fierce expression. I thought he had some prejudice against my identity as a person from the empire. But the next second, under his roar, the tribesmen behind him immediately stomped the ground, following his lead. They shouted that I was the hero of the barbarian tribe. Seeing this, I understood right away. This display was actually their highest honor for a meritorious person. Then, under the leadership of the other chieftains, people from various tribes also began to shout my name. At this moment, a bold idea immediately surfaced in my mind, which was to win them over. If I could bring all the barbarian tribe members under my command, then in the future, eliminating the Baskerville family will definitely play an important role. It could even be said to be the decisive factor between victory and defeat. Moreover, I already knew in my rebirth that the barbarian tribe, in the eyes of Baskerville, is undoubtedly the most difficult lifelong enemy to defeat. Just Aquila alone is enough to threaten Hugo and Adolphe, the two great powerhouses of the century. If I add my strength of reaching the 10th sword technique, dealing with the Hugo would be a piece of cake. And because I achieved great merit, Aquila decided to gather the other tribes tomorrow night to hold a grand celebration for me. Regarding such matters, I naturally do not oppose. But before that, I told Aquila There is still one thing that must be done. When the next day arrived, at this time, in a cave, a shaman was conducting a ritual inside. What no one expected was to cause his tribe. The culprit behind the outbreak of the plague is actually a shaman himself. Just to become a hero among his people, he deliberately let his granddaughter, Aksu, be the first to get infected. That way, no one would suspect him at all. Then he could take the opportunity to ask Aquila for a ritual, in order to find a way to eliminate the plague. Finally, he would bring the antidote and appear in a crisis, thus becoming a great hero among the barbarian tribe. Seeing that the plan had been in motion for nearly half a month, only one last step remained for a shaman to realize his dream of heroism. Little did he know that as soon as he returned to the tribe, he was completely dumbfounded. Originally, those who were sick couldn't even walk, but today, they could even cook. Chopping wood is a piece of cake. Even Aksu, who was the most seriously ill, appeared healthy in his sight. Then a shaman took off running. The place he arrived at was the river that had been purified. The moment he saw the goldfish appear, he completely lost his composure, because this meant that a shaman's plan was trending towards failure. But every move he made at this moment was completely within my calculations. Elder Ashuman, do you think this water is not clear enough? Upon hearing this, Ashuman was immediately scared and broke out in a cold sweat. After he turned around, he also saw the large area behind me. But at this moment, Ashuman still hadn't realized the seriousness of the situation. Even fantasized that the tribe members were here to award him a good person card. In contrast, I had informed everyone yesterday that Ashuman was the one who caused Aksu to turn red, the culprit of death, only because, before the rebirth, I learned from an old man of the barbarian tribe that someone once had a strong desire to become a hero and spread the plague virus among the tribe. Then at the end, stepped forward with the antidote to achieve their goal. At the same time, Aquila also spoke to Elder Ashuman. May I ask if your ritual is going smoothly? Upon hearing this, Ashuman naturally gave an affirmative answer. Immediately after, Aquila informed him about the war in the empire. I heard that the Red Death is a man-made infectious disease by the empire, the purpose of which is to incite conflicts between families. But I just can't understand the empire and the barbarian tribe. Recently, there was only the trade activity you arranged. How did it suddenly appear here? As soon as the patient finished speaking, Ashuman still wanted to continue speaking, indicating his attitude of not knowing. But Aquila showed no mercy at all. Virgil, the current situation is just as you said. Ashuman is not after the ritual is completed, returning to the village to take credit, but instead coming here to complain. And the next sentence completely reveals the conspiracy designed by Ashuman. Ashuman, I want to see what exactly is in your bag. If it really is the antidote, as Virgil said, then you will face the punishment you deserve. The old man merely dripped a drop of blood on the ground, and immediately summoned an army of the undead from the realm of the dead. It turns out, at this moment, Ashuman is engaged in a life and death duel with me. Whoever can win this battle will gain the trust of the entire clan. So in order to completely kill me, Ashuman simply stopped pretending. Confident, he thought that having the numbers on his side would lead to an easy victory. Little did he know that 4 days ago, I had already obtained a powerful skill from that fishy scoundrel. I intend to defeat the over 70 Ashuman. It's even simpler than eating Old 8's secret recipe. As for Ashuman's true identity, actually, you explained it to me yesterday. Ashuman is not a barbarian. He, like me, was captured to be a slave. It's just that later he achieved great merit, was naturalized as a part of the barbarian tribe. At that time, he killed the shaman chief who was plotting to betray the tribe. I heard he also seized all of the opponent's magical power. For this, the clan leader made an exception for him. When he gained the true trust of the clan, he would be able to sit in the position of shaman elder. So a shaman, in order to climb the ranks of the tribe quickly, would take care of all matters, big and small. Sometimes even, he would take the initiative to act as the bait for hunting. Time flies. When he reached the moment of his white hair and old age, he finally gained everyone's recognition, and after hearing about a shaman's growth journey, I understood one thing. The reason a shaman dares to speak to Aquila every time, to despise authority, is simply to want to enjoy the powers that were not used in youth, and may even be plotting a larger conspiracy to swallow and dominate the entire flood forest. But the most important thing right now is to first find out what exactly is in a shaman's bag. At this moment, Aquila was radiating killing intent. Elder Ashuman, open the bag for me right now. But even when forced into such a situation, Ashuman still thought of a countermeasure. He told Aquila that actually what is in the bag is the special flower needed for the ritual. And while he was explaining the use of this item, Ashuman actually made a gesture of letting go on purpose, causing the bag along with the evidence inside to be thrown into the river. Seeing this, Aquila helplessly covered his face, thinking to himself that he should have trusted Virgil's words and just taken it directly to end the matter. After complaining for 2.5 seconds, Aquila turned to ask me what we should do next. But now the evidence has been destroyed. Unless he admits it voluntarily, no one can prove at all that what was in the bag was the antidote. Upon hearing this, Ashuman immediately became furious and shouted at me, so it turns out it has always been you, the guy from the Empire, who is framing him with false charges. Daring to slander the honest elder shaman must be severely punished by the entire tribe. Aquila, however, remained calm and responded that Elder Ashuman has no right to punish anyone without clear evidence. Seeing the suspicion gradually diminish, Ashuman couldn't help but feel pleased. Little did he know that what Aquila said next would directly break his defenses again. People, listen up. Please prepare everything for the Iliad. This is a duel to be conducted by the nation after conflicts arise within the barbarian tribe, and is also a tradition passed down from ancestors. As long as someone can achieve final victory, they will be directly regarded as the resolution of the conflict and gain the trust of the entire tribe. At this moment, Alan walked over and warned, "Please, grandfather, you must adhere to tradition. You must give me an explanation to prove that it was not you who caused Ashu to be stained red with blood." Although Ashuman had countless complaints to make, he couldn't back down in the current situation. So he simply pointed at me and issued a challenge. "Then let it be at the full moon in 3 days that you and I will engage in the Iliad. Nature has no meaning for a one-on-one duel, but the time must be set by me, the challenger. That is fair and reasonable." Because I had anticipated this all along, from start to finish, making me engage in the Iliad. It was all a trap set by Ashuman. In the end, Aquila followed my schedule to hold the Iliad at sunset. As for the location of the duel, it was arranged to be at the sacred place. At this moment, with the command from Aquila and the battle song of the people rising, the Iliad officially began. In an instant, I and Ashuman were both hiding behind the trees. What made Ashuman furious was that not a single person supported his victory. Then he bit his own index finger, and next, he dripped a drop of blood onto the ground beneath him. In an instant, 3 skeletal spirits leapt out from the soil, and he gave them orders to monitor my every move in the woods. And just when Ashuman thought that with a numerical advantage he could secure victory, he was unaware that I had already fallen above his head and had concealed my presence, because after defeating the Dragon Fish King, I had acquired his silent assassination skill, which allowed me to hide my presence within a certain range. What surprised me even more was that this skill could not even be detected by the skeletal spirits. This made my future assassination actions as easy as a fish in water. But to avoid wasting everyone's time, I had to make it quick. As I easily sliced through the 3 skeletal spirits, I silently approached Ashuman from behind, and then stabbed through his heart. At the moment, Ashuman lost his combat ability and fell. I also achieved victory in this Iliad. However, the fact that I so easily dealt with the shaman elder still left the other warriors, except for Aya, feeling fearful. In contrast, the dying Ashuman was constantly complaining, not wanting to die with such humiliation. He had to reclaim what belonged to him. He felt that he was not born in a barbaric tribe, so why was he not the one to become a hero? At the same time, I was discussing with the people of the tribe who would escort Ashuman on his final journey. As his grandson, Alan took the initiative to propose that he would do it, even if it was his grandfather. As long as anyone dared to harm his sister, Ashu will surely kill without mercy. Little did I know that Ashuman had already drawn a strange pattern beside him at the time we were discussing. In the next second, I saw a sudden flash of blue light in his eyes. In an instant, the sky above the Holy Land was covered by a layer of dark purple evil energy. Everyone was stunned by this scene, frozen in place. Only I knew I had to execute Ashuman immediately, but it was too late. I saw a bow and arrow imbued with magic, blocking my path forward. As the dust settled, Ashuman's consciousness had completely fallen into darkness. He kept murmuring that now was the moment of the ancestors' formal judgment. At this moment, standing atop the mountain, was the evil spirit summoned by Ashuman, the Death Knight. They were the pioneer warriors who once defended their homeland, but now they were recklessly slaughtering their descendants. The reason they reappeared in the realm of the living, and their drastic change in temperament, was due to the forbidden spell pattern drawn on the ground. It turned out that, after Ashuman suffered a crushing defeat in the Iliad, the resentment hidden in his heart made him determined to go to any lengths. As long as he could eliminate the tribesmen who opposed him, then he would become the new king, ruling over the barbaric tribe. At the moment, Ashuman exhausted all his strength to draw the forbidden spell for reincarnation. The sacrificial cave instantly flickered with dark purple light. I saw that all the coffins inside automatically opened. Then the sky was covered by a large expanse of evil energy. As for Ashuman, he completely lost his sanity, falling into darkness. Everyone was left dumbfounded upon seeing this. Only I realized that if I didn't kill Ashuman immediately, the consequences would be a disaster for our clan. But it was too late. I saw a bow and arrow infused with evil energy suddenly attack me. The ensuing explosion also left me unable to deal a fatal blow to Ashuman for a moment. And after the smoke cleared, the archer who appeared on the mountaintop was summoned by Ashuman, the first ancestor of the barbaric tribe. Seeing that victory was within reach, Ashuman couldn't help but cackle. From now on, the ancestors will begin the judgment. As for the user of the drawing reincarnation forbidden spell, it should be impossible for a human shaman to cast it alone. Could it be that Ashuman at this moment, has he already turned himself into an undead? And under his continuous casting, he actually summoned all the pioneer warriors of the barbaric tribe out into the open. But as the saying goes, to catch the thief, first catch the king. Aaron had already drawn his bow. He was preparing to shoot his grandfather from behind. However, this action of his was easily seen through by the ancestor above. Seeing that his attack was intercepted so easily, Aaron felt a sense of fear and looked towards the opponent. Little did he know, the next attack from the opponent would cost him his life. It turned out that Aquila, using the light of the ancestor's charge, locked onto the position. With his full-powered arrow, the ancestor's head was immediately blown apart by him. Then Aquila commanded his clansmen not to be afraid, because the summoned pioneer warriors were merely puppets. As long as you destroy the head, you can instantly eliminate it. But even though the clansmen knew the enemy's fatal weakness, the difference in strength was too great. Some of the weaker barbarians were quickly injured, and they fell in defeat. However, their sacrifice also gave Aquila the opportunity to eliminate the enemy in an instant. As he continuously fired a triple shot, the number of enemies successfully decreased. At that moment, I was completely conquered by Aquila's strength. It seems that with just him alone, he can defend the barbarians from being conquered by the empire. This statement is not a rumor. In contrast, a Schumann realized the situation was not good and immediately chose to flee. Seeing this, I sternly told my aunt, "You need to hurry and follow me. Aquila is here. We will work together to take down a Schumann. We absolutely cannot let him escape unscathed." But as we were running, a Schumann also thought of a countermeasure. Because even if he manages to escape today, he will want to come back to eliminate the barbarians in the future. Then Aquila will always be his most difficult enemy to deal with. At this moment, a Schumann revealed a wicked smile. He already had someone in mind for which King could eliminate Aquila. In his heart, he had a candidate. Even if Aquila is the strongest among the clan leaders, they will have no way out. As he sat down on the ground and began to chant, "Yeah," and I also successfully caught up with him. Although we couldn't tell what tricks he was up to, but Ayu would definitely not let go of such a good opportunity for a sneak attack. He must quickly eliminate the threat of the barbarians. Just as the arrow was 0.001 millimeters away from hitting a Schumann, the arrow was unexpectedly caught by a hand that emerged from the ground. It was clamped. Seeing this scene, Aya and I were also instantly bewildered. What on earth is happening? In the next second, we saw a corpse with skin corroded to the point of being tattered suddenly sprang up from the ground. This is the one a Schumann chose as the best candidate to deal with Aquila. A divine skill. Adumu is known as the strongest archer among the barbarians, but this is all due to his possession of an unparalleled divine skill. Seeing this, Ayu immediately shouted anxiously at me, "Virgil, please be sure to be careful of the opponent's attack. His strength is at a monster level." Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, Adumu took up an attacking stance, and then a magical sword of power was unleashed. Fortunately, I reacted in time and summoned the sword of gluttony, which barely managed to block and change the direction of the attack. But when that magical force hit the trees behind me, the resulting power made my head go blank. In my view, this was simply twice and a half as terrifying as Aquila. At that moment, I heard Ai's cry and I realized that his leg had actually been injured by the previous attack, and there was already a rotting condition at the wound. Clearly, he was poisoned. In my previous life, I had heard from an elder of the barbarians that there once was a warrior among the barbarians who successfully defeated a giant boar and even cut off one of its giant legs to make a weapon. It seems that the legendary person being referred to is the Adumu in front of me. That's right. Suddenly, Adumu launched another attack. To protect Aya from being affected again, I continued to forcefully block it with brute strength. And under Adumu's continuous destruction, the forest within 100 miles also suffered severe damage. At this time, Aya saw that I was already seriously injured and anxiously urged me not to protect him anymore, to hurry and escape. But as for abandoning a companion, how could I possibly do that? As for a Schumann, he saw that both Aya and I were defenseless, couldn't help but laugh at us. Then a Schumann ordered Adumu to grant him the last piece of power and execute us right then and there. Little did he know, just as the attack was about to hit, Aquila suddenly appeared from the side and caught Adumu's attack barehanded until it was crushed to bits. This situation completely stunned Ashuman. It seems he might lose this gamble miserably. The old man gouged out his own eyes, and then placed them on a branch above his head, because only in this way could he ensure to the greatest extent his own life and safety. It turns out, at this moment, an unprecedented duel was happening nearby. Even if he received a slight attack, the resulting shockwave would be enough to send him straight to paradise. As for the two sides of the duel, one side was the strongest leader of the barbarian tribe, Aquila. On the other side was the strongest archer summoned from hell, the divine archer Adumu. Although his existence was merely a legend among the barbarians, now that he could be drawn and reincarnated by Ashuman here, Aquila still decided to face him head-on. And as Aquila blocked Adumu's attack for us, his hand was immediately injured by poison, smoking, and sizzling. Aya anxiously reminded her mother, "That guy's arrows are poisonous. We need to hurry to the Fountain of Heroes to detoxify." But even so, Aquila calmly looked at his charred palm. After all, how could such a minor injury affect him at all? He suddenly tightened his fist, letting the sharp nails pierce his skin. However, seeing this scene, I was instantly stunned. Because this move I had seen in ancient books in my past life, using the moment of blood vessel rupture to squeeze out the infected blood. But what I didn't expect was, Aquila had mastered this move so skillfully. At the same time, Ashuman was so frightened by Aquila's strength that he broke out in a cold sweat. But now, the internal conflict has developed to this extent. He definitely would not just give up like this. But suddenly, Aquila inquired about the identity of the spirit before him. He wanted to know whether the other party truly possesses the legendary divine skill. Upon hearing this, Ashuman gave a positive response, and also casually warned Aquila, "You absolutely cannot defeat him." As soon as the words were spoken, Aquila simply smiled faintly. Then he told me, "And Elder I command you to leave this place with the authority of the clan leader. I want to follow the master of divine skills. Let's have a fair and square one-on-one duel." After saying that, Aquila's excitement instantly reached its peak, because only by defeating Adungmu here could he be worthy of the title of the strongest warrior of the barbarian tribe. "It's an honor to meet you. Please let me see the strength of the once strongest archer." As the battle began, Aquila was the first to draw his bow and launch an attack, firing a triple shot at his opponent. Unbeknownst to him, such a rapid attack was easily dodged by Adungmu with a slight movement. Feeling threatened, Adungmu immediately drew his bow to counterattack, launching his ultimate move, the toxic sound wave, right away. Fortunately, Aquila's reaction was not to be underestimated. With a side flip, he easily neutralized it. After a few seconds, the battle immediately entered a heated state. Both great powerhouses displayed their lifelong strength. Even at this moment, their movement speed could no longer be captured by the naked eye. I, who had just walked a short distance away, also felt two powerful magical fluctuations. It's worth noting that this duel is something I have never witnessed, even in my past life. In contrast, Ashuman, to avoid the aftermath of the battle harming him, actually dug out his left eyeball and placed it on a branch above his head. Not only did it protect his life at all times, but it also allowed him to keep track of the battle situation. However, regarding who would win this duel, Ashuman already had the answer. It must be the Adungmu he summoned. Because Adungmu is a body of the undead, his magical power would not experience consumption or cooldown at all. An archer with unlimited ultimate moves. Even if the King of Heaven came, he would have to avoid for 2.5 minutes. Meanwhile, Aquila also realized this issue. Long-range shooting was completely ineffective for him. He had to find an opportunity to switch to close combat immediately. But he had to admit that the legendary divine skill, whether in speed or explosive power, far exceeds his own strength. With the collision of both bows once again, a massive explosion occurred. Aquila immediately thought of a countermeasure. He quickly rushed into the smoke, kicking directly at the opponent's vital area, but was easily deflected by a Dongmu's head movement. Then he seized the opportunity after Aquila's attack ended, summoning a poisoned blade out of thin air, and immediately aimed a strike at Aquila's neck. But a master's predictive awareness is above the atmosphere. Aquila successfully guessed a Dongmu's next move. Seeing the attack coming again, he also drew the forge he was carrying, using the upward throw's impact to knock away the opponent's weapon. Immediately after that, another kick landed firmly on a Dongmu's knee, and at the moment a Dongmu lost his balance, Aquila had already stepped into the air, gathering power to launch, preparing to use his last remaining ultimate move to end this battle. But just when Aquila thought he would win, an unexpected event occurred. Although his attack did hit the opponent, but a Dongmu will not die again, just because he is missing a body. So Aquila launched another attack. After this move, he would definitely secure victory. But in the next second, another unexpected event occurred. A hand appeared to take the attack for a Dongmu. Surprisingly, this hand actually grew out of a Dongmu's body, and its appearance was precisely to fill a Dongmu's wound. Clearly, this was all a trick by a Schumann. Even if this move would cause self-harm, he still wanted to act before completely dying. Eliminate the guy who hinders my plans. As for what happens next, please wait for the author's update next Monday morning. I know you are all anxious too, but I am even more anxious than you. Alright, this episode ends here. Goodbye. This is the three-headed one, and a rank monster with the power to dominate. But in the next second, their heads were unexpectedly shot and exploded by swords. It turns out, at this moment, a Dongmu has completely transformed into a demon. His power has also increased several levels compared to before. Facing mere rank monsters, he only needs to use a basic attack. Aquila, seeing this scene, immediately showed a look of shock, because what he is about to face now will be the most troublesome enemy he has encountered so far. However, just 2.5 minutes ago, Aquila could still severely injure a Dongmu's face and arms, but unfortunately, the opponent is a being resurrected from the dead. As long as he does not suffer fatal damage, he can continue to fight without consuming stamina or magical power to keep going. But just then, from a Dongmu's injury, a monster resembling a demon suddenly emerged. And then, he actually began to merge with a Dongmu. This is obviously another trick by a Schumann. Even if this move will cost him his life, he still wants to unleash the strongest power of his divine skill and use it to kill Aquila, who hinders his plans. And as the monster completely occupied a Dongmu's body, his consciousness was also completely controlled by a Schumann, becoming a puppet that only obeys orders. At the same time, under a Dongmu's feet, a huge black shadow suddenly appeared. When he looked up, he discovered it was a giant monster, 300 meters tall. Not only that, but more is coming. There are 2 other monsters of the same rank. A Schumann speculated these should have been attracted by the earlier commotion. Just as he was pondering a countermeasure, a Dongmu's next action made him completely laugh maniacally. A Dongmu turned his head and raised his hand, will instantly blow the heads off those 3 rank monsters that came to join the fun with a single shot. In contrast, Aquila, after seeing this, immediately showed a look of shock, because he couldn't even see the arrows shot by the enemy, can't even catch a glimpse. As victory seemed certain, a Schumann also gave a Dongmu the final order to kill Aquila, who was obstructing his plan. In an instant, a Dongmu immediately began a continuous bombardment towards Aquila. Even though Aquila relied on his combat instincts, he was still barely able to dodge. But he knew well that this situation wouldn't last long. Simply because his legs had been hit multiple times by the venom of the giant spider. The erosion of the toxin was causing his movements to slow down, so Akla made a decision. He had to end the battle in the last 2.5 minutes, and he cannot fail. Otherwise, the barbarian tribe will be annihilated. As Aquila used a double shot, the first arrow was easily dodged by Dongmu, shaking his head. As for the second shot, Dongmu chose not to evade anymore. Replaced by a vortex of magical power gathered at his fingertips. At the moment the arrow made contact, the vortex actually swallowed him up. Although Akla was stunned by the strange move, he was intimidated. But he was actually prepared. At the moment a wicked smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The arrow that Dongmu dodged in front of him had already reached its peak and created a spinning effect. This time, Dongmu couldn't react at all. The back of his head was steadily pierced by the returning arrow. This is Akla's unique archery technique. It was also developed after reading the records of the Divine Palace and the Imperial Warriors, and was created. One would think that as long as they received such a fatal injury, Aquila would be able to defeat the opponent in front of him. But unexpectedly, the other party, in the next second, actually pulled the arrow out without a scratch. This scene left Aquila stunned in place. You must know that previously he had relied on this technique, not knowing how many experts of the Empire he had driven back. At this moment, a Schumann suddenly mocked. Don't think that you, Aquila, are the strongest in this forest. With your current strength, it is absolutely impossible to kill the Divine Palace. You should think carefully how to celebrate the day of death today. At the same time, Aya, who had long escaped to a safe location, was watching this unprecedented duel. Now, he could only pray to God to bless his mother, to defeat the enemy, and save the clan. As for me, after saying goodbye to Aya, I set off alone to carry out a special mission. As long as I can succeed, then Aquila will also achieve victory. This mission is to kill the mastermind controlling Dongmu, a Schumann, and on the way, I kept simulating various details of the battlefield in my mind. Knowing that a Schumann is very afraid of Aquila, I quickly guessed a Schumann's hiding position. Then I urgently adjusted my posture and charged towards a Schumann's location. At this moment, the only thing I should do is to send a Schumann to hell with a single strike. But just as I was about to succeed, behind the tree, there was actually a summoned undead hiding. Fortunately, my reaction was timely, which barely allowed me to dodge the enemy's attack. But recalling the debris that splattered from that kick just now, if the back of my head had really been hit, I would probably have fainted immediately. It was a Schumann who discovered that it was me causing trouble again, and he started cursing at me. But in fact, he had long guessed that I would come to assassinate him inadvertently, so he had already summoned in advance a group of assassins that once roamed among the barbarians. It seems, before killing a Schumann, I must first deal with these 3 minions. At the same time, on the other side, Aquila's left side abdomen was accidentally hit by a poisoned arrow. The intense pain caused him to kneel down immediately, and this scene was just being watched by a Schumann. He couldn't help but burst into laughter, because he had never seen Aquila in such a sorry state. At this moment, a Schumann began to fantasize about the glory of dominating the crimson-black land in the future. First, he would kill everyone who looked down on him, especially that guy from the Empire. But just in the next second, a Schumann's expression suddenly became extremely awkward. He really didn't expect that I could actually defeat this formidable assassination team by myself. Looking back at me, the vicious and despicable Schumann said, "It's your turn now." As for Aquila on the other side, he was still struggling on the brink of death, facing Adumu's relentless attacks. He could only kick at the opponent's hand, to forcibly move his body. Seeing the opportunity arise, I picked up the gluttonous sword. First, slicing off a Schumann's arm, that was casting a spell, and finally, separating his head from his body. This time I once again saved the barbarian tribe. Clearly a swamp lizard with zero combat power, yet possessing a perverse ability that made everyone envious. It turns out that as long as the lizard's head doesn't suffer fatal damage, even if its limbs are completely severed, it can regrow in 2.5 seconds. And once I had this ability, I had a 99% confidence in defeating the barbarian tribe. The monsters that dared not provoke. Just when Aquila told me about the splitting ability of the octopus, giant boar, I decided to find its unique fatal weakness. Because, in my view, regardless of whether the monster's level is strong or weak, as long as it is a type of monster, there must be a way to defeat it. So in the following days, I began to come alone to the lair where the octopus giant boar was hiding, preparing to observe its every move throughout the day. Eventually, I came up with a law that the octopus giant boar is always very noisy when it gets up, like a ritual to declare its dominance. Moreover, the time it goes out to hunt is also fixed, taking about 2.5 hours round trip. That day, I decided to enter the lair of the giant boar to investigate. When I reached the highest point of the mountain, I discovered that the surface of this mountain indeed looked like a mountain, but inside, it was completely hollow. Then I summoned the gluttonous sword and slashed at the cobwebs on the ground, executing 4 horizontal cuts in succession to obtain a complete small spider web. Then I held it in my hand and began to observe. I found that the cross-section of this web was quite rough. If I didn't have the gluttonous sword, I'm afraid an ordinary sword wouldn't be able to cut through it easily at all. However, it also provided me with great benefits. With these hard-to-break spider webs, I could easily come and go from the lair of the giant spider. And on my way down to the lower level, I discovered that the hollow part inside was pyramid-shaped. Although I don't understand for now what the purpose of this design is, I feel that this environment is definitely beneficial for the giant boar's survival. At the same time, I casually looked at the inner wall of the lair, which was wrapped in spider silk, and it seemed to be the prey of the 8-legged giant boar. Not only were there hundreds of human skeletons, but also the corpses of lower-level monsters. This also means that the 8-legged giant boar seems to be aware that it is at the bottom of the food chain in the flooded forest. But I couldn't dwell too much on this issue, because I had to find more useful information before the 8-legged giant spider returned. Just then, I saw on the wall beside me several small balls tangled together. As I got closer to take them down, I discovered that these things were actually the eggs of the 8-legged giant spider. And I also resolved a doubt from my past life, which was why a large number of spider monsters appeared when the world was on the brink of destruction. Unexpectedly, the next second, the 8-legged giant spider suddenly appeared at the entrance of the cave. For a moment, I was so scared that I didn't even dare to breathe. Immediately, activated the silent assassination skill to hide my presence. Then I pressed myself against the huge spider silk below. Fortunately, in the end, the 8-legged giant spider did not detect me as an intruder and left here with peace of mind. But this instinctive sensing ability of his still sent chills down my spine. At the same time, the village that had been turned into wasteland earlier, it has already begun to be gradually rebuilt with the efforts of the clan members. But this is not the most important thing for AIE. Because he heard from Aquila a few days ago, I inquired about information regarding the 8-legged giant spider. So every day, he would wait in front of my tent, not wanting me to attempt to confront it again, fearing that one day I might suddenly go find the 8-legged giant spider alone and lose my life there. Now, AIE's pet has already lost a leg, unable to run. If something happens to his beloved again, he wouldn't want to live either. Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, I called out to AIE who was waiting outside, indicating that I had something to say. And when AIE lifted the tent to come in, he was very confused about what I was researching. He then asked me what these blueprints were for. I did not hesitate and directly told him the truth. These are my investigation reports on the 8-legged giant spider, as well as its living environment. As for the spider silk and eggs on the table, they were retrieved from the nest. Unexpectedly, upon hearing the word nest, AIE's emotions immediately became excited. Don't tell me you're going to confront the slapping giant pig again. You know, this is not something that can be easily accomplished. Seeing that I did not respond, AIE said again, "All right. Then I will fight with you." Upon hearing this, I immediately pointed out that his previous battle wounds had not healed yet, and following him would only be a burden. Then I calmly stated my plan for the future. Soon, I will leave here, because I have things that must be completed. So, I have to return to my Baskerville family. After hearing this, AIE fell silent, until I told him about another plan. His eyes regained their light. I really enjoy living here. So if I get things done, I will definitely come back to find you. But before I leave the flooded forest, I must do my utmost. Protect the place I want to live the most. You see what's written on this? All the strategies to hunt the giant octopus spider. I want to achieve a hit. Killing it will ensure success, and retreat safely. Suddenly, AIE's expression turned gloomy. He thinks I'm really foolish, that I would actually use the word hunt to describe this duel. But the next second, AIE showed tears of joy again. He told me he believes I can do it no matter what. Whether it's an infectious disease or killing a human, I can always bring the best results to people. So this time, the expedition against the giant octopus spider. Can you bring me such results as well? Of course, it's a certainty. That day, I waited for a rare rainy day. But my intention was not to collect rainwater, but to find the swamp lizard that only appears on rainy days. I saw the opponent suddenly launch an attack at me. Seeing this, I was not afraid at all. I directly drew out the touty and severed his arm. Immediately after, I did not deliver a fatal blow. I was preparing to verify a piece of information that was crucial to me. The next second, I saw the original arm of that lizard. It actually grew back. It seems I was right after all. The swamp lizard can regenerate as long as its head is not fatally injured. The ability to regenerate infinitely. And as long as I can capture it, I will be able to take down the giant octopus spider's head. I'm sorry, everyone. I mixed up the order in the last episode. I really didn't expect the original author to actually release 2 updates. So, that's why there was a gap when I was writing the script. Let's correct that incorrect narration. Virgil's ability to plunder and regenerate is not the monster killed by Adumu, but rather the swamp lizard. He killed himself. I hope for another double update next week. What a surprise! I never thought the end of weapon forging would actually be a monster. Just because this world is overrun by monsters. If humanity wants to regain sovereignty, it must use the bodies of monsters to forge prehistoric ancient weapons that can counter them. However, although these weapons will be endowed with human consciousness, possessing world-destroying power, they need to survive by parasitizing living beings. And now, besides me having such weapons, the already overwhelming Nightpot Aquila has also obtained them. At this moment, as I separated the head of the Assyrian with a single sword, the barbarians achieved victory in this battle. I saw that the undead army, which originally had the advantage, in the next second, their bodies, along with their bones, gradually turned into black dust. Seeing my kin saved from danger, Aquila finally let out a sigh of relief. But by this point, he also left a lifelong regret. That is, he couldn't prove his strength in front of Adam. At this moment, looking at the slowly disappearing elder, Aquila immediately placed his hand on his hand and gave the younger generation the silence they deserved. Great ancestor, may you rest here. From now on, I will protect the barbarian tribe for you. Meanwhile, the still breathing Ashuman suddenly shouted in complaint, "It's really too hateful. Everything about the flood was almost within my grasp." Then he turned his spearhead towards me. "You imperial people really deserve to die, always ruining my good fortune at the last moment." But after Ashuman finished speaking, he revealed another expression, as if he still had a successful plan. Before I could ask for clarification, Ashuman's forehead was suddenly pierced by an arrow. When I turned to look, I realized it was a fatal blow from Alan. He felt that everything should start with his family, and should also end with his family. Then Alan apologized to me, saying that it was all his fault. If earlier, he could have shot his grandfather without hesitation, then the subsequent war would not have happened. After hearing what Alan said, I fell into thought, after all, on some day in the future, I will also personally kill my closest relatives and even destroy the family that raised me, the Baskerville family. But before leaving, I still want to tell Alan, this is not your fault. The fault lies with your grandfather, who pursued his own selfish desires. And 2.5 minutes after the victory, Aya also rushed over and shed tears of joy. He was very glad that I had not suffered serious injuries in the battle. But unexpectedly, just as we were on our way back to the village, an unexpected event quietly struck. The once lively village suddenly turned into a wasteland. Aya and the others could hardly believe it. After Ashuman instigated the battle, the village should have been absolutely safe. At that moment, Aksu came over, dragging his injured arm. From what he said, we learned about the situation. The reason the village was destroyed was entirely due to the rampant destruction by the giant spider. But all of this seemed a bit hard to explain. The giant spider couldn't possibly come for no reason. It should have attacked the barbarian tribe instead. It wasn't until Aksu continued speaking that the cause of this tragedy began to reveal itself. He pointed to the mountaintop not far away, saying that before the giant spider came to destroy the place where Grandpa Ashuman was performing the ritual, suddenly emitted a large amount of unknown smoke. After hearing this, I began to search around, and the only thing that made me suspicious was the green leaves on the ground, burned to ruin. This is a type of plant that can attract insects when burning. It seems that the reason Ashuman showed a triumphant expression before he died was probably because he had already decided to use the giant spider to destroy the barbarian tribe. After that, I also shared my discoveries and speculations with Aquila, though he angrily pounded the rock wall. Since things had already reached this point, the most important thing to do was to rebuild our home. So he began to order the uninjured tribesmen in an orderly manner to move all those who were still alive to a safe location. Meanwhile, Aya also found his beloved pet. Fortunately, it had not been killed by the giant pig, but unfortunately, Brooke's hind leg had long been corroded to a disabled state by the poison. Seeing this scene, Aya expressed that it was all his fault. He repeatedly apologized to Brooke. He shouldn't have left Brooke alone in the village. But at this moment, looking at everyone, we're all caught in the fear of the giant octopus spider. I began to ponder a question. Although it is undeniable, the giant octopus spider is indeed a being with catastrophic power in the forest. But is it really a monster that the barbarian tribe cannot defeat? So after deep night fell, I decisively found Aquila to ask him about the history of the giant octopus spider. At first, Aquila was somewhat averse. After all, this monster, even he himself did not dare to provoke easily, until I took out a scroll, which changed the situation. This was something I found earlier in the Rococo tribe. and it contained records, various information about the giant octopus spider, including the origin of its venom, the various monsters it has fought, and its hiding place. But there is no record of why the barbarian tribe fears its existence so much. Upon hearing this, Aquila let out a deep sigh. Then he firmly explained that actually on our side, there have also been related records about the giant octopus spider, and one of them is that Lord Adumu once broke one of its giant claws, but that was also the beginning of despair, because that broken leg quickly grew back, and even split into two, and its hardness would also increase exponentially, until now, the giant octopus spider's defense has reached a terrifying level, so it can be said that it is actually the barbarian tribes, all the warriors who have challenged it, the evil created by hand. Then Aquila gave me a piece of advice. He urged me, it would be best not to try to run away because of this loss. He didn't want to experience the pain of losing loved ones again. After hearing these words, I didn't ask too many questions. In my view, monsters are just monsters. Although the giant octopus spider is a catastrophic existence, in my past life, I had defeated many monsters of the same level as it. Naturally, I understand more in terms of experience. After all, from the day they began to invade the human world, they could never be defeated. Monsters always have fatal weaknesses, so as long as I can find the fatal weakness of the giant octopus spider, I can kill it with my own hands. This is a giant spider with 1,000 pairs of sharp claws. Because every time its legs are severed, they will instantly multiply, and it is precisely this perverse ability of the giant octopus spider that has allowed it to dominate the flood forest for 1,000 years. Even the two great powers of the empire find it difficult to conquer this barbarian tribe, and do not dare to harbor murderous intent against it. But after hearing Aquila describe the strengths of the giant octopus spider, I actually discovered a fatal weakness that could kill it. As long as I make good use of its perverse ability, I can turn its ability into a curse against it. At the same time, the barbarian village that was just flattened by the giant octopus pig has finally been restored through everyone's efforts. And Alan, to thank me for saving his sister's life, even specially built me a luxurious villa. His friends were a bit puzzled by this, so Alan immediately explained, Virgil is my sworn brother. But as soon as he finished speaking, he was met with laughter from his friends. Are you kidding? We remember you used to hate Virgil, and now you're calling him brother. Hearing this, Alan was instantly furious, shouting for them to shut up, and hoping this embarrassing matter would not be mentioned again. Then Alan came to my original residence, thinking to tell me the good news about the new home, but no matter how he called out, he received no response. At this moment, Ye happened to arrive as well, because his sixth sense was telling him that his beloved was off on an adventure to defend the barbarian tribe. And on the other side, I safely arrived at the lair of the giant octopus spider. According to the records of the Rococo tribe scrolls, looking at the sky, about to welcome a storm, I guess that it should be sleeping now. This is the best opportunity for me to hunt it. Before this, I also considered when hunting the giant octopus spider, possible variables, and formulated measures to respond and handle them one by one, because I absolutely cannot make any mistakes in the middle. Otherwise, I will also lose my life here. As I leaped forward, falling into the cave, the hunting operation officially began. Looking at the giant octopus spider sleeping below, I began to use the elasticity of the spider silk to increase my own speed, turning it into my killing power, because the part I was going to attack was the leg, which has the highest defense of the giant octopus spider, and the intense pain instantly startled the giant octopus spider awake. Then I began to observe the condition of its legs, and sure enough, it was just as Aquila said. I could see the leg that I had originally severed. At this moment, it was actually regenerating at a visible speed. It has regrown and split into two. Knowing this information is reliable, I immediately implemented Plan A. The subsequent slashes will all target the legs of the giant octopus spider. As the forest overlord, he naturally possesses formidable strength. Just the venom that sprayed from his mouth immediately suppressed me to the point where I couldn't continue attacking. Suddenly, a drop of venom accidentally fell on my arm. In an instant, the toxin eroded through the skin and entered the bloodstream. To prevent systemic poisoning, I must execute the next plan. I gritted my teeth against the intense pain and severed my poisoned arm with a sword. But what happened next would even scare the giant octopus spider, was a sight that made the hair stand on end. At this moment, a writhing vein appeared at the site of my severed hand. Then, flesh and blood actually began to grow wildly, ultimately allowing my severed hand to regrow successfully. And this regenerative ability was something I had plundered from the monster that had previously killed me. In an instant, by Adumu. Although it seemed similar to the giant octopus pig's ability, it was actually different. Once the regeneration was complete, my target for attack remained unchanged, still continuously severing the legs of the giant octopus pig. Seeing that its legs were increasing, which greatly enhanced its defense, my heart remained completely calm. But this was still far from enough, because the giant octopus spider's movement speed was still extremely agile. But at that moment, due to my half-second lapse in attention, the giant octopus spider severed my right hand and right foot. Fortunately, the regenerative ability I had plundered provided me with great assistance, greatly increasing my margin for error in battle. As long as I made good use of the time to evade, I could recover the missing body parts. 2.5 hours quickly passed. At this moment, I had severed the legs of the giant octopus pig, no less than 300 times, and its body's venom was about to be completely exhausted. The next round would be my sole dominion. Finally, after severing the legs of the giant octopus pig 512 times, my Plan A had fulfilled its mission. However, the frequent use of the regenerative ability also meant my magic power was about to be depleted to zero. But from my expression, it was clear. The victory of this battle was already mine. As for what comes next, it was time to set up the final plan to annihilate the giant octopus spider. I leaped to the highest point reachable by the spider silk. The giant octopus spider intended to reach out with its claws, but the next second, its body unexpectedly lost balance and fell heavily to the ground. This result was exactly what I wanted to see. For my Plan A was to make the giant octopus spider split into 1,000 claws. I had anticipated this long ago. As long as each of the giant octopus spider's legs split, its walking would inevitably be severely affected. Although the skill sounds godlike, it is actually a deadly curse. And when the giant octopus spider realized it was being toyed with by me, it was instantly furious and embarrassed. It's the only means he has left to resist now, is to spit out spider silk. At the same time, this is a crucial step in my ultimate plan. Before coming here, I had already studied the weaknesses of the giant octopus spider's silk. Ordinary flames are indeed hard to ignite it, but if it's replaced with the hellfire from Curl Burrows' hellfire, then igniting the silk becomes quite easy. At this moment, whether on the walls or on the bodies of the dead monsters, they are all covered in spider silk, forming a huge furnace that can be ignited. I showed a wicked smile and said to him, because you were blinded by power, it has caused too much karma. So, now is the time for you to compensate the souls that have died. Having said that, I pierced the hellfire into the foot, bare beneath my feet, and under his concealment, the entire nest was instantly engulfed in flames. Alright, this week's Apocalypse Sword Dog has come to an end. Looking forward to new developments next Monday. Here's a question for you to guess first. What kind of twisted skills can Virgil actually plunder from the giant octopus spider? What kind of twisted skills can he acquire? Here, the dolphin also wishes everyone a Merry Christmas. Please continue to support the dolphin's works in the future. Lastly, this picture is a treat for all of you who love this comic. Those who have played with spider webs know that its greatest nemesis is fire. But this spider, evolved to a height of 100 meters, produces webs that are completely immune to fire. However, the monster has remained the same throughout. There will always be a fatal weakness that can eliminate it. So in order to find it out, I took some of the giant octopus spider's web to study it back home. Finally, after 2.5 days, I not only discovered the weakness that can defeat the giant octopus spider, but also confirmed a doubt that had troubled me for 2 lifetimes. Today, it turns out that the barbarian tribe lives in the expanding territory of Baskerville and continuously obstructs Hugo's expansion plans, all thanks to the giant boar. Because only in this way, the barbarian tribe would help him fend off foreign invaders. Additionally, connecting this with the Cerberus I encountered in the trial ground, the sword wounds on its back were indeed caused by the barbarian tribe. But why go to such lengths to drive him away, while being respectful to other monsters? There is only one reason for that, which is that Cerberus poses a deadly threat to the giant octopus spider. To verify this hypothesis, I immediately injected a ball of hellfire into a bottle, and sure enough, the web inside was quickly burned to ashes. So the only thing the giant octopus spider fears is the flames from hell. At this moment, as I transformed the legs of the giant octopus spider in 2000s, its body's coordination was finally severely affected. The success of the plan was just one step away. Inject hellfire into the rotting corpse of the horned bear. In an instant, countless hellfires erupted from the horned bear's body, pouring out, and a series of chain reactions of the spider webs quickly trapped the giant octopus spider in the vast sea of flames. As for what I should do next, it is to wait for the hellfire to turn the giant octopus spider into ashes. This result is certainly inevitable. Since I already know its weakness, I just need to find a way to prevent it from easily escaping the web-filled lair. Moreover, just now, he had already shot out all the spider silk from his body. Even if it had wings, it would be unable to escape its fate. But unexpectedly, at the next moment, the ground beneath my feet suddenly trembled violently. Seeing this, I instinctively turned my gaze towards that direction. Sure enough, it was coming from the lair of the giant octopus spider. I saw that the mountaintop, which was still sparking with flames, actually began to slowly extinguish. This scene made me feel a chill run down my spine. Could it be that it was so tough that even hellfire couldn't burn it? As soon as the words left my mouth, a huge crack suddenly exploded open in the mountainside, and what appeared next was the giant octopus spider that had not been burned to death. This is completely disastrous. I actually left it with the strength to break through the mountainside and escape. At this moment, the giant octopus spider, in order to find me in the dense forest, actually gathered a huge ball of venom and sprayed it into the sky. Suddenly, it exploded like fireworks. Wherever the venom dripped, without exception, it was instantly corroded completely. But I didn't have time to hide in the forest at all. So, I immediately captured 2 important pieces of information. First, the eyes of the giant octopus spider had been burned blind by hellfire, and its body hair, which assisted its senses, had also been burned away. What surprised me was that guy's body surface actually had a large hole appear inexplicably, accompanied by multiple cracks. I speculated that it was likely damaged when breaking through the mountainside, and as long as my speculation is correct, then this will be a great opportunity for me to kill the giant octopus spider. immediately summoned the sword of gluttony again, and aimed it at the forehead of the giant octopus spider, launching the sixth sword technique. However, when I struck down, I was actually bounced back. At this point, its skin was still so tough. Then, since that's the case, if one strike isn't enough, then I'll just deliver a few more combos. But just at that moment, an unexpected event occurred. I saw the surface of the giant octopus spider actually starting to crack apart. What suddenly appeared before my eyes was its newly grown head and eyes, and just as I was lost in shock, the giant octopus spider actually launched a sneak attack on me. After a giant claw attack, I was instantly sent flying 1,000 meters away. My legs were also broken from the impact just now. At this moment, I realized I had made a mistake, because I hadn't anticipated that it could still survive by shedding its skin. And due to the immense physical exhaustion, I was already unable to survive in a short time. Looking at the giant octopus spider gradually closing in on me, I kept silently urging myself to get up quickly. This was clearly of no help at all. But just as I was preparing to accept the arrival of death, the soul of my past life actually appeared. It told me, if it's just for the sake of a goal, then you shouldn't have come to hunt this damned monster. What I should really do is kill Hugo and eliminate the entire Baskerville Empire. Alright. I actually want to complain about the author of the dog. Water is one thing, but this week is surprisingly short. Could it be that the popularity of the dog in H country is no longer enough? But I still have to wish those who support me well. Happy New Year! And may you get rich soon. These people have been tightly bound by collars and chains since birth. They will follow the guidance of the chains to carry out tasks, because their creator, their father, only wanted them to become ruthless killing machines. And I was one of them in my past life. For over 30 years, I had adhered to the teachings given by Hugo, putting the completion of mission tasks first, even if it meant being severely injured or even on the brink of death each time. I also would not harbor any resentment towards my father, although I once thought about trying to defy his orders, but I really didn't know where to go after leaving the family, or what to do next. After a moment of contemplation, I chose to continue being led by the chains. In my view, I am nothing more than a well-trained hunting dog. It wasn't until I was sent to the guillotine by Hugo himself that I understood a truth. In fact, my loyalty to Hugo and everything I did was in vain. In the past, I actually regarded them as my only belief for survival. It was utterly disgusting. So the soul from my past life has always been in my ear, constantly reminding me that the belief for survival in this life is simply to kill Hugo and destroy the entire Baskerville. However, for me this time, wanting to eliminate the giant spider for the barbarians, the soul from my past life still finds it extremely laughable. Because the barbarians, this place was never worth my remembrance. Moreover, he pointed out the changes in me since I came to the barbarians. Not only has my speed of becoming stronger slowed down, but even my desire for revenge has become fainter. It could even be said that I was on the verge of giving up. This is the result he did not want to see. He only wanted to see Hugo experience the pain and despair of having his throat cut, because he believes that if I mess this up, then everything done in this life is destined to be in vain again. Ultimately, I will be bound by chains forever again. After hearing his words about the beheading path of my past life, I immediately retorted, "Don't use that moral high ground to kidnap me." I could never forget the sensation of having my head chopped off. In this life, I know how, and I will live a different Virgil. Although I once regretted my current choice, I understand what I truly want. Besides killing Hugo for revenge for my past life, I also want to attain true freedom. And this freedom I can only feel while living among the barbarians. So, This is also a place I must protect with all my strength. So please, just sleep peacefully in your death from now on. And don't suddenly appear to disrupt my life again. At the same time, the giant spider came above my head. Seeing that I was still lying on the ground, unable to stand, it swiftly swung a powerful claw at me, preparing to take my life. And when I sensed the danger, I immediately used all my strength to dodge the strike. Whether it was the aftershock from the rubble, or it ruthlessly knocked me away, I cannot fall here. I gritted my teeth and got up despite the severe pain in my injured leg, facing the giant spider above me, preparing for a second attack. I kept silently chanting in my heart to make my legs grow back quickly. But in the next second, the giant spider let out a piercing wail. I saw an arrow imbued with magic stop its attack. At this moment, I instantly widened my eyes. Didn't I tell you not to come over? Why are you so disobedient? Following my gaze, I saw Aya holding a bow and arrow, shouting at the giant spider, "You filthy bug. If you dare to touch a single hair on my husband again, do you believe I can take you down with my next strike? Don't think our barbarian tribe is weak." Then Aya said to me, "Virgil, I brought everyone to assist you." As soon as the words fell, Aya's lonely figure was suddenly joined by all the warriors, led by Aquila. "Why didn't you report this to your brother? Did you want to bear all of this alone? Virgil is already injured. Everyone, please prepare for battle. Give us your full support." The great hero of the flooded forest, the commander said. And the vanguard members rushed towards the giant spider, fearlessly advancing. And under the continuous hits of the arrows, the giant spider's attack target was successfully diverted by them. Finally, with their cover, my stamina finally recovered, to the point where I could repair my legs. Although I had already warned Aya to never reveal this matter to others in the tribe, I still want to thank Aya. If it weren't for his call for assistance, I might have really lost my life today. As I thrust my sword deep into the giant spider's body, I realized this guy's shell is really thick, and it bounced me back again. But due to my previous attack, the giant spider suddenly went crazy and started rampaging through the woods. Fortunately, the warriors reacted quickly, which avoided them being hurt by its claws. Then Aya told everyone, "Please do not stop attacking. Continue to give Virgil opportunities for a second attack." Meanwhile, on the other side, Aquila, standing high up, was feeling guilty about his past cowardice. He had always believed that the giant boar was unbeatable. Disaster seemed to descend as if it were destined, limiting the growth of the barbarians. But after seeing me bravely step up to challenge the disaster, Aquila realized he was wrong. He understood a truth. The best way to confront disaster is to face fear head-on. So next, no matter if he bled or fainted, for the warriors fighting alongside him, he had to endure his waist injury, gathering strength for a strike, the ultimate move. At this moment, without worries, Aquila also awakened the power hidden within. He unleashed a sword that shot out like a cannonball, and it hit the cracked surface of the eight-legged giant boar steadily. Seeing this, I also seized the opportunity to step forward. At the same time, a deathly aura emanated from my eyes. That's right, I was about to make the eight-legged giant spider experience all the sword techniques I now mastered, from 1 to 6. With the first sword technique unleashed, after the massive explosion it caused, I successfully broke through the giant spider's shell and charged into its body. Then I perfectly followed up with the remaining sword techniques. This time, let's see how you shed your skin and regenerate. After this battle, I finally realized the reason for my slow growth in strength. Because I always felt I was born to be a hunting dog. I should abandon this way of life and live out my own piece of sky. Just wait and see. Baskerville and Hugo, your days of existing in this world are coming to an end. They are human, yet they like to wear dog collars around their necks. but they do not wish to be imprisoned like beasts. Instead, it is to continue the lineage of their descendants. For example, this spiked collar can reduce death. Because, during hunting, the parts of the human body that wild beasts attack are usually the neck. So, it plays an important role in preventing attacks on the neck. As for me, before I parted ways with the barbarian tribe, the training collar I put on is the token of love handmade for me by AI. He hopes that no matter where I am, I can remember there is a girl who has always been looking forward to my early return, and to live forever with him in the barbarian tribe. But why do I desperately want to return to the Baskerville Empire? It all started from the moment I killed the octopus, giant boar. Speaking of which, I had just burst out from the body of the octopus, giant boar, and was on the verge of death. Collapsed on the ground. Because what I never expected was, the blood of the octopus giant boar is actually highly toxic. Fortunately, after seeing its already decayed corpse, I was finally relieved that it wouldn't shed and be reborn again. So the only thing I should do next is to quickly use the gluttonous sword to dilute the essence blood of the octopus giant boar and replicate its proud and most powerful skill. At the moment the gluttonous sword pierced in the monster souls I had absorbed, dove into the mental realm of the octopus giant spider, and began to fiercely bite it. When the time was right, the rest would be left to the gluttonous sword to activate its ability, randomly copying one of its skills. Fortunately, heaven still favored me, a person who has lived again. I succeeded in copying the octopus giant spider's S-level skill, deadly poison. At the same time, AI, disregarding the danger of the poison gas emanating from me, ran towards me. Seeing this, I immediately called out to her, indicating that I was fine, and there was no need to worry too much. My only request was for her to stop shouting so loudly, otherwise I wouldn't be able to rest properly. And because I obtained the deadly poison skill, the potent poison in me quickly merged into my blood. Later, to celebrate my successful kill of the octopus giant pillar, Aquila called everyone to hold a food party. But this party was a bit too outrageous. It actually lasted for 2.5 days. However, seeing the barbarian tribe enjoying the joy of victory, the grievances that had just sprouted in my heart were soon cast aside. When I returned to the barbarian tribe, I saw that Brooks' injuries had basically healed. Although he lost a leg in battle, he also seemed relieved, having found his true love. I avenged you. So now, it's your turn. To repay the favor, I hope to see you next year, adding a few strong men to the tribe. Speaking of which, I looked at my hands and fell into deep thought. After killing the octopus giant spider, I successfully comprehended the seventh sword technique of Baskerville. Now, to completely surpass Hugo's strength, I just need to practice it to perfection. After all, if I want to confront Hugo, who also wields sword techniques, I still feel that I am slightly inferior. However, compared to when I left Baskerville, my strength has increased by more than 10 times. As for what I should do next, it's to go back and carry out my revenge plan. However, what I didn't know was that AIE was actually hiding behind a pillar, and he had heard about my impending departure. Soon, half a month passed, and I, fully recovered, put on the Empire's attire again. Before the farewell, I expressed my gratitude to the entire barbarian tribe. If it weren't for their help, I estimate that I would have died long ago in the battle against the octopus giant spider. Upon hearing this, Aquila smiled and said, "Since we have acknowledged that you are one of the barbarian tribe, then your life is the life of the entire tribe." After saying that, he warned me to always remember my identity, no matter when or where. I am their hunting division commander. At this moment, I looked at the person standing behind me, but I could not see AIU's figure. I guessed that he probably learned that I was leaving the barbarian tribe. And like last time, he couldn't accept this fact. Seeing that I was about to turn and leave, the barbarians behind me also shouted their passionate support. Virgil, when you encounter difficulties, come back to us. We will help you vent your anger, no matter how rough the road ahead is. We hope that when we see you again, you will have taken over the empire's hegemony. Take care, my good brother. On the day you return, I will definitely challenge you again. Goodbye, Virgil. You are one of the greatest heroes of our barbarian tribe. Just then, in the reflection I was about to step into, I saw AI actually appear in front of me. I saw her gazing at me affectionately, asking if I really had to leave. Upon hearing this, I gave a positive answer. Looking at her gloomy expression, I thought she was going to act unreasonable again. To my surprise, the next second she ran up, handing me the package in her hand, and with a shy face, she explained to me, "This is the divine bow left by Lord Adumu. I made a simple adjustment, so you can wield it now." Looking at the divine bow in my hand, I then realized the reason I hadn't seen AIE these days was that she was preparing such a heavy gift for me. Before I could express my thanks, AIE put a training collar on me again. Then she explained to me the reason for making it. It turns out that one night, AIE overheard me talking in my sleep. In my dream, I was a hunting dog, tightly bound by iron chains. And the meaning of breaking the chains is that I have freed myself from the shackles of the iron chains. However, AIE thinks I resemble a proud wolf more, because now I'm about to leave her again. But just as I was about to say something, the next second, AIE suddenly pulled me close with the training collar. She gave me a supreme farewell kiss. At that moment, she could no longer hold back her tears. The grievances in her heart were released in an instant. "Virgil, you used to look much younger than me, but now you have become more mature than I am. So in the days to come, you must take good care of yourself." Hearing this, I deliberately said something to mock him. This is the funniest farewell I've ever heard. As soon as I finished speaking, AIE immediately turned around. "Silly Virgil, don't forget that all along, there's a girl who loves you waiting for your return. The man is not dead yet, but the Empire has built a memorial statue for him, and everyone remembers their fallen hero. His deeds are recorded. He could sweep away the fierce barbarian tribes with a single strike. Risking his own safety, he bravely snatched his fiancée from the enemy's hands and fought alone against an S-rank monster, buying his companions the maximum escape time. It turns out that after I said goodbye to the barbarian tribe, I came to the Red Cone City leased to the Mog family. Looking at the flags of the two families still flying on the city walls, made it clear to me that my departure did not affect the cooperation between both sides. However, what I'm currently curious about is what Camus has been up to in the past 2.5 years. Exactly. Just as it was getting late at night, I decided to find a hotel to stay for the night and wait until tomorrow morning to ask passersby for information about Camus. But when I saw the golden statue in the center of the street, I realized it was actually built for me. But to construct it, there should have been an agreement between both families. Could it be that Hugo agreed? This really isn't his style. But just then, a patrolling soldier suddenly ran up behind me. He scolded me. That one should stand at least 10 meters away to admire the hero. Otherwise, it would be disrespectful to the hero. And seeing my confused expression, he concluded that I was from out of town and didn't understand the rules. But as the hero's #1 fan, he absolutely would not allow anyone to be unaware of the hero's deeds. Thus, the 3 oddities I mentioned at the beginning came about. After hearing what the soldier said, I was completely speechless. Here, the last thing about the horse is slightly more realistic. The one who killed the barbarians was clearly Camus at that time because his sister was eaten by the Rococo tribe. In his grief, He directly burned all 3 captives to ashes. And what about this plot of seizing the Fianki? I intentionally let the barbarians capture Camus. After all, this was a fate he could not escape. Only by experiencing days of imprisonment could he unleash his potential and transform into the future empire's magical queen. It seems that in the 2.5 years I was gone, the empire's evaluation of me has undergone tremendous change. After that, I arrived at a hotel. Can be here. I unexpectedly encountered the triplet sisters who had blocked my entry at the city gate. As a result, the content of their conversation was also something I had anticipated in advance. It was all about me. What a handsome man, said to be the most beautiful in the empire. My sword skills are already exceptional, unmatched by anyone. The most ridiculous was what the idiot said. He claimed that if he could see me again, he would definitely have a whole bunch of monkeys with me. However, aside from that, I still heard some useful information. The deeds the soldier mentioned earlier were actually packaged by Adolf after he returned on my behalf. But I never expected that upon hearing the news of my death in battle, Hugo actually felt an impulse to wipe out the Morgue family. And to calm Hugo's anger, Adolf also offered countless treasures as an apology. Although I am not clear whether Hugo actually forgave the Morgue family, it is normal for him to be angry because of my death. After all, in this life, I am his most beloved hunting dog. At this moment, it was getting late. Having dropped the coins, I was preparing to go upstairs to sleep. Unexpectedly, my outfit caught the attention of the sisters. I saw the idiot suddenly point at me and shout, "That suspicious person up ahead. Come here. Are you an undercover sent by the barbarians?" I understood that the idiot was talking about me, but hearing the people around say he was drunk, I didn't want to respond and turned to leave. The next second, the idiot actually launched a magical attack, and several vines erupted from the ground beneath my feet. Seeing this, I immediately jumped, effortlessly dodging the vine's assault, and my quick reflexes and agile movements also stunned everyone present. Little did they know that at the moment I steadied myself, they actually mistook me for an enemy and began to attack, preparing to take me into custody. Seeing that things were getting more and more complicated, I also decided to lay my cards on the table. Anyway, I will officially return to Baskerville then. It's fine for them to know I'm still alive for now. At this moment, when the sisters saw me for the first time, they immediately fell for me, blushing like a monkey's butt. Even their speech became stuttered, and the soldier beside them clearly had never seen me before. He actually said, "I just look a bit like the statue. Aren't your eyes stuffed with a defense or something?" In the end, it was only after the sisters called out my name that I was able to go back and sleep peacefully. Soon the time came. The next morning, after retrieving what belonged to me, I decided to set off back to Baskerville. Before leaving, intended to ask about some news regarding Camus. But in the end, those 3 actually got jealous over my appearance last night. They all claimed it was because of their longing for me just came back to life. It seems that the sisters in this life are no different from those in the last. Not only do they like to be infatuated, but they are also chatterboxes. Fortunately, in the end, they were finally able to listen to my questions. They told me Camus has temporarily left Mob and joined the Dark Hall. He is probably in seclusion over there now, focusing on studying magic. Upon hearing this, I was immediately stunned in place. I vaguely remember that before my return, Camus had a very bad relationship with the people of the Dark Hall. It is said that it was because I saved him from the barbarians last time. Did that change his future in this life? Then, I asked the sisters to help me pass a message to Camus to find a time to meet with me. But the most important thing is to let him quickly withdraw from the Dark Hall. Soon, news about my return has spread throughout the entire empire. They are all delighted to know that I am still alive. Adolf also pondered this for a long time. Because of my death, has already brought great losses to the Mog family. To them, at the same time, the news of my return also reached Hugo. He really didn't expect that his most beloved hunting dog was actually not dead. But Hugo would never think that my return this time was to destroy the entire Baskerville, to avenge the beheading from my past life. The little mouse had clearly been dead for 3 months, but after being touched by the little girl, it became lively. Seeing this, I was immediately stunned in place, because this was actually Rococo, the unique dark magic of the barbarians, the resurrection of the dead. Moreover, even the geniuses of Baskerville throughout the ages would at least need to be 8 years old to barely comprehend magic. You should know that Pamelian just turned 5 a few days ago, can use so skillfully the extremely difficult dark magic. But Hugo has always hated the Rococo clan the most. Even if Pamelian is a once-in-a-century genius, as long as he discovers that the blood is mixed with Rococo blood, Hugo will definitely not show mercy, and will impose a severe death penalty on him. Then, I asked Pamelian if he could tell Uncle, when did you discover that you have this ability? After hearing this, Pamelian began to count with difficulty. For this reason, no longer made it difficult for him. After all, he was born among the barbarians. Now, being able to communicate with me without barriers is already a stroke of luck in misfortune. Thinking about it, Pamelian's talent is also a pleasant surprise for me. If he can be further cultivated later on, years from now, Pamelian will definitely be the only one in the Empire who can stand at the top as a dark magician, and will also become the absolute combat power in my revenge army. So next, I must use all means to keep Pamelian by my side, without being discovered by Hugo. But besides that, there's another thing that frustrates me greatly, which is that after I return to be this governor, the people living here are perhaps too enthusiastic, not knowing that I'm actually quite socially anxious. Upon hearing this, Vicky smiled and explained, the news of your survival spread throughout the entire empire at the first moment. They are celebrating for you. You have made too many contributions to the city before. Just then, Vicky mentioned Wendy again, stating that he has been helping to manage the city's affairs, and indeed is very shrewd, as I said, in this regard. But recently he has been troubled by a case, and hasn't even found a single observable clue. After saying this, Vicky took out a file bag. Inside it contained information related to the missing children, and there is a puzzling point among them. Regardless of whether the children were kidnapped or not, their parents did not rush to report it. Although Vicky did investigate the situation in the black market, he did not see any signs of children being sold. So the preliminary conclusion now is, this kidnapping case is likely the work of one person, and this person is definitely a seasoned criminal. Otherwise, it would be impossible to leave no trace behind every time. But when I took over and saw the contents inside, I almost exploded with anger. This damn thing is very similar to a case from my past life that was framed on me. At that time, many little children were killed at the same time. Although this tragic event would happen many years later, I am certain there is a connection. Meanwhile, Vicky received a message via carrier pigeon. The content written instantly scared him into a cold sweat. Virgil, it's bad. Captain Hugo said he would come here tonight, reminding you to wait for him in the office. Soon the time came for the agreed meeting. Hugo arrived with Butler John. After I locked eyes with Hugo for 2.5 minutes, neither of us spoke. This oppressive atmosphere made the go pieces behind us too scared to move. Fortunately, in the end, John broke the long silence, which made Hugo stop the awkward staring contest with me. My good son, welcome back to the Baskerville family, but I really want to know what you did during your recovery in the barbarian tribe. Hearing me speak the lies I had long fabricated, In the early days, I was treated as a slave by them. But I gained the trust of the Nightpot through strategy, and successfully partnered with his daughter to solve the food problem. During this process, I learned about the various habits of the barbarians. Basically, I can now perfectly control the barbarians. Willing to serve us. Hugo was very curious about this, quickly asking me how to achieve it. Then, I revealed the matter of someone privately trading with the barbarians, even mentioning that even the cheapest vegetables from the empire can be exchanged there for the finest leather and gems. So as long as we utilize these abundant resources from the empire and the things that are scarce among the barbarians, we can sign treaties during the trade process, allowing the barbarians to clear the flood for Baskerville for free. The expansion of the monster's territory. This not only reduces our troop losses, but also greatly diminishes the power of the barbarians. After hearing this, Hugo believed this was definitely a feasible strategy. It seems my son is becoming more and more like me. From now on, I will leave all matters of trade with the barbarians entirely in your hands. At this moment, the butler John beside me was very shocked. He didn't expect that during the 2 years I was away, my reunion could make Hugo smile so comfortably. You must know that after learning of my death, Hugo didn't even show the simplest fake smile on his face. In contrast, I was calmly drinking tea. The current Hugo has already been deceived by me. Naturally, Aquila definitely doesn't want to conflict with Baskerville. So after the giant spider was eliminated, they would start to migrate, returning to the places they were driven from. This way can create an illusion for Hugo. After all, he has no idea about the existence of the giant spider. He would only feel that the barbarians are helping to expand the territory. But just then, I sensed a terrifying flow of magic bursting out from Hugo. I saw him filled with killing intent, telling me about trade matters. We must eliminate the Rococo tribe, because their only outcome is to be destroyed by my own hands. I understand why Hugo feels this way right now. Because his beloved daughter Penelope, born of his wife, was taken by the Rococo. Although I know Penelope is already dead, Hugo has never found a single clue. However, what surprised me was that Hugo not only apologized for his sudden anger earlier, but even urged me not to go to the front lines to fight, even though I bravely rescued Cam from the Mogg family and received praise from the royal family. As a father, he really doesn't want to experience the feeling of losing a son again. So Hugo hopes that I will manage the government as much as possible instead of going to the front lines. He will assign others to take my place. No, this is definitely not Hugo. The contradictions in this are truly hard to believe. I still remember, in my past life, when I was framed and hunted down. At that time, Hugo didn't even give me a chance to explain. I was determined to be in collusion with the monsters. Suddenly, the door behind me was pushed open. Seeing this, Vicky and I were instantly scared and at a loss, because the one who rushed in through the door was actually Pomeranian. Thunder is scary. Pomeranian doesn't want to be alone in the room. At this moment, I just hope Hugo won't ask any further. Otherwise, everything we just planned will be ruined. As for Hugo, he suddenly stood up. The expression on his face had already turned serious. Could it be that Pomeranian's identity will really be revealed today? Dolphin has a small request. Here. It's just that I hope you can support other works more. That's all. This is bad. Hugo actually discovered Penelope's daughter, Pomeranian. At this moment, countless long-buried memories flashed through his mind. Those were the wonderful times he spent with the First Lady Roxana and his daughter Penelope. He looked at the little girl in my arms, crying loudly, and couldn't help but tremble as he uttered the name Penelope. Seeing this, I immediately reminded Hugo to stay calm. Then I fabricated a lie to tell him that this girl was actually one I adopted at the border and brought back to be a maid. Although her eyes are red like ours, I had already confirmed in advance that her bloodline matches perfectly with a minority group from the imperial border. So, he is probably not the one you have in mind, father. After hearing this, Hugo let out a deep sigh, indicating that he indeed misjudged. After all, if his daughter Penelope were still alive, she should be older than me now by quite a bit. Seeing Hugo's face grow increasingly difficult to bear, Butler John quickly supported him to go back and take care of himself and rest. And before leaving, Hugo also told me to come over tomorrow to attend the family's grand dinner party. I calmly responded that I would be there on time. But on the other hand, Vicky was utterly shocked because, as far as he knew, the people attending the grand dinner party were all the elite of the family. Just then, Hugo turned to leave and glanced back at Pomeranian. This unusual behavior truly surprised me. Soon, night fell. After taking a shower, I chose to sleep on the rough, hard carpet. The soft big bed couldn't help me sleep peacefully at all. Perhaps this is what many years of it must be the influence of living among the savages. Then I recalled Hugo's unusual reaction not long ago. This made me think of a clever plan that could be realized. If I were to say, reporting the pendant and Pomeranian situation to Hugo, what would his reaction be? If it meets my expectations, then Pomeranian would definitely be a hidden trump card that could deal a fatal blow to Hugo. However, no matter what I do, the direction of the plan must start from ensuring Pomeranian's safety. Just then, a man in black suddenly burst in through the window and drew the dagger from his waist. But with my keen sense of smell, I had already locked onto him. Seeing that the man in black seemed to have not noticed that there was no one under the blanket, I took the moment he was about to strike and suddenly leaped up with a swift motion, kicking the dagger firmly out of the man's hand. Then I pressed my hand against his vital point and demanded to know who sent him to assassinate me. Little did he know that the next second he would say he was sent by Virgil. After he took off the mask, I realized that the man in black was actually Wendy in disguise. He thought it was righteous and walked in quite bored. So he thought of disguising as an assassin, preparing to give it a try, to see if my skills had improved after all these years. What made Wendy curious was, he really couldn't understand why I would know. He was with the little girl who had the gold coin. Naturally, the reborn me would definitely know. This was indeed Wendy's most commonly used method of operation. He would constantly befriend capital investors and help them invest wisely, thus establishing himself in this city. Increase the public's trust in himself. After listening to Wendy, he admitted that I was completely right, but it was just to make a living working for others. Then he arrogantly said, if it weren't for his help, the 10 billion gold coins among the little girls would have long been completely scammed away. I definitely anticipated this situation in advance, so by the little girl's side, I had already arranged for guards to provide protection. Among them, there were also experts with rich experience in finance. Wendy looked a bit surprised. During the time spent helping the little girl, there were no other people besides the guards, let alone experts who understood finance. Hearing this, I turned back and gave a glance. At this moment, Wendy finally understood. It turned out that the expert was referring to him. He really didn't expect it. I was able to organize the plan so meticulously. But speaking of which, these are all secondary. Then Wendy took out a newspaper from the bun. Seeing this, countless alpacas flashed through my mind. How could it be that I haven't seen him for 2.5 years? His personality has changed drastically, but I still reminded him. Next time, it's best to submit it in a folder. As for the newspaper inside, it concerns the big dinner party tomorrow. Everyone's information cards. Hugo goes without saying. As the group leader, he can't miss it. As for the people behind Hugo, they are my 2 uncles, Boston and Wei. They are both half-brothers of Hugo. Their relationship is also the worst of the two. At this moment, Wendy asked in confusion. Clearly, they are all from the same family. Why collect this useless information? I replied that I have been governing outside for years, and I simply don't have time to understand the relevant information of all family members. Then I saw my brother, who is quite skilled in swordsmanship. Osiris. As the first heir, he will also attend. Even before my rebirth, I had only seen him twice. At the same time, his strength and cold-bloodedness are the strongest among all the hounds. But the only thing that surprised me was the second heir, Dewey, will also be present. I vaguely remember his swordsmanship is far inferior to many others, and he has been weak and sickly since birth. However, he is the only guy I admire. His personality is quite gentle, and for those hounds that have died and been discarded, he would bury them properly and shed tears of sorrow. As for the last 3 information cards, I didn't even look at them, because they went from being hostile to my little fans, the Triplet brothers. My understanding of them is simply deep-rooted. It seems that this big dinner party will have many interesting things happening.